There are additional victims in the Daejeon serial killing case. As the perpetrator hasn't been found, even after more than 20 murders, citizens are expressing anxiety, excluding the fact that the crimes have all been committed in the same metropolitan area. As no clear connections between the victims, including age or gender, have been revealed yet, authorities suspect they may be indiscriminate crimes, not targeting any specific individuals. At the same time, the police have revealed that they are putting their focus on the possibility of this being the work of a copycat. A lone figure walks away from the scene. Yuni was murdered. The city bustles with activity. A building displays a photo of Lee Seola. Lee Seola sits at her desk, a thoughtful expression on her face. The computer screen displays a news report. Family of 4 found dead, high likelihood of a robber murder. Lee Seola leans back in her chair, her expression troubled. A lone figure sits in a chair, bathed in a spotlight against a backdrop of swirling crimson. Tears stream down Lee Seola's face. Below, Yun Yohan looks up, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? Headache again? He asks. The bustling atmosphere of a restaurant fills the air. A voice suggests, should we move to a quieter place? A woman with short black hair raises her hand, saying, no, sorry, it's okay. Yun Yohan stands with another man, a glass in his hand. I just spaced out, he says. The other man replies, you said that last time, and you ended up throwing up. Yun Yohan looks off to the side, his expression serious. Makes sense that you would. It's only been a few weeks since. A table is set with various dishes and a bottle of soju. Lee Seola sits with Yun Yohan and 2 other people. A pitcher of liquid is poured into glasses. Lee Seola smiles. A close-up of hands holding a glass. A body lies on a table, covered by a sheet. A medical examiner stands over the body, holding a clipboard. A woman asks, can you confirm the identity of the deceased? Tears well in Seola's eyes as she gives a somber confirmation. The deceased's skin was paler than it had ever been. A number was carved into the back of her hand, barely visible beneath the cover. The figure stands silhouetted against the city lights. It's evidence that the most talked about serial killer in the world, number, did it. Yun Yohan asks how many people it has been. Already more, apparently, it crossed 40. They should include the copycats, too, but SLA feels like the world is going crazy with robberies and stabbings. What are the police even doing right now? Yun Yohan thinks that all of those bastards should be executed or something. Yun Yohan wonders if there is a point to that. Even if you do that, Yuni will still be dead. Lately, that's all that's been on his mind. Serial killers or robbers. Every time he goes out for more material, he feels it. A line of police officers escorts a suspect. Yun Yohan asks what's the point of responding to it after it happens. He believes they need a more fundamental solution for that, like sorting out dangerous elements, future criminals, ahead of time, or something like that. Yun Yohan thinks about finding them all and killing them before. A wide shot shows a restaurant filled with people. A street scene at night. Yun Yohan calls out to Seola. Yun Yohan tells Seola to get home safe. The Duncheon Street side is brighter and has more cameras. Seola responds with a simple, really? Yun Yohan wonders aloud, speaking to an unknown man. He suggests trying to see someone nice or something. Yun Yohan continues, suggesting that the people who could help might be unexpectedly close. Lee Seola chuckles in response. Yun Yohan states that he will, thanking someone off-panel. The camera pans to a street scene at night. A cloaked figure stands in the rain, their face obscured. A close-up of a computer screen shows information about age, gender, and relationships. Multiple security camera screens display various locations. A voice notes that there are no commonalities between the victims, and the only things connecting the cases are. The wounds are in the shape of a number carved somewhere on the bodies. The motive is what the numbers mean, or whether it's a single perpetrator or not, which is uncertain. A close-up of a document reveals that there are random killings on an unprecedented scale. Lee Seola sits at her desk, looking thoughtful. She trails off, saying but. It's not that there are no witnesses at all. Very rarely, even after facing number, there are people who've survived. The text identifies the 21st case survivor as Ms. Lee Jae-yun, who testified that she was just happening to eat out together that day. She recalls going to an Instagram hidden gem, a place they normally wouldn't visit. A man stands over a body, blood splattered on the wall behind him. He thinks it was all just a coincidence, that it was supposed to be. A man sits at a table, speaking to someone off-panel. He asks the reporter to hear him out. Mr. Choi Chong-won testifies that the road wasn't one people didn't use. But as soon as he noticed, a man smokes a cigarette, thinking there weren't any people around. Only that man was walking behind them, as if. The man wonders how he's supposed to explain that feeling. The woman looks concerned, wondering what could be the reason that only these people survived. Why did Char Number let these people go, even while knowing the risk leaving them alive would create? A voice is heard. She thought she was dead, but then he came close and... Number 1. Not you. The woman wakes up in terror. Due to investigative reasons, the police haven't revealed the numbers on the victims. A desk is littered with papers, a scene of disarray. A voice echoes, laced with frustration. Damn it. I'm lacking too much information. No, from the get-go. She lies in bed, her expression troubled. Is this even possible in Korea? She wonders, grappling with the unsettling nature of the case. How can... A chilling tableau, blood splattered across the surface. The unseen speaker continues. Their words a grim observation. They continue to murder without even hiding the bodies and leaving witnesses behind. The glow of a computer screen illuminates the room as she sits at her desk. Oh man, the tip mailbox is too full, she mutters, overwhelmed by the influx of information. Her expression is pensive, lost in thought. The weight of the investigation presses down on her. She stares intently at the computer screen, her brow furrowed in concentration. What? She whispers, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. A hand dials a number on a smartphone. Is this real? She questions, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lee Esala, a local news reporter, sits at her desk, the clock ticking behind her. Hello, my name is Lee Esala. I'm a local news reporter. I was wondering if I could interview you regarding your email. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks down a city street at night. This is it, he thinks, approaching a building. It's better than I expected. The figure, shrouded in a hood, pauses, his face obscured by shadows. I think I can more or less tell. I'll have to look for more material. But if I keep digging in this direction, I'm sure. Click, clop. The sound of footsteps echoes as the hooded figure continues his advance, a glint of metal visible on his ear. Click, clop. The rhythmic cadence of his boots against the pavement fills the night. The sound of footsteps echoes in the night. Lee Esala walks down the dark street, unaware of the figure following behind her. So hear me out, Ms. Reporter, a voice echoes. But as soon as I noticed, there weren't any people around. She tries to calm down, telling herself it must be a coincidence. The footsteps behind her grow closer. Was walking behind us. Lee Esala continues to walk, the sound of footsteps growing louder. The footsteps quicken, closing the distance. A sudden strike from behind sends her reeling. The world blurs as the blow lands. A scream tears from her throat. She collapses to the ground. An unseen assailant stomps down with brutal force. The victim's face contorts in agony as the weight crushes their hand. The pressure intensifies, bones surely cracking under the relentless assault. The victim's silent scream is a testament to the unbearable pain. She stares back in horror, her eyes wide with disbelief. You? Yun Yohan. Lee Esala cries out. A gloved hand clenches into a fist. Yun Yohan shouts, what are you doing? Just run. Yun Yohan sprints away, his face a mask of fear. Lee Esala demands, what are you doing here? Yun Yohan retorts, what do you mean? What am I doing? It's near my work. Yun Yohan wonders, by the way, who's that crazy guy? Wait, is that fucker the number guy or whatever? A figure in a dark coat sprints down the street, closing in on them. Lee Esala urges, if we go to the restaurant area, they won't be able to chase us in a mo dash. The man in the dark coat points towards a narrow alleyway. That alley. The alleyway stretches into the darkness, buildings looming on either side. A speech bubble indicates it's a shortcut to the main street. She sprints through the alley, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her eyes widen in terror, reflecting the harsh light of the street lamps. Tears stream down her face as she continues to run, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind her. The man in the coat follows close behind, his footsteps heavy and relentless. Lee Esala glances back, her expression a mask of fear and desperation. The main street comes into view. It's not, she thinks, before realizing something is wrong. Yohan, it's a dead. The man in the coat attacks Yun Yohan, his movements a blur of violence. He continues his assault, each blow landing with brutal force. The man in the coat stabs Yohan, blood erupting in a crimson spray. He stands over Yohan's fallen body, the alley floor stained with blood. She struggles to draw breath, each gasp a ragged, painful sound. Number speaks, his voice cold and detached. Hey, you fuck. Why would you keep running so fast like that? Still brought her over properly, didn't I? He continues, his gaze sweeping over the alleyway. Be it the street vibes or cameras, there's no better place than this. Yohan. The memory flickers in Lee Esala's mind, a ghost of warmth in the encroaching cold. Both you sisters are quick on reading the room. Fuck. Number reflects, his voice tinged with a strange regret. I thought I was gonna lose it again and be fucked. He states matter-of-factly. Yinny died. To Number. Number continues, a hint of gratitude in his tone. Number, huh? Haha, yup. You know how grateful I am for him. A sharp, searing pain lances through Lee Esala's body. They'll all misunderstand and think he did it. Number's eyes glow red as he speaks, a disturbing light in the dim alley. Well, thanks to that, farm teams like ours get a bit more breathing room. He finishes, his voice a low, dangerous murmur. Done. Okay, you can do whatever you want now, but remember. Lee Esala's breath hitches, a desperate, rattling sound. Number's voice drips with possessive intent. If I just write down any number like this, the moment she stops breathing, she's mine. Number looms over her, a predatory glint in his eyes. Well then shall we see how you look on the ends dash. A black shoe steps heavily onto the ground. Rain streaks down the sides of buildings, reflecting the dim light of the city. Yun Yohan stands in the alleyway, his expression unreadable. Behind him, Number approaches. Number's eyes narrow. Yun Yohan stands over a seated figure. The fuck, he asks. From above, the scene unfolds. Yun Yohan standing over the seated figure as Number approaches. Hey, mister. Number calls out. A voice from off-panel says, Enjoying the show? Get lost, will ya? Number's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. Yoon and Number are silhouetted in a blue glow, the air crackling with energy. Number's gaze intensifies. 4 in 1, he mutters. The blue light in Number's eyes burns brighter. Found you, he says, his voice laced with menace. A voice echoes in his mind, calling him a destined murderer. 3 hours earlier, Yang Soo-young expresses her gratitude. She is very thankful to Number. Yang Soo-young explains that Number saved her life, as well as her family's. The document on the table is labeled as Yang Soo-young's testimony. She is asked if Number was her ex-lover. Yang Soo-young is questioned about her relationship with Number. Suddenly, she is grabbed by an unseen assailant. Yang Soo-young hesitates, referring to the victim. She recalls that the victim was killed by Number, and she was next to them when it happened. The scene flashes back to her being grabbed. Yang Soo-young is comforted by an unseen man. He tells her that she could have been in extreme danger. So why does she say? Yang Soo-young chuckles, thinking that she is being asked if she could have died too. She wonders if the man is a reporter. Yang Soo-young realizes something. The scene flashes back to her being grabbed. 2 figures stand over a person on the ground. One of them tells the person to get lost. The person on the ground thinks about who Number saves and who Number. A man with glasses declares that he has found someone, referring to them as a destined murderer. The man from the flashback walks towards 2 figures in the alleyway, his footsteps echoing in the night. He raises a metal pipe, the moonlight glinting off its surface. What the fuck? He mutters, his grip tightening. The man yells, hey, leave, you bastard. Can't hear me, you deaf? His voice echoes through the alley. He swings the metal pipe with brutal force, the air whistling as it cuts through the space. The pipe connects with a sickening thud, the sound reverberating off the brick walls. He continues his assault, the metal pipe rising and falling with relentless fury. The pipe crashes down again and again, each strike a brutal punctuation mark in the night's symphony of violence. A strangled cry escapes the victim's lips as the pipe finds its mark once more. Ugh! He collapses to the ground, his body racked with pain. Gh. Ugh! A voice whispers, identifying the fallen man as Number 1. The attacker stares down at the man on the ground, his expression unreadable. Not you, he says. Another voice identifies a different man as Number 4. He declares his target is for elimination, his voice echoing in the narrow alleyway. Yoon's eyes widen in disbelief. Number, he wonders, his voice barely a whisper. No way. The man lunges forward, a knife glinting in his hand as he attacks Yoon. The attacker moves with blinding speed, closing the distance between them. The knife strikes, the sound of tearing fabric filling the air. A series of numbers flash before Yoon's eyes, an ominous countdown. The attacker continues his relentless assault, the knife a blur of motion. Blood splatters on the cold, damp ground. Yoon grunts in pain, his face contorted in agony. Umph. The attacker spins the knife, preparing for another strike. The blade finds its mark once more, drawing another cry of pain from Yoon. Yoon screams in agony, his voice raw with pain. Gruh. The numbers continue to count down as the attacker prepares for the final blow. Sound of impact. Yang Soo-young lies on the ground, thinking about the countdown. Number 1 has found her, declaring her a destined murderer. Lee Sela looks on in fear. It was always a mystery. The victims had no commonalities between each other. His skill at evading the investigative net for an unnaturally long time. The recurring behavior in the survivors' testimonies. Of acting like he could foresee what would happen. When Number 1 left and the police arrived, Lee Jae-yun wonders what they found in that dead bastard's bag. Gasoline, butane, and a burner. He had every intention of starting a massive fire. Lee Jae-yun is asked if she understands what is being said. That early dawn, if she hadn't crossed paths with Number 1 in front of her house. If Number 1 hadn't killed that bastard first. A building blazes, consumed by an inferno. The words hang in the air, heavy with grief. My entire family. In the rain-slicked alley, a figure speaks, their voice a low rasp. They say, would have burned to death instead. A man crouches low, a glint of steel in his hand. The knife reflects the harsh light of the city. The blade flashes, a swift, brutal motion caught in a frozen moment. A foot slams down with savage force, the impact echoing in the confined space. The figure lunges, the knife a silver streak against the darkness. A gloved hand, stained crimson, clenches tight. The metallic tang of blood fills the air. Lee Jae-yun's eyes are wide with a dawning horror. Her voice trembles as she admits, I know it sounds absurd, but the memory claws at her, refusing to be silenced. Once this outrageous thought crossed her mind, she couldn't shake it off. Her gaze sharpens, a desperate hope flickering within. Is it possible that Number can see it? From above, the alleyway is a stage set for tragedy. The future hangs heavy in the air. The words echo, a chilling premonition. The murderers in the future. The future. The number of murders echoes in the air. Number takes a picture with his phone, the click of the shutter cutting through the silence. The date on the phone reads November 14th, 2026, 22:35. Yoon coughs, lying on the ground. He manages to croak out. The number is 4. The name is Yoon. Number states, by killing you, I can save the 4 people you were going to kill. Number stands over Yoon Yohan, who struggles to speak. Any last words or final wishes? He asks. Number continues. Any small hopes or unfinished business? Even a message you'd like to leave for someone before dying is fine. I'll grant it as long as it's within my limits. Yoon Yohan, bloodied and battered, curses, fuck. What are you? He coughs weakly. Yoon Yohan struggles to comprehend the situation. Willingly let themselves be killed? Yoon Yohan's vision blurs as he tries to speak. You son of a. Number looks down at Yoon Yohan. Your last words? He asks. Yoon Yohan struggles to speak, his face contorted in pain. Why? A blade pierces Yoon Yohan's neck, blood splattering. He gasps, ugh. Yoon Yohan coughs, blood splattering from his mouth as he begs, spare me. Please. A gloved hand reaches down as Number says, sorry. I don't think that's possible. Blood splatters against the wall, a grim testament to the violence. Blood drips from the murder weapon, each drop a heavy echo in the silence. Yoon Yohan lies lifeless on the ground, his body a stark contrast against the cold alleyway. Lee Sela watches from a distance. A pained groan escapes Yoon Yohan's lips as his life ebbs away. A bloody symbol is etched onto a hand, a mark of the deed. Lee Sela asks, are you not going to chase that person? Number replies, number ones aren't targets for elimination. Killing one person in order to save another one elsewhere. Even if it's just one. It's plus minus zero. Number asks, right? It's a type of logic that's hard to accept under normal circumstances, but Lee Sela thinks she understands. That this is this person's own rule. A voice pleads, let me help too. Number says, the things you do. Yoon Yohan thinks he's always been of the same mind. Number reflects, if I could just identify the evil ones and judge them according to a rule. He continues, I'm a reporter. I can hide you in the shadows. Number says, and if you want for your voice to be heard, I can make it loud and widespread. I'm sure I can help you out in some way. Number pauses, lost in thought. Lee Sela asks, you've been of the same mind? Number replies, yeah. Then, it'll be faster with words. A hand clicks a button. A hand holds a phone. He stands over a fallen figure, the cold air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Any last wishes or final words? He asks, his voice devoid of warmth. The world seems to fade around him, the weight of his actions pressing down like a physical burden. A face, contorted in shock and disbelief, flickers into view. What? A dark, spectral figure looms, its form shifting and indistinct, a manifestation of the chaos within. His eyes glow with an eerie light, reflecting the turmoil raging within him. Which person should live, and which person should die? He walks through the city, the sounds of traffic and distant sirens a constant reminder of the world he is trying to save. He doesn't know who the good or bad people are. The scene shifts to a crime scene, the yellow tape a stark barrier. He doesn't know which would help the world more. A bloodied hand lies on the cold ground, a strange symbol etched into the palm. If he doesn't know anything anyway, then, just to erase the numbers in front of him. He stands with others, their faces obscured by shadow, united by a common goal, just to save as many lives as possible. Number looks out over the city, the towering buildings a silent testament to human ambition and fragility. To save the people that can be saved, he thinks. A chilling message hangs in the air, kill people. Nationally, the Daejeon City serial killing case, otherwise known as the Number case, has continued to inspire copycat crimes. A report was received that a man and a woman were killed by Number, and officers were dispatched. But as it turns out, the circumstances suggest a conspiracy to commit murder involving Mr. A, who reported the case, and one of the victims, Mr. B. The details of the case were revealed. It was announced that it is highly likely to be a copycat crime by reporter, Mr. A. Yang Suyong thinks to herself, oof. She then says, orders ready, and then, ah yes, just a moment. It meant that they tried to cover up a murder caused by a conflict between acquaintances by making it look like a crime committed by Number. The man asks, what do you think, Professor? The text continues, right. First of all, this is the first time we've had random killings on this scale. This is the first case in our country since the Mo Harong-Cheol case in 2012. 2.5 cups of shots. Drizzle is caramel. The most simple menu item is a chicken tender sandwich mixed with cranberries. As a side, an egg and one piece of waffle. Sunny side up and fruit compote waffle, 18.0. All of them can be eaten at the right time if ordered when the coffee is about halfway gone. For seats, I like the second seat on the window side. The customers inside the restaurant, the workers, and the people going in and out of the entrance are all under observation. The Jonggil Station Line 8 intersection, visible through the window, is also being monitored for any activity. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, focusing intently on the task at hand. He can get all of them in his sights, each a potential target. The camera pans up the side of a tall building, its many windows reflecting the city lights. Figures are marked with targeting reticles, each one a potential threat in this region. A meeting is underway, the participants discussing the next steps in their operation. Pomade number 4 is being considered, except for Wednesdays when he goes to the government complex street from exit 4. Excluding number 1, the question remains, are they the only targets left in this region? He sits in contemplation, the weight of the decision heavy on his mind. No, the target choice priority order is simple, The bigger the number, the higher the priority. And so, they move forward, the path ahead illuminated by a cold, calculating light. He stands with Li Sila, the number that flickers more. A waitress approaches, excusing herself. The sandwich and apple jam waffle is. Silence fills the air. The waitress looks at the table, confused. Where'd he go? Cheers erupts. The bar patrons raise their glasses in a toast. Henshin gang is fighting. Gugji gang is fighting. Someone calls out, "Sir." A waiter asks, "It's unpleasant for the other customers, so could you please quiet down a dash?" A bottle shatters over someone's head. "Kya," a woman screams. A man asks, "Huh? What did you say, Juicy?" A man with tattoos holds a broken bottle. Another man asks, "Other customers what?" A man with a black tattoo on his neck is being called by his boss to get more beer. Hyongnim is congratulated on landing probation. He sits at a table with another man. Hyongnim smirks, thinking about how he would have been in trouble if he had used someone else. A woman lies in bed, surrounded by blood. Hyongnim admits he was in the wrong. He is asked what he wants to do after it's already happened. He wonders if he should regrow her legs. Hyongnim is asked how he settled with that high school girl's pops. Hyongnim is told he should just think he's already a cripple, and that's just his luck. He wonders why he keeps dragging someone with a bright future back into it. He finally settles after he brings the guys and scares him a bit. He is told to just do that already if he's going to act like that. The woman is still lying in bed. Hyongnim is told to get home safe. Hyongnim is told he's done and that Mr. Police is going to bring him in. He tells them to fuck off. A voice tells him to get back safely so he doesn't get caught. Hyongnim responds with a curse. A car speeds through an intersection. The car continues down the road. Hyongnim grips the steering wheel, his expression grim. His eyes narrow with determination. The car races forward, blurring its surroundings. Headlights cut through the night as the car accelerates. The world outside becomes a streak of light. Hyongnim's face is shadowed, but his focus is clear. His hands tighten on the wheel. The car crashes violently, metal screeching against metal. Hyongnim, battered but alive, is told to go forward like that. He is told to turn right at the second intersection and go to the outskirts road. A blue energy crackles as the voice calls him a piece of shit, referring to that flickering of his. The voice says that it is a sign that the number will reduce soon. The voice warns that he will kill someone, telling him to stop the car and move to the passenger seat, asking if he has any last words or wishes. The voice says that he will listen to them until they count down from 3, 2. The car speeds forward. The tires screech as the car races through the city streets, buildings blurring past in a dizzying rush. The vehicle continues to accelerate, the engine roaring as it hurtles towards an unknown destination. Bracing himself, Hyongnim grips the steering wheel, his knuckles white as he prepares for the inevitable impact. Metal screams against metal, glass shattering as the car crashes in a violent explosion of force. Blood drips from a hand, the impact of the crash still echoing. A sword lies covered in blood, a silent testament to the violence of the collision. The screech of metal grinds against the asphalt as the car spins out of control. The world blurs into a chaotic mess of twisted metal and shattered glass. Skid marks mar the road, a dark scar left by the out-of-control vehicle. The car rests at an unnatural angle, a mangled wreck amidst the otherwise orderly street. Headlights glare uselessly into the night, illuminating the scene of devastation. The twisted frame of the car sits motionless, a grim monument to the crash. Inside the vehicle, Hyongnim struggles to breathe, his face contorted in pain. The date flashes in his mind, 2026, November 15th, 2106. The flickering disappeared, but the number is still 5. Hyongnim coughs, blood trickling from his lips. Kulg. Who? Sent. You. Number 4 thinks to himself. As I thought, even if I stop the murder that will happen, it's only that the moment gets pushed backward. It doesn't seem like the number that's been set changes. Hyongnim's eyes widen in a mix of pain and fury. Die, you piece of sh. He lies injured, blood splattered across his face and the interior of the car. The scene inside the car is gruesome, a stark reminder of the recent crash. Meanwhile, number 4 receives a message on his phone. As expected, this time as well, then, a car speeds away into the night. Elsewhere, a cityscape stretches out under a pale sky. A transaction takes place inside a building. Okay, thank you. A stack of cash is left on the side of the road. Back at the building, number 4 descends the stairs as a woman carries boxes. Far. It's time to make a decision, Sue. The woman carrying boxes says, sorry, coming through. The woman smiles as she carries the boxes. Number 4 watches her, lost in thought. A beam of intense yellow light pierces the air. Yang Suyong cries out, shielding her eyes from the sudden glare. Ow. A foot slips, losing its purchase on the slick metal stairs. A startled cry escapes as the figure begins to tumble downwards. A man watches the fall, his expression unreadable. The descent accelerates, the world blurring into streaks of gray and white. He lunges forward, his hand outstretched in a desperate attempt to break her fall. Debris rains down around the falling figure. Tears well in her eyes, the shock of the fall beginning to set in. Her breath hitches, a silent sob escaping her lips. Char number pulls Yang Suyong to her feet, steadying her with a firm grip. Gosh, she gasps. Yang Suyong stares ahead, her eyes wide with terror. No, she whispers, her voice trembling. She had just fallen, and Number looks down at her with a concerned expression. Yang Soo-young, seemingly unharmed, asks if he is all right. He tells her to be careful, inquiring if she is hurt anywhere. The scene widens, showing them both on the stairs. Yang Soo-young is kneeling, while Number stands above her. She thinks to herself about that Number. A close-up shows beige-colored, curly hair and old, navy sneakers. The text indicates an average height of around 160 centimeters. Yang Soo-young thinks that she is not remembering wrong, and that she is sure she's the employee whose number was 1 back then. Number wonders how it increased, thinking that numbers are not changing once they've been set. Yang Soo-young says that she got a really bad headache all of a sudden, so? Number says that they'll clean it up, and tells Mo Ji-hyun to please go ahead. A notebook is open, displaying the name Ji-hyun, along with sketches and photos. The name Mo Ji-hyun is displayed. A sketch of Mo Ji-hyun is shown. All right, a voice says, as someone prepares to administer eye drops, instructing her to open her eyes. Eyes wide, she is told to look up as the drops are carefully applied. She groans in discomfort as the liquid stings her eyes. Yang Soo-young is scolded for closing her eyes again. She waits, sighing, as Lee Sela tells her it's more stressful when she counts down. She thinks she's okay now, and will just do it herself later, but then cries out in pain. Yang Soo-young wipes at her eyes, remarking how weird it is that her eyes sting so much. Lee Sela suggests she might be getting dry eyes, or sleeping too late at night. Yang Soo-young admits she doesn't know, and that it's never really happened until now. A man with glasses, holding a mop, expresses surprise at the news, but dismisses it as nothing. Yang Soo-young is told to use the eye drops until she gets hers from the eye doctor. It meant that they tried to cover up a murder caused by a conflict between acquaintances, the man thinks. By making it look like a crime committed by Number, Yoon Yohan asks what Lee Sela thinks. Professor. Lee Sela notes that's the program they saw earlier, wondering if they are rerunning it. Lee Sela states that this is the first time they've had random killings on this scale in their country since the Mo Hyun-cheol case in 2012. She adds that there are no commonalities between any of the victims. Below is a graph analyzing the characteristics of the two cases. Lee Sela says it's so scary that she can't even go anywhere. They both seem to be far from the characteristics shown in enjoyment-based murders. Yoon Yohan notes that it's already time. Yoon Yohan announces that he's going to head back first, bidding Lee Sela goodbye. Lee Sela responds with a simple, "Okay, goodbye." Lee Sela wonders if Yoon Yohan is going to a different part-time job, adding probably. That's quite sad, Number thinks. She's at an age where she should be at school. He observes that she smiles a lot on the outside, but never speaks about herself. Number thinks to himself, yeah, she probably has her reasons though. Number focuses on his breathing, inhaling with his belly. Number breathes out. Yang Soo-young walks down the street at night. She exhales, the cool night air stinging her lungs. That surprised her. Still, it happens sometimes. She thinks to herself that she's going to be late and needs to go quickly. It's okay, she tells herself. The momentary pain flares, a sharp reminder. Yang Soo-young stands with 2 other people in front of a shop. She thinks to herself that she got it. Sung-yu's voice echoes, reminding her not to add the utensils when the customers are sitting down. The sting of the slap lingers on her cheek. She thinks to herself that stuff like this is fine. The restaurant looms, a temporary shelter against the harsh realities. She thinks to herself that physical things aren't serious at all, and that she just has to endure. The boss's old and decrepit guts theory fills the air. She thinks to herself that she can work longer than the hours allowed for her age, and she can get paid more as well, and that it's a sweet workplace, and she has no reason to say no to. Still, sometimes, when she can't find the energy, Yang Soo-young gives a little self-pat-pat. And she lifts the ends of her mouth, even if she has to force it. Standing before the refrigerator, she tells herself okay. If she keeps doing that, for portions of stew, 2 portions of the collection, and she'll find herself. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Mo Ji-hyun. A voice calls out, confirming her identity. Another asks if it's really her. She turns, her expression unreadable. One of the men wonders aloud if it's really her. Another character questions what she's doing here. Someone asks who she is. Another voice recalls that they went to Dojong Elementary together. A sign declares murder or die. A voice in the background demands silence. The man insists that the information not leave their mouths. Another wonders aloud. It's revealed that she's Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. The man recalls when they were in elementary school together. A character exclaims in shock. Another asks if it's really true. One of the men notes that it's nice to see her somewhere like this. Another exclaims in disbelief. A silhouetted figure, face obscured by shadow, speaks with a sinister smile. He remarks on someone's sudden disappearance, his voice a low murmur that seems to promise more than it reveals. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, 2 women sit at a table, the clatter of utensils and the sizzle of food filling the air. One of them, with dark hair pulled back, dismisses someone as just a friend, her tone laced with sarcasm. The other woman watches, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a close-up of an eye, the world distorting around it. A strange, ethereal light emanates from within, casting an eerie glow on the surroundings. The air thickens with an unnatural energy, a silent scream building in the back of the throat. The vision blurs, shapes twisting into grotesque parodies of reality. A cacophony of unseen sounds assaults the ears, a symphony of madness threatening to shatter the mind. The world tilts on its axis, gravity itself seeming to waver. Stumbling, the figure finds themselves surrounded by a crowd, their faces indistinct and blurred. The air vibrates with an unseen force, the ground trembling beneath their feet. A wave of nausea washes over them, the taste of bile rising in their throat. The distortion intensifies, reality fracturing into a million shards of broken glass. A high-pitched whine pierces the ears, a sound that seems to burrow deep into the skull. The world spins faster and faster, threatening to tear them apart. Gasping for breath, they lean against a building, the cold brick a stark contrast to the burning sensation in their eyes. The scent of ozone fills the air, a sign of some unseen power at play. The world continues to warp and twist, the boundaries of reality dissolving before their very eyes. The world shrinks, the perspective shifting to an aerial view. The figure appears small and insignificant against the backdrop of the city, their struggle a silent scream lost in the urban sprawl. The weight of the world presses down, threatening to crush them beneath its immensity. Tears stream down their face, a torrent of grief and terror. The world swims before their eyes, the buildings swaying like drunken giants. A sob escapes their lips, a sound of utter despair that echoes through the empty streets. A close-up of their face, edged with pain and confusion. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but deafening. What was that? The world seems to hold its breath, waiting for an answer that may never come. They reach out, their hand trembling as they touch a window. The glass is cold and smooth beneath their fingertips, a fragile barrier between them and the distorted reality beyond. My eyes, they whisper, their voice barely audible above the pounding of their heart. The figure stands alone, the city lights blurring around them. The world continues to twist and turn, the strange visual effects a constant reminder of the unseen forces at play. The mystery deepens, the answer remaining elusive and just out of reach. A cityscape sprawls beneath the dark sky, the buildings illuminated by scattered lights. A figure stands silhouetted, described as having beige-colored, curly hair and wearing old, navy sneakers. The text reads, as for the number. A close-up focuses on a character's eye, filled with an intense gaze. A character is surrounded by glowing symbols, their expression one of shock or fear. A glimpse of a character's legs, the details obscured by shadow and light. Mo Ji-hyun is shown, with the text bubble asking, just who? The character from panel 5 is shown again, with the text bubble asking, even are you? The press swarms, cameras flashing, as they clamor for answers. The reporters shout questions, desperate to understand the motive behind the crimes. A woman covers her face as she and a child try to make their way through the crowd. The police struggle to protect them. The child calls out for her mom, watching the news coverage of the serial killer with the highest amount of murders in the country. She asks why her dad is on the television. A woman, on the phone, is asked how she could say that all of a sudden. A younger Ji-hyun is on the phone, being told that it's just an excuse, and asked what it has to do with the situation. She is accused of not wanting to give a delayed paycheck. Until this time, Ji-hyun lived as if she were half asleep. Or perhaps, she just denied the fact right in front of her eyes. Ji-hyun is now 14 years old. A sign for the principal's office is visible. Angry voices echo, demanding someone be kicked out. A voice wonders how a child who inherited such a temper would grow up. A voice questions what she could have learned from a father like that. Hyejin stands in a hallway, looking down. Two men walk down a hallway, their footsteps echoing. Hyejin is slapped across the face. A hand holds open a student record for Mo Ji-hyun, Year 1 Class 4. A man states that Hyejin lost her older brother then. He mentions that her brother was apparently in university 6 years ago, so they had quite the age difference. The man continues, noting that the two were pretty close, or so he thought. Hyejin confirms that her dad left the house when she was 6. There's no way she would have known. After that, until he was arrested and showed up on TV, she didn't see his face even once. She didn't even know where he was, or what he was up to. A voice cautions that might be fine to say here, but please be careful. The man says that to others. That might sound like she's making excuses. He wonders how someone like Hyejin would feel. Hyejin is shocked, questioning what she's waiting for. Hyejin asks what she's making an excuse for, wondering if she's in the wrong here. She questions if it's just for happening to be in the same class as Hyejin and getting close to her. Or was it because his dad was the worst serial killer, and he just happened to be born? It wasn't a problem of right or wrong, in front of someone who's grieving a lost family member. The man states that you can't ask them to understand your own grievances. There's going to be a lot more of this in the future. Every time it happens, you can't. The woman says, never mind. A voice echoes, asking what can you do? That's just your luck, in the end. If he read more books, could he precisely express what he's feeling right now? At that moment, inside Ji-hyun's head, a single word kept circling round and round. The name Mo Hyun-sheol is spoken. It was an eternally unseverable curse on her. A building stands, birds chirping nearby. People stroll through a park. Hyejin's expression is unreadable. In the distance, figures stroll through the park as the clock tower chimes. Hyejin groans, a sharp pain lancing through her head. She clutches her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. What the heck's going on? She squints, trying to focus her eyes, as if performing a magic eye trick. In the beginning, she thought it was the time for something because of the colon there. But seeing the size of the numbers, that doesn't seem to be the case, really. Hygiene slumps back on the bench, her expression troubled. What is this? Disease? Beckman arrives. Oh, he's here. Beckman asks, hey, got any worries or something? Hygiene replies, it's not something like a rare disease. It's not something a baby would understand. Beckman retorts, yeah, you're only a month older. Beckman continues, look at that attitude when I only came here because you called me, huh? Hygiene looks at a small box. This is new hand cream? Beckman sits on a bench, phone pressed to his ear. Why are you giving this to me? What do you mean? It's your birthday tomorrow. Hygiene looks up, a surprised expression on her face. You didn't call me for that? Beckman continues, still on the phone. You have no one but your 10-year-long friend, right? Let's get some food and head to a PC cafe. It's been a while. There's a new cup rice place in. Hygiene looks at Beckman, a small gift in her hands. What the you crying? She asks, a hint of amusement in her voice. Huh? Hygiene's heart feels like it's going to explode. Yeah? Like, huh? What's going on? Beckman looks apologetic. Sorry. Sniffle, thanks for the gift. I'm okay, it's just. Hygiene sits next to Beckman on a park bench. I guess. I was just going through a lot. Beckman's eyes widen as he remembers something. Oh, I remember. Was he in class 5? Hygiene and Beckman walk together. Man, out of everyone, you had to run into a guy like him. Hygiene reflects, all this time, I thought I'd overcome as much as I could. But as soon as those old memories come back, I get nauseous and throw up. She couldn't do anything. Hygiene's thoughts drifted back to the past. Do you remember those busybodies who gathered to kick her out of middle school? The memory resurfaced in Hygiene's mind. Who'd put her on the right path when she starts going off course? Hygiene's thoughts spiraled. So, why do you have to teach that future criminal in our kids' school? The accusatory words echoed in her head. So, she kept wanting to prove that she wouldn't become someone like that. Hygiene sat beside Beckman on the park bench. And independently as a full-fledged adult, a flashback showed a young girl walking with 2 adults. I won't become a murderer like my dad, something like that, Beckman thought, sitting next to Hygiene. Man, you not being one is enough? Why do you have to prove that? Beckman's internal monologue continued. Everything in the world is like that, apparently. Hygiene thought to herself. Well, then, Beckman said, we're gonna have to have crazy fun and get all our shit out. That'll prove that you're the happy, healthy, dreaming sprout of the future, won't it? Beckman smiled, extending his hand. Where do you want to go first? There aren't any good movies, a board game cafe, or PUBG at the PC cafe. Hygiene smiled softly. An angry voice shouts from off-screen, questioning the other person's intentions and boasting about going easy on them. Lee Sla, wearing headphones, glares at the screen while Yoon Yohan types away at the keyboard, a look of concentration on his face. On stage, Yoon Yohan holds a microphone, while Lee Sla plays the tambourine, both seemingly enjoying themselves under the banner of fantastic skills. Later, they walk down a street lined with shops, the night air cool around them. Lee Sla smiles, enjoying a popsicle as they continue their stroll. Her eyes reflect a complex mix of emotions, hinting at something deeper than simple enjoyment. Yoon Yohan stands in front of a brightly lit store, also enjoying a popsicle, though his expression is unreadable. Lee Sla asks what's wrong, concern etched on her face, but Yoon Yohan only responds with a confused huh? Oh. Yoon Yohan insists that everything is fine, but his words are met with skepticism. Lee Sla asks if he's really okay, and he admits that something feels weird. Yoon Yohan wonders if he's in a bad mood, or if someone is following them. The pair stand among other pedestrians outside a store, the night air carrying the scent of street food and exhaust. They walk away, and someone wonders if they left. Another person confirms that they simply turned around. He curses under his breath. Fuck, Kiki, we nearly got caught this time. Lee Sla retorts. That's why I told you to be careful. And stop acting like AR asterisk tard. In the distance, a figure watches them. A voice whispers, shush. Hey, take it properly, they're moving again. A camera lens focuses, capturing their every move. A video plays, showing a woman with her eyes censored, standing between 2 men. The video continues, with a text overlay stating, yup, she's living happily. The video ends, but according to the sender, she apparently went to a street full of clubs and bars. It's unknown if they actually went somewhere like that or not. Even if they did go, the speaker muses, they can just think of it as high schoolers getting up to trouble. But, he adds, here's another fun fact. The video was filmed on November 17th, meaning that 2 days before the video was taken, it was the Memorial Day for the 13th victim of the Mo Hyun-cheol case. The video sent to them shows a victim, Ms. S., who was 18 years old at the time. Not to mention, the speaker continues, she's now around the age when Ms. S. was killed. Man, this world is so fair. For some, it's the day they sent off their young children, but others are just having a laugh and living happily ever after, right? Of course, it's not like they're wrong for it. Yeah, sure, not like she can't date anyone just because she's Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter, right? But the situation is funny as shit, right? Feels like shit, too. So, today's lesson, God is dead. The panel shows a YouTube video titled, teaching them a lesson, reporting on the debaucherous life of the worst serial killer in the Republic of Korea's history's daughter. The panel displays various YouTube comments, expressing opinions on the situation. A social media post shows a series of comments. One comment reads, "Kids like that will marry and have kids later too. When you think that Mo Hyun-cheol's DNA will continue to the next generation? Ugh." Another social media post shows a comment stating that the situation is collective punishment. The post shows a man walking across a crosswalk. A man is confronted by others outside a building. One of them says, "Hey, didn't you just hit it?" Another says, "Come on, dumbass, move. Let the big man show you." The group continues to confront the man. One of them shouts, "Stop shouting. We're stopping you because we kept getting reports." The man replies, "Oh, come on. I said I'd just head in there for a moment." A social media post reads, "Today is crazy. Do you know where I'm filming this?" Another social media post shows a comment about karma and how people end up more like their parents. A woman greets a man at the door. She says, "Hello, Ajimioni." The man replies, "Oh dear. Welcome, Min. It's been a while since you came by. Our home's a bit dirty." A phone displays a social media post with comments about Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. A voice says, "Hey everyone. Oh, that's fine. How's Ji-hyun?" A figure in a hooded cloak stands in a dimly lit room. The cloaked figure sits in a room. A speech bubble reads, "Did you hide your face properly?" The figure responds, "Huh." The cloaked figure is shown in a close-up. A speech bubble reads, "If you were filmed coming in here, it's going to be another big issue, isn't it? That you're a hooligan, or we're living together." A man looks off to the side, a concerned expression on his face. He thinks, they know nothing, and yet, Mo Ji-hyun, it's 100% they're doing. She recalls the unsettling experience of being chased and followed home. Number 4 reassures Ji-hyun, telling her that she doesn't need to react to everything those bastards are saying. He continues, stating that they'll just disappear on their own when they don't have anything to cause drama over. Ji-hyun admits that she knows, but expresses feeling betrayed by the inheritance of crime, karma, or whatever. She feels that she'll never grow up normally. She continues, stating that she'll definitely go on the wrong course. A tear streaks down her face as she thinks of how others will curse her for living so happily. Ji-hyun wonders what she was working for, what she was trying to prove. She recalls forcefully smiling and acting bright, but questions just what she was. Hyung-nim asks for a second. Hyung-nim speaks to Ji-hyun. Number 4 expresses his worry, stating that with the way it is outside and how Ji-hyun's acting, he's getting really worried. He thinks to himself that he should be with her, but he's working the night shift, so... Lee Jae-yun reassures him, stating that it's okay because it's the entrance exam period, so they don't have classes anyway. Hyung-nim thanks Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun tells him not to go outside if possible, and to call them if something happens. Hyung-nim nods. He peers through the doorway, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The clock reads 3:31. A figure kneels before a closed door, pleading, "Don't go down. Please." A voice echoes over the cityscape, a desperate please, carried on the wind. The street lies silent and empty. Hyung-nim opens the refrigerator with a soft click. He glances inside, muttering, there aren't any useful ingredients. Even if it's late, I still need to give her dinner." Hyung-nim's expression is troubled. He says, "They all disappeared too. Should be fine if it's just for a moment, right? Hey, Moji, I'm gonna quickly head to Songyang Mart, okay?" Moji lies still, seemingly asleep. Hyung-nim presses the doorbell. The door opens. The man yells, "Hello there." He demands to know if this is Mo Ji-hyun's place, and if the person behind the door is her brother or a camera. From behind the door, a voice replies, "No, like." One of the men asks if he is her boyfriend. Another man says, Hey, isn't he the one from the video?" The group thinks, these people. Someone wonders how they know her name. A man holding a camera says, "Oh, actually we're trying to film a 3-way interview." Someone yells, "Ms. Mo Ji-hyun, are you there?" The man yells, "A camera. Mister, you're trespassing. Leave before I call the police." A hand grips the door. The man is face to face with someone. Someone says, Hey." The man thinks, what kind of a strength is? Someone yells, "Hand off." Hey. The man thinks, that's Song Hyang-hai's uniform, right? It's been more than 10 years, but it's still the same. My daughter went there as well. He thinks, she was just around your age, yeah? She was so pretty so. He thinks, take your, not to mention, she's now around the age when Ms. S was killed. Man, this world is so fair for some. It's the day they sent their young children, but others. He is suddenly grabbed from behind, a rough hand muffling any cry for help. The man is shoved roughly into a room. He wonders if it is that room. A memory surfaces. Mo Hyun-cheol had a daughter. A figure in a suit looms over him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Good, that's very good. A hand raises a heavy, blunt weapon. But it's finally my turn. The weapon descends with brutal force. What the? Hey, stop there, Will. The man lies prone on the floor, surrounded by figures. A voice cries out, "Hey, mister." A foot steps into a room. "I told you, we'll be in big trouble if you use violence." Someone is being choked, their face contorted in pain. "Why are you getting in my way?" "This is right." The timer ticks down to 108. "For exactly what I received. Exactly the same amount is right, isn't it?" Blood streaks down his face as the timer shows 105. Finally, the timer shows 103. Why? I can finally see it properly. Hanging upside down, covered in blood, the timer reads 102. Once every minute, paying them back exactly what? And once every second. It's Min's remaining life ticking down. One of the men states that he finally sees, no matter who it was, these people just needed a being called Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. They just needed someone for revenge. A social media post suggests that Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter was just hanging out outside, with a pierced hooligan on the club streets. The post continues, stating that someone could throw it on and curse at her, someone who could turn out like her father one day. A young woman with brown hair looks up, saying, yeah, if that's what you want. The woman continues, if that's what you really want. A man grabs the woman from behind, holding a knife to her throat. The woman's eyes widen in terror as the cold steel presses against her skin. The man's face is partially obscured, but his eyes gleam with a sinister intent. The man whispers the name Mo Ji-hyun. The woman repeats the phrase, if that's what you really want. The man holding the knife asks, are those your last words? Mo Ji-hyun's face is now streaked with blood, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance. The man's grip tightens on the knife, the fate of Mo Ji-hyun hanging in the balance. The live stream shows a man being hit. Comments flood the screen, expressing shock and amusement. The live stream continues, showing the aftermath of the violence. One commenter asks, look behind him. The live stream shows the man's face. He seems to be saying, it's only right for him to feel the same way. Suddenly, a knife shatters through a window, the sound echoing through the room. Two figures stare in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. What's wrong with it? A gloved hand tightens its grip on a gleaming knife. A masked figure holds the knife to a person's throat, the cold steel a stark contrast to the warm skin. What could have driven Mo Ji-hyun to become a murderer? The knife looms over the person's face, reflecting their wide-eyed terror. A man with gray hair and glasses contemplates, wondering if someone inherited certain traits from their father. A gloved hand grips a large kitchen knife, the blade gleaming ominously. The expectation was that she would inherit those traits. A figure with disheveled brown hair is splattered with blood, their eyes wide with terror as they face an unseen assailant. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoes, a stark indication of violence. A close-up reveals a bloodied eye, reflecting the horror of the situation. Whatever the case, a masked figure, clad in black, holds a bloodied knife. It's none of his concern. A body falls to the ground, their foot visible as they plummet. A muffled cry escapes their lips. A knife plunges into a cell phone, the screen shattering under the force of the blow. The masked figure stands over two terrified individuals, the bloodied knife still in hand. One of them curses under his breath. One of the men yells at the other to run, concerned about his camera and his YouTube channel. The masked figure tells him to move his ass before they get involved in that shit. The man with glasses looks on in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He lies on the floor, gasping for air, his body aching from the brutal assault. The metallic tang of blood fills his nostrils as he struggles to focus. A hand wielding a gleaming blade descends, poised to deliver the killing blow. No, I'm going to kill this kid. The attacker snarls, his voice a guttural rasp. The world swims before Yohan's eyes, his vision blurring as he fights to stay conscious. Each breath is a ragged, painful struggle. Elsewhere, the attacker's other hand tightens around another man's throat, cutting off his air supply. The man's face contorts in a silent scream as he claws at the suffocating grip. Unfortunately, the attacker thinks, his gaze hardening as he looks down at Yohan. The same goes for me as well. The man being choked struggles desperately, his eyes bulging as he fights for a single breath. His face is turning an alarming shade of purple. The attacker reaches down, his hand closing in on Yohan. The air crackles with a silent tension. The attacker's eyes glint with a cold, calculating light, his face partially obscured by a dark mask. His expression is unreadable. Standing over Yohan, the attacker muses, maybe the blade wasn't as sharp as I thought. Your numbers still haven't disappeared either. Yohan stares up at the attacker, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. What? He stammers, his voice barely a whisper. The attacker's gaze intensifies as he looks down, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This man, he can also see. The attacker's eyes widen as he sees the glowing numbers swirling around Yohan. You're still breathing? I can see them. The numbers. He is covered in blood, his expression a mix of shock and horror. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. The 4,000 lives that you'll take in the future. The only things connecting the cases are. A screen displays crime scene photos and text. The wounds in the shape of a number carved somewhere on the bodies. What the motive is, what the numbers mean. What will your child learn from your behavior? A figure stands with a knife. If that's what you really want. A close-up of Yohan's face, bloodied and bruised. I will take 4,000 lives in the future. He gasps, in short, a scene of carnage. This man is here. 4326, to kill people like me. A timer ticks down, 032. His vision blurs. That's right. This is my remaining time. A timer reads 050. I see. He whispers, Min. He lies prone, injured. No, I can't leave him to die like that. The timer ticks down to 019. I've got to do something. But how? A masked figure looms. Any last words? Close up on Yohan's eyes. after using the last of her energy. The words echoed in her mind. Did you let that man live? A strangled whimper escaped her lips as she remembered. He tried to kill Min. It was a question she could hardly understand herself. What a strange kid. Is that what you're curious about when you're dying? People with the number 1 aren't targets for elimination. Even if that man kills others to save you, the outcome of a person dying won't change. A soft ah escaped her lips as she saw. Then, at that point, when he tightened his grip on his knife, Ji-hyun began to weaken, slipping out of consciousness. At that very moment, something strange happened. No, at that moment, to be precise, 4135. 1649. She was slipping away. He writhes in agony, the unseen force constricting him. The pressure intensifies, blue energy crackling around him as the unseen force tightens its grip. The unseen force continues to torment him, the blue energy a visible manifestation of his suffering. His eyes widen in pain, tears welling as the unseen force continues its assault. A voice echoes, fine. He sits alone, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The man thinks, if I'm the only one who can, he resolves, so be it. Tears stream down his face, but a steely resolve hardens his gaze. Once I prove that the numbers don't go down. A figure lunges from the shadows, the attack a blur of motion. He cries out, the sudden assault catching him completely off guard. The attack continues, the force of the blow evident in the distorted lines of motion. He is surrounded, multiple figures closing in for the kill. He is struck, his face contorted in pain. He screams, declaring that she is his, and he will be the one to kill her. He continues to scream, begging not to have his only reason to live taken away. Lee Jae-yun observes that his number went up, questioning how. A weapon is raised, glinting in the light. He is struck again, blood splattering. The assault continues, the weapon finding its mark. Lee Jae-yun recalls a case where the number increased. He is struck again, the force of the blow visible. The assault continues, the weapon finding its mark. He is struck again, his face contorted in pain. Lee Jae-yun watches, her expression unreadable. A voice whispers, apologizing repeatedly. The speaker's name is Sojin. A police car sits parked on a dimly lit street, its lights flashing. A figure stands in a doorway, the scene bathed in blue light. A body lies on the floor, a gun nearby. Blood pools around the victim. The camera focuses on the face of the deceased, blood staining his features. A figure observes the scene, a single word echoing in his mind. Interesting. The number 1 transforms, becoming 4000. A voice laments being reduced back to the same state. A voice wonders who the other person is and why they are the only one going through this strange phenomenon. A figure declares that they've made up their mind. A police car is seen again. A car speeds away. Sojin sits in the car, looking distressed. She continues to drive down the road, leaving the city behind. To be continued. A single eye opens, the pupil dilated, struggling to focus. She sits upright in the passenger seat of a car, disoriented. A wave of pain washes over her, and she groans. Her fingers trace the throbbing ache at her neck. Her bare foot presses against the cold, rough floor of the vehicle. Outside, the skeletal frame of a building under construction looms against the overcast sky. She gasps, her eyes wide with confusion. Where am I? She clutches a phone, her thoughts swirling. Asterisk, I'm sure I was at home yesterday. Min was right there with me too. Asterisk. Her bare feet stand on shattered concrete, the sharp edges digging into her soles. Her eyes widen in a sudden flash of fear. Footsteps echo in the distance as she stands with a man, the unfinished building looming behind them. Footsteps echo on the pavement. A dazed Lee Sla is shown with a bloody face, the events leading up to this moment a blur. Number 4 watches her, a cold glint in his eyes. He mutters, earlier than I expected. A dark trail is left behind. Sla cries out in pain and terror. She is forced into a waiting van. Number 4 sits beside her, his expression unreadable. He holds up a knife, the metal glinting in the dim light. I have no intention of killing you, he says, his voice devoid of emotion. Number 4 leans in close, his voice a low growl. As long as you stay quiet. The van rattles down the road, Sla trapped inside with her captor. Her eyes dart to the rearview mirror, a flicker of fear in their depths. 2 women stand on the stairs, one holding a plate of food. A man faces them, listening. A woman with short hair and glasses looks concerned. She wonders if he's that man. She recalls meeting him at her part-time job. A framed photo shows a man and a woman. The woman thinks this man must be the infamous number, the wounds resembling numbers. A close-up of a man's face reveals his targets are. The woman sees them, the numbers. The strange wounds were the 4,000 lives that you'll take in the future. The woman looks distressed, wondering if she will really kill 4,000. A man holds a phone, stating it's 4,326, if he's being exact. The woman sits in a car, looking worried. The man sits in a room, holding a knife. The woman in the car wonders what to do. The man with dark hair asks, his voice low, don't you remember? People with the number 1 aren't targets for elimination. For some strange reason, after she answered his question, it felt like she knew exactly what she had to do to avoid getting killed by him. As if it was something simple to bypass, she thinks, sitting in the car. Well, that boy is still alive because of her. Min is still alive. Thank goodness. Originally, that boy was meant to be killed by that man. And that man was destined to be killed by her. Yet somehow, she miraculously altered fate. And her number dropped to 1. That man was supposed to survive and create a new future. With his number increasing, he would have become her next target. Next, target. She sits in the car, her expression troubled. If Min survived, then that means. Number 4 stands alone in a stark room, his thoughts heavy. He killed that man. Before, he had the chance to kill you. The woman's expression is pained as she remembers. That man, his number didn't decrease. The memory flashes, like mine did before I passed out. Are you trying to blame me? When you were the one who tried to kill him? A voice echoes in the darkness. You seem to be misunderstanding something. Once a number is formed, it's not supposed to change under any circumstances. A disturbing image appears, whether you get stabbed and pass out, have your limbs ripped apart. The mannequin lies dismembered, or get confined in a place where no one can find you. It doesn't matter. Because no matter what, the numbers are bound to fulfill their count by fate. She is struck by a hand. Number 4 says that somehow, she managed to change that and had her number reduced. What her existence means to her? The car continues down the road. Lee Esala sits in the passenger seat, looking down. She asks if he is taking her. Number 4 says that he doesn't have a particular destination in mind. Lee Esala is told that from now on, he is taking her with him wherever he goes. Number 4 asks if she still doesn't get it. He says that he can't just let someone like her run around freely. Lee Esala wonders what if she refuses. Number 4 tells her to decide, and that she can try her best. She thinks to herself that she has to escape from him. She imagines returning to her old life, but knows she'll constantly be on the run. A news report on her phone shows a murder scene, with everyone pointing fingers at her, claiming she lost her innocence. Number 4 thinks to himself that she can go ahead and fulfill the fate of killing someone, just as they all expect of her. Lee Esala wonders what she will choose. She tells herself not to listen to him, that she has to escape. She thinks she must escape, no matter what, and pleads. Number 4 thinks they are at the house. Number 4 tells her that it's not like this, that he's got things he needs, and he has to see his mom. Lee Esala wonders what she should do, and thinks she needs to pack her clothes. She thinks there's no way this is going to work, but then says all right. Lee Esala looks conflicted. The car speeds along the road, the city lights blurring in the distance. A thought hangs in the air. What? The car pulls up to the house, the sound of the engine cutting off echoing in the sudden silence. Number 4 says he'll park the car where there are no CCTV cameras and be back in 30 minutes without getting caught. The crime scene should be cleared by now, she thinks. Huh, it actually worked? The yellow tape is down, and the door is open. She rummages through the supplies. Jacket, ramen, emergency funds. Am I missing something? She wonders. She has to hurry and get away from that man. She'll go in the opposite direction. And then, where do I go after that? An eye peers through the narrow opening of a door, watching intently. A car sits parked outside. A voice echoes, laced with a chilling promise. If you return. A figure with short hair and a hat looks on with concern. The voice continues, now a direct threat, but if you try to escape. Silence hangs heavy, punctuated only by the unspoken threat lingering in the air. A hand clutches a small, green object, its purpose unknown but undoubtedly significant. The words hang in the darkness, a stark and ominous warning. You fail. She has to hurry and get away from that man. She'll go in the opposite direction. And then, where does she go after that? A figure peers through a doorway, a sinister intent lurking in the shadows. Her eyes widen in terror as she senses a presence. A swift attack comes from behind. A piercing scream tears through the air. A bottle shatters. The attacker asks, Mo Ji-hyun? She adjusts her hat, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Mo Ji-hyun is met with a familiar voice. The man asks if it is really her, relieved to see she's alive. He thanks God. Mo Ji-hyun stammers, questioning what he's doing there and what he's holding. The man, holding a glass bottle, apologizes, claiming he's sorry. Mo Ji-hyun recalls hearing the police had left, so she returned to retrieve a bag she had left behind. She then noticed the door was open and someone was inside. The man apologizes for scaring her, his expression remorseful. He notices her face, concern etched on his features. The man expresses his guilt, claiming it's all his fault. Mo Ji-hyun begins to speak. The man asks if she's okay and if it hurts. Mo Ji-hyun insists she's fine, claiming it's just a scratch. The man, sporting bandages on his face, is just glad she's alive and asks where she's been. Mo Ji-hyun begins to explain that after he disappeared, the media and everyone else started spreading rumors. She states that she fled the scene because she was Number's accomplice. A detective gave her his business card earlier that day. She should call him and explain everything that happened. And make those bastards who spread those lies shut their mouths. The bandaged man remains silent. He hesitantly calls out to her. He questions what's with all those bags. Mo Ji-hyun remains silent, her expression unreadable beneath the brim of her cap. The bandaged man asks her to hold on, questioning what's going on. Min asks where she is going and why she is pretending. The bandaged man insists that she saw everything that happened, including how he got stabbed. The bandaged man, now visibly agitated, calls out to her, reminding her that he told her what would happen if she used violence. The bandaged man questions why she is getting in his way, stating that this is right, and that he is paying them back for exactly what he received. A phone screen displays two figures, the image slightly distorted. One of the figures exclaims that the amount is exactly the same, right? The phone screen goes black. A man lies in a hospital bed, his face bandaged. Another man stands beside him, asking what happened. A hand holds a yo-yo, the string dangling. The man in the suit sits on a chair, playing with a yo-yo. He confirms that the phone got destroyed. According to the YouTubers, it seems it was Number's doing. They are not sure whether that kid is dead or hiding somewhere. If she is, then her whereabouts remain unknown. A lot of things are still unclear right now. However, since the video stopped right at that moment, the public is currently pointing the finger at her, placing the blame on her. The man in the suit says that since you're her friend, please convince her, as we don't have information on Number either. I'll get going before the police. Come back. Hey, Moji, why are you running? Come on, answer me. Did you kill that man? You didn't, did you? Then why would you run? She wonders where he is going and why he is running away. Moji reflects that she will constantly be on the run, with everyone pointing fingers at her, trying to prove her innocence. The man with the bandage over his eye insists that she doesn't have to prove anything, questioning if she is a destined murderer with inherited traits. The bandaged man says to let them talk all they want, asking who cares what those people think, stating that he knows for a fact that she wouldn't do something like that. Moji cries out, denying the accusations. The bandaged man tells her that she is wrong, that it's not about proving anything. Moji reflects that it's not that simple, wondering what she knows. At that time, the bandaged man says that he didn't do it to stop him or to save her from that man. Moji thinks that she just wanted to kill him, stating that she wasn't out of her mind, and in fact, her mind was clearer than ever at that moment, and that she wasn't trying to save anyone. Moji reflects that she just wanted to stab that man in the neck and kill him, wondering if what he said might have been true. The bandaged man says that maybe he is just like his father, like he said, maybe he is just a destined murderer. Moji thinks that's why Number was able to see the numbers above her, and if it wasn't for him, then. A pair of feet move forward, the destination unknown. A figure walks away, pulling a suitcase behind them. A memory surfaces. I'm sorry. The memory shifts to Moji Hyun, a tear tracing a path down her cheek. Moji Hyun. A voice echoes, commanding, stop right there. Moji Hyun's voice echoes, I don't want you to get hurt because of me. The memory shifts again, this time to a hospital. Don't waste your life on someone like me. A voice booms, your mom collapsed and is in the hospital. A close-up reveals a face contorted in anguish. The memory shifts to Moji Hyun, tears streaming down her face. Are you really going to break her heart again? Moji Hyun kneels, head bowed, as another figure stands behind her. I have to go. A close-up shows a face, eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening the features. Then. A figure with a bandaged face stares ahead. Moji Hyun's voice whispers, I wanted to. A pair of feet move forward. A voice echoes, see my mom again. A figure walks away, the sound of their footsteps fading into the night. A hand reaches for a door handle, the metal cold beneath the fingertips. Two figures sit in a car, the interior dimly lit. You're late. The man known as Mr. speaks, his voice low. I thought you ran away. He continues, you said you would get rid of? She sits in the car, her expression thoughtful. Moji Hyun asks if they are dealing with potential murderers. Then, Number assures her that he is the only one who can handle it. Moji Hyun says that as long as she is with him, she doesn't have to worry about killing anyone. Number's hand rests on something, and he confirms that is right, telling her not to worry. Someone thinks that the moment they see the number increase, they will get rid of someone right away. Then, a car drives down a highway. Moji Hyun asks if she really doesn't have to worry about killing anyone. Number remains silent. A strange device glows with a red light. Number stands in his office. Number speaks to a woman, telling her that the girl is alive just like she thought, but questions why. The woman asks about the CCTV. Number replies that they are still checking, but they should have an answer soon. He holds up a photograph, red energy crackling around its edges, enhancing the image. His eyes glow with an intense red light, a silent command escaping his lips. Hurry up. Tears well in Lee Jae-yun's eyes as she grips the steering wheel. It's our only lead on Number. Footsteps echoed down the long, empty corridor. A frantic voice crackled over the phone line. 112, what's your emergency? Her voice trembling, she reported, Prumville Unit 305. Clutching the phone, she pleaded, help me. Please hurry. Tears streamed down her face as she continued to beg for assistance. Her voice rising in desperation, she cried, why won't you arrest him? A calm, detached voice responded, please try to remain calm. The individual is merely loitering in your corridor and hasn't taken any direct action to harm you. Her eyes wide with fear, she exclaimed, as of now, there's nothing we can do. I understand your frustration, but we can't make an arrest based on something that hasn't happened yet. Her voice cracking, she demanded, so what? Are you going to wait until I'm dead before you take action? 9 hours later, a lone car sped down a tree-lined road, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The sound of chewing fills the air as Lee Sla eats cereal. Lee Sla sits outside, continuing to munch on her cereal. In the background, Number is visible inside the van. Lee Sla looks up, calling out, "Mister, don't you have anything besides cereal?" Number, inside the van, responds, "Anything besides cereal?" Number continues, "Check the second drawer on the right, other than eggs and chicken breasts." Lee Sla shakes her head, replying, "No." Lee Sla asks, "Don't you get tired of it? How can you always eat soy milk and cereal?" Number responds, "I eat eggs and chicken breasts as well." Number continues writing in his notebook, stating, "Routine." Lee Sla, still eating, says, "It actually bothers me more when there are unexpected variables that disrupt my routine." Number marks the 4th day since he started traveling together with the infamous serial killer, Number. Lee Sla says, "I say together." Number warns, "The police know your face, so don't wander around and stay here. If I'm not back by 1 a.m., you're on your own." Lee Sla thinks to herself, acknowledging that his routine was always the same. He'd park the van in a dark alley. Then, he'd make his way to a secluded place, where he'd start searching for his next target in the crowd. That happened back at the restaurant where she worked. Now that she thinks about it, he always. Lee Sla exhales, lost in thought. A hand clenches tightly. What am I doing the right thing? Even doing here? Lee Sla sits in the van, lost in her thoughts. A shirtless man stands, his body marked with scars. A knife lies on a surface, stained with blood. The scent of blood lingers in the air as Lee Sla continues to reflect. She sits in the car, a tremor running through her. Number 4 leans in, his gaze intense. "How many did you kill today?" he asks. Number 4 continues, his voice low. "One had a 5, and the other almost had his number turned to 3. I had to take them out today, even if it meant using force." A golden, ethereal energy crackles around Lee Sla. Number 4 watches her, a sharp glint in his eyes. Lee Sla stammers, her voice barely a whisper, "No." Lee Sla's eyes glow with an eerie golden light, reflecting the numbers she sees. The numbers swirl around her, a chaotic dance of fate. It's nothing," she whispers, trying to dismiss the visions. Her eyes dart around, pupils dilated. "I think." A vision flashes before her eyes, a brutal scene of violence, the numbers etched into her mind. What those numbers mean now? It's probably their remaining time. Number 4 studies her face, his expression unreadable. "Mo Jihyun. What is it? What do you see?" Lee Sla's face is a mask of terror as Number 4 looms over her, his presence suffocating. Her voice trembling, she struggles to speak. She asks what he is talking about, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. Number 4 looks down, lost in thought. Lee Sla admits she has no. Number 4 sits silently, something on his mind. He winces, a sharp pain shooting through him. "Ouch." Number 4 mutters, "Huh." His confusion is palpable. Lee Sla, her brow furrowed with worry, asks, "What's the matter? Are you okay?" Number 4 replies, "Yeah, I'm fine." He adds, "How strange. My eye stings for some reason." Number 4 remains silent, the discomfort evident in his expression. He thinks to himself, "Just as I thought." A figure walks down the street, thinking, "I've got a few things to buy. I'll be back in an hour or 2. He sits in the car, the interior dimly lit. A text message appears on his phone. "Okay." Lee Sla's eyes glow with an eerie light. The two figures stand outside, the numbers 111 and 121 floating ominously in the air around them. The numbers A, B are displayed against a bright, blurred background. However, the number on the right decreased at. The units were different. The 105 just before death represented 1 minute and 5. The 331 before that meant 3 hours and 31 minutes. If you extended a bit more, the 301 likely represented 3 days and 2 hours. The number above those people. Lee Sla's eyes glow with an intense light, the numbers swirling around her. Number 4 looks down, his expression unreadable. Lee Sla asks, "Are you okay, Yuni? You don't look so good." Lee Sla smiles, but her eyes betray a hint of concern. "Huh." Lee Sla's eyes narrow with a mixture of anger and determination. The air crackles with unseen energy as she prepares to unleash her power. The intensity of her gaze intensifies, promising retribution. Her voice drips with venom as she threatens, "What's the matter? Report me again, you fucking bitch." Sla's resolve hardens, a chilling determination settling over her features. "Go ahead and try. I won't go down alone. I'll stab you and drag you down with me." Tears well in her eyes, but her resolve remains unshaken. "You don't think I can? Try me," she snarls. A guttural growl escapes her lips, a promise of violence hanging in the air. Her voice rises to a furious shriek. "I'll kill every single one of you." Meanwhile, the clock tower looms, its face displaying the time, 8:31. The hands of time seem to weigh heavily on the figures gathered below, their silhouettes stark against the glowing dial. Elsewhere, a woman's eyes flare with an unnatural light, her expression a mask of bewilderment. "WH?" she stammers. Elsewhere, footsteps echo through the city streets, the mundane sounds juxtaposed against the extraordinary events unfolding. Footsteps echo on the pavement as someone walks forward, their back turned to the viewer. Continuing onward, they navigate a city street, passing other pedestrians. The figure moves into a brightly lit area, the city lights reflecting off the surrounding buildings. They ascend a set of stairs, their destination still unknown. A wavering sensation fills the air as the figure pauses, sensing something nearby. Looking directly forward, glowing blue markings now visible on his face, he declares, "Found you." Her eyes widen, glowing with an eerie light as she whispers in disbelief, "Double E." A young girl, a man with gray hair, and a woman with pink hair walk down the street, unaware of the danger they are in. Clenching her fist, she mutters, "Hold on. What's going on?" Judging by the speed of the numbers on the right side, it doesn't seem like seconds. Then it must be. The group continues their walk, the pink-haired woman suggesting, "Let's go shopping, Yuni." What should she do? Should she follow them? But even if she does, there's nothing she can do about it. With a sudden burst of resolve, she slams the car door shut. The car screeches as she follows the group down the street, a desperate arg escaping her lips. She continues her pursuit, muttering that this is it. A man with glowing blue eyes stares intently. The woman walks past a planter with the name Mo Ji Hyan inscribed on it. Is she making a run for it? No, it seems like she's following someone. The man with glowing blue eyes is still watching. The woman continues to run. She walks down the street. The man with glowing blue eyes says he's found her. A crowd of people mill about in a shopping mall. A woman sighs. She stares at her phone, a frustrated expression on her face. Yunseo is sitting at a table with another person. The other person asks if she can't report the man who keeps calling her to the police. Yunseo replies that this is someone else. Yunseo looks at her phone with a frustrated expression. She thinks that the bastard started posting her number in public. It's not just that. He started making reservations under her name at skincare shops, couriers, and even funeral homes. Now she has to block and cancel every single one of them. Her phone screen shows 439 unread messages. She has to pay the penalties out of her own pocket. The other person wonders what that bastard's deal is and why he is doing this to her. Yunseo says she doesn't know. Yunseo says that if she did, she wouldn't be sitting here. Anyway, she'll stay here until she moves her stuff. She asks the other person not to tell Minseo about this. A blonde-haired woman is sitting at a table, drinking a beverage. The other person says all right, stay as long as she wants. The blonde-haired woman thinks that she is being stalked and wonders if that means her family. The other person thinks that's not fair and that the kid is still so young. The other person says that's right, it's 3 of them, including the kid. She clutches at her chest, her face contorted in a mix of shock and annoyance. "My heart, you scared the hell out of me," Yunseo exclaims, her voice laced with exasperation. Yunseo's expression shifts to one of distress as she is asked what number she saw on them. There's no point in hiding it, she thinks. Number 4 states that she can see it on those 3, can't she? He adds that she was staring at the top of her head the whole time, which is why she blindly followed them. The tension is palpable as Yunseo clenches her fists, her knuckles white. Yunseo's eyes widen with a mixture of fear and realization. She wonders what he knows about it. Yunseo is told that the sharp pain she mentioned is known all too well. And on top of that, it was odd from the start. A flashback shows a body lying on the floor, even at death's door. Yunseo is told that she accepted the absurd idea of numbers far too easily. Yunseo is lost in thought, wondering what she should do and if she should tell him everything. She realizes there's no point in hiding it anymore. A woman asks if Minseo is done. Number 4 says yeah, it's pretty, and that he can't do anything about it on his own. Number 4 asks if they shall go now. Yunseo's eyes widen in shock, and she lets out a strangled cry. The agreement is made. They will share everything on the way. The group walks through the shopping center, the sounds of the city echoing around them. He wonders about the remaining time, still unsure about the situation. The group continues their walk, the atmosphere tense with unspoken concerns. Yunseo recalls that it was 8 hours and 31 minutes at 2 p.m., her voice tinged with worry. She had overheard their conversation about being harassed by a stalker. Number 4 suggests it could be the stalker, but Yunseo insists there's no doubt. Yunseo's eyes widen, a realization dawning on her. How does she know? Number 4 glances towards a figure in the distance. Number 4 identifies the man as the one with the number 3. Yunseo gasps, a look of horror washing over her face. It's no coincidence that his number. From above, a figure observes, their gaze cold and calculating. How do you? She raises a fist, ready to strike. Number 4 grabs Yunseo's arm, stopping her. He demands to know where she thinks she's going. Yunseo coughs, wondering where else she could go. Number 4 thinks to himself that he has to tell them. He needs to tell them the stalker is over there so they can file a report with the police and take precautions. Number 4 opens his mouth to speak. Yunseo looks up at number 4, who asks if she still doesn't understand. A gasp escapes someone's lips. A woman cries out in pain as she falls to the ground. Another woman and a man rush to her aid. Yunseo, looking distressed, apologizes. The woman on the ground groans in pain as the man and another woman help her up. The woman who fell assures Yunseo that it's okay. The woman's eyes narrow. The figure in the red hoodie stands observing the scene. The figure asks, "What's wrong, Yunseo? What's the matter?" He clicks his tongue. Yunseo stammers, it's him." Another person asks, "What?" Someone shouts, "Jay just now. It's that bastard." The crowd murmurs in shock. How? What is he doing here? Yinseo stands beside a taller, dark-haired man, looking distressed. A man says, "Well, looks like you got what you wanted." A voice says, "They found out about him." A figure, surrounded by glowing numbers, asks, "So what now?" The ticking of watches echoes. Yinseo gasps, and no. The display shows the time changing from 8:32 p.m. to 7:04 p.m. It's the... A figure walks, their footsteps echoing. Same. A voice says, "Once a number has been set, it can't be changed." A voice declares, in other words, no matter what you do, their fate of being killed by that man in 7 hours and 4 minutes won't change. A hooded figure is shown in close-up, their expression obscured by shadows. Number 4 stands with another person, his gaze intense. He thinks to himself, "Unless I kill him." Footsteps echo in the distance. The clock reads 3:30 p.m. The message states that their time of death remains unchanged. The man thinks to himself that there's no need to rush. He can take his time and prepare as usual. Mo Ji-hyun is instructed to keep following those three until he returns after finishing his preparations. Mo Ji-hyun is told to try to be as discreet as possible, or he'll catch on and become wary. He holds on. The woman wonders if she can really pull this off and how they are supposed to meet up. The man states that he planted a GPS tracker on her earlier and will know her location. The woman reacts in shock. She is told that she's so creepy and that he told her she was free to run away. He clarifies that he told her she was free to run away, but he never said he was going to let her. The man asks if she removed her phone SIM card and if she's acting of her own will. She states that she never forced anyone to help her or anything. A voice reflects, realizing they ended up helping Number with his crimes. A stern voice demands to be told now if someone doesn't want to do something. She would rather do this alone than have someone be a hindrance, she thinks, excusing herself. It's hard to believe that this will only stop once that man dies, a voice thinks. How can her number remain unchanged after everything that's happened? They wonder. The stalker won't be able to do anything, a voice declares. A man wonders if she locks her door and reports it to the police. First of all, the police only take action after something happens, a voice states. She thinks it's better than taking precautions beforehand. Someone says, second. Another voice senses a certain level of devotion from him. It's as if he's been meticulously planning this murder for a long time, a voice thinks. A figure sits at a desk covered in photos and documents, illuminated by a red light. Below, a close-up reveals a face, eyes glowing with a sinister intent. So, simply locking her door. A building's floor plan is displayed on a computer screen. The building stands tall as the clock strikes 9:17 p.m. The remaining time is 1 hour and 15 minutes. The man says it won't be enough to stop him. Mo Ji-hyun says that if that stalker had shown up, they would have taken precautionary measures, like putting an electronic bracelet on him. Mo Ji-hyun sighs, noting that he hasn't appeared since she saw him at the shopping mall, and he's nowhere to be found right now. Yang Soo-young tells her to please keep wearing the smartwatch they gave her, and to try to stay inside the house as much as possible today. Yang Soo-young pats Mo Ji-hyun's head, telling her they'll do another round before they leave, and let her know if anything comes up. The officer says okay. A shadow lurks beneath the door. She peers through the bars, the cold metal a stark reminder of her confinement. Are they gone? A sigh of relief escapes her lips. That was a close call. She wonders if this place is under construction, but is glad it was empty. If you still have doubts, go see for yourself, since we're on the highest floor. As long as I keep guarding the front door? Ugh, a scratching sound echoes nearby. I did feel uneasy when I first heard we had to kill someone. The murder won't be able, but if, like Number said, even if I can't do it myself, I have to help in some way. Footsteps echo down the hallway as she walks with purpose. The clock reads 9:53 p.m. Remaining time, 39 minutes. She peers through the bars of a doorway, observing a figure in a red hooded jacket standing in the hallway. The figure's black shoes come to a halt. He stopped, thinking to himself that he was at the next door. The figure uses green tape to seal the door shut. Mo Ji-hyun expresses her frustration, unable to see what the figure is doing. The back of the figure's red jacket is visible as they continue to tape the door. The figure's gloved hands are seen taping the door shut from the outside. Elsewhere, a window is shattered. The figure in the red jacket is seen through the broken window. Mo Ji-hyun wonders if he left. A clock reads 10:06 p.m., with a remaining time of 26 minutes. Mo Ji-hyun sniffs the air, confused by what she smells. She is asked by her father if she smells something. He seems confused. The father seems to realize something is wrong. Mo Ji-hyun feels dizzy. She realizes that there is a gas leak. Mo Ji-hyun calls out to Minseo, asking her to open the window. Mo Ji-hyun moves to address the gas leak. Mo Ji-hyun attempts to close the gas valve, wondering how she could have forgotten to close it. Suddenly, an assailant bursts through the door. The door slams open with a crash. Mo Ji-hyun is startled by the sudden intrusion. She wonders what happened. Mo Ji-hyun, under attack, calls out, "Open the door." Mo Ji-hyun is bleeding. She cries out in pain. The scene erupts in chaos as the antagonist, a man with dark hair and a sinister glint in his eyes, brandishes a knife. Yoon Yohan stands frozen, while Yang Soo-young screams, desperately reaching for Minseo. A chilling smirk spreads across the man's face. He mutters that it has been a while. The man stands over two figures sprawled on the floor, his expression one of cold satisfaction. He wonders how they dare run away when they should be begging for mercy. Yang Suyang's face is contorted in terror as she screams, her voice raw with fear. She recalls the man's warning that he would kill every single one of them. The man's face is a mask of rage as he shouts about being treated like garbage. A figure plummets to the ground, the impact echoing through the room. The man gazes down, his expression unreadable. The man's eyes widen in surprise as Yunseo looks up, her expression a mix of fear and defiance. She wonders what is happening. Yunseo's face is etched with shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. A report flashes on a screen, the name Mo Ji-hyun emblazoned across it. The man stands silhouetted against the light, his back to the viewer, a sense of menace radiating from him. The scene focuses on a pair of feet, the situation hanging heavy in the air. The clock reads 10:11 p.m. A voice echoes, stating, and location. Only 21 minutes remain. The story is to be continued. The man with the knife, eyes wide with fury, screamed that he warned them, that he would kill every single one of them if they kept treating him like garbage. He brandishes a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light as he prepares to strike. Someone is sent flying, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. The man on the ground looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. What the? He struggles to rise, his body aching from the impact. A message appears on a phone screen, Mo Ji-hyun. Report. The phone indicates that it has no SIM card. The woman stares at the phone in disbelief, her eyes wide with terror. Don't tell me. The man with the knife advances, his face contorted with rage. He attacks, the blade flashing as it descends towards his victim. A scream pierces the air. Mo Ji-hyun, her face etched with panic, yells, "Run, Minseo! Hurry, call the police!" Minseo, terrified, flees the scene, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. She is sent reeling as a brutal kick slams into her face. Before she can recover, the man with the knife grabs her, his grip tight and unforgiving. Pain explodes behind her eyes, a sharp, blinding agony that threatens to overwhelm her. The attacker's hand tightens around the knife. The man with the knife snarls, "You fucking bitch!" Desperate, Minseo's hand gropes blindly for anything to use as a weapon. Her fingers close around the handle of a fire extinguisher, and she unleashes a blinding cloud of white foam directly into her attacker's face. The man with the knife recoils, sputtering and blinded by the chemical spray. Coughing and gasping, the man with the knife stumbles backward, momentarily disoriented by the sudden attack. Minseo, still shaken, asks, "Are you okay? Get out of here. Hurry." She coughs, the air thick with the lingering chemicals. A wave of dizziness washes over her as she hears the clock ticking again. What? The clock started ticking again. Breathing heavily, the unknown man with a knife curses under his breath, wondering what the fuck is going on. He continues to pant, facing Minseo. She stammers, questioning why he is doing this. Minseo cries out, asking why he's going this far. The unknown man with a knife chuckles, a sinister sound. He believes she must be the one who kept chasing after him. The man with the knife asks what she is going to do about it, if she's going to report him to. A news report flashes on screen. A man in his 20s murdered his ex-girlfriend and her family. The news report continues, stating that the reporters are going to love it. Minseo remains silent. The unknown man with a knife sneers, daring her to go ahead, stating he doesn't give a damn. He asks what she can even do about it. The man with the knife advances, knife in hand. He declares that by the time the police get here, they'll all be dead anyway. Minseo screams in terror. The man with the knife stands over her, knife raised high. Minseo's eye reflects her fear, wondering how many more there are. A scene of carnage unfolds, the man with the knife standing amidst the fallen. His thoughts echo, a grim question hanging in the air. Just how many more victims have to suffer? A woman watches the scene unfold on a screen, her face contorted in anguish. Because of scumbags like him? She cries out. The man with the knife, drenched in rain, gives chase, his face a mask of fury. "Come back," he screams. The fluorescent light flickers overhead, casting an eerie glow. A figure in a red hoodie walks down a long corridor, the light ahead beckoning. The man's face is etched with a haunted look, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. The light fixture hums, a silent observer in the empty space. The man in the red hoodie continues his walk down the dimly lit hallway, his shadow stretching behind him. The hallway stretches into the distance, a seemingly endless path. The man pauses, his expression thoughtful, a question forming in his mind. The light flickers again, a brief moment of uncertainty. The man stops, a look of confusion on his face. Was it my imagination? He wonders. He stood in the dimly lit hallway, the silence pressing in around him. Suddenly, a harsh light flickered to life, momentarily blinding him. Out of the darkness, a figure lunged, moving with terrifying speed. The blow landed with brutal force, sending a shockwave of pain through the man in the red hoodie. The force of the impact sent him hurtling backwards, his body twisting in the air. He crashed to the ground, the rough floor scraping against his skin. The attacker stood over him, a dark silhouette against the dim light. Blood pooled on the floor around him, a stark testament to the ferocity of the assault. The attacker's voice dripped with malice. "You may answer, once the pain is gone. Any last words?" He lay on the cold floor, struggling to breathe, the taste of blood filling his mouth. The attacker's boot came down hard on his hand, crushing bone and eliciting a muffled groan. Despite the agony, the man in the red hoodie spat out, Who? Who the fuck are you? Panting heavily, he continues to flee down the hallway. The sound of his ragged breathing echoes in the narrow space as he presses onward. His pace doesn't slacken, driven by a desperate need to escape. He spits out a curse, his voice laced with venom. You bitch. The man in the red hoodie shouts, his voice strained with exertion. Come back here. He stumbles, his momentum faltering as he fights to maintain his balance. Yinseo gasps, her eyes widening in alarm at the sight before her. She cries out, her voice filled with fear. Act. The man in the red hoodie crashes to the ground, the sound of his fall echoing through the hallway. You're persistent. Number 4 stands beside Yinseo, his expression unreadable. You wouldn't have behaved in the first place. Yinseo coughs, her hand flying to her mouth as she struggles to breathe. Who? Her voice trembling, Yinseo asks, Are you people? A man with pale skin and dark hair attacks another, his face contorted in a rage. His eyes widen, a flicker of something akin to fear crossing his face. A device hums with an electric buzz. The air crackles with unseen energy. He thought, I never wanted to become a murderer like my father. He wondered if that was truly the only reason he decided to follow Number. Was he unable to escape because he was afraid of Number coming after him? Or perhaps, was he waiting for an answer from this man? A gloved hand reaches out, a silent offer or a binding contract. Who justifies murder? With his twisted logic of, he considers the weight of his choices, killing to save others. Number moves forward, a dark aura surrounding him. He grits his teeth, a silent promise escaping his lips. I'm going to ask you for the last time. A close-up reveals a face filled with a mix of shock and regret. Was I actually hoping to change the future, with his twisted logic? A flashback shows a peaceful world, filled with smiling faces and blooming flowers. Perhaps I was hoping for a world where my loved ones. His face contorts in anger, a vein throbbing in his forehead. The weight of his past actions bears down on him. Number's eyes narrow, his voice laced with a dangerous calm. Any last words? Footsteps echo as someone walks away. A woman with brown hair offers a hand. Can you stand? She asks. The gray-haired woman responds. Ah. She continues, but, who are you people? The brown-haired woman stammers. Well, about that. She adds, when the police arrive later, could you pretend that you never saw us? The two women walk away. The gray-haired woman thinks. She mumbles, on second thought, I guess it's not that simple, right? The gray-haired woman says, thank you. She thinks, or at least don't tell them what we look like. Don't tell me. The woman's eyes narrow as she looks at a building. She thinks, these people. A hand opens a door. The brown-haired woman thinks, mumble. A woman runs towards a man. Dad, she cries. Someone lies on the floor. A voice asks, are you okay? He groans in pain as Lee S-Ilah supports him. Number 4 observes, his expression unreadable. Yun Yohan stands in the background. A foot steps into view, ominously close to a pool of blood. Number 4 stands over the injured dad and Lee S-Ilah. But of course, he says. The dad, bloodied and bruised, struggles to speak. Ugh, arg, that's only after we handle the numbers. Lee S-Ilah stammers. Why you? Fuck. Her voice trembles with fear and anger. Lee S-Ilah continues. So, a hand reaches out towards her, its intent unclear. The dad, barely conscious, spits out, you're still alive, huh? He struggles to focus. If only you hadn't interrupted me. Do you even know who you're messing with? Number 4 stands nearby, listening intently. Lee S-Ilah looks down, her expression conflicted. Should I? She wonders. A close-up of a black shoe, planted firmly on the ground. But I'm not curious at all, a voice says. Number 4 declares, I don't care who you are, or what your story is. Know what kind of person that bitch is. The woman's face contorts with rage. But I don't give a damn about a murderer like you. She spits. Tears welling in her eyes. She continues, voice cracking. Who even tried to kill a child? She coughs, struggling to speak through her anger and pain. Ugh, damn it. Don't run your mouth. Her voice wavers. When you don't even know anything. Damn it. She gasps for air, her expression a mix of defiance and despair. Huh, until the end. The man's expression is unreadable as the woman addresses him. Mister, the police should be arriving soon. She pleads, let's get out of this place. He says, you go ahead. I still haven't heard his last words. It's true that we don't have much time. The woman looks at him, confused. But I think I can just make it. She asks, what? She stammers, hold on. Any last words? He replies, don't tell me. You were being serious when you asked him about his last words. He stares intently. Of course. Number 4 says, why else would I ask if I wasn't being serious about it? The woman, her voice trembling, asks, but why would you even listen to someone like him? He replies, go outside if you don't want to hear it. Number 4 instructs, don't take the main stairs to the first floor. Use the emergency stairs and head to the rooftop instead. The rooftop awaits. The rooftop is their escape route, but Lee S-Ilah is shocked by something. The sirens wail as police cars approach. More police cars arrive at the building. Lee Sla looks to the side, her expression worried. From above, the rooftop is surrounded. Lee Sla thinks back to number 4, telling her to come to the rooftop. She wonders how they are supposed to escape from here. The rooftop door stands open. More police cars arrive, sirens blaring. Lee Sla realizes the police are already here. She still doesn't understand why number 4 is obsessed with getting that man's final words when they should be making a run for it. Meanwhile, blood splatters against a wall. A figure is violently attacked with a sword. She stares at the makeshift rope and the statue, her expression a mix of apprehension and determination. These are. Lee Sla descends the stairs, her brow furrowed in thought. Don't tell me. Sla glances back at the man. I placed them there earlier. The camera pans over the building's exterior, highlighting the security cameras. A text bubble explains the risks. Based on the layout of this area, as soon as we got the job done, we'd either get caught by the police, or our faces would be captured on the CCTV. Sla's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed. So you're suggesting. The view shifts to the ground below, emphasizing the height. Sla proposes a daring plan. We jump down from here. I understand that's your escape route. The man, his glasses reflecting the light, looks at her with concern. But what about me? The man hoists Sla into his arms, his face a mask of grim determination. Arg dash. His eyes widen in fear as he looks down at the drop. Arg. No dash. He hesitates, his body tense with apprehension. Not yet. He steels himself, preparing to take the leap. What else? Hold tight so. Just a bit more. Butterflies flutter around a room. As Yun Johan looks up, a determined glint in his eyes. A single thought bubble hangs in the air, unspoken. Now, a foot pushes off the edge, initiating the jump. A voice cries out, a mix of fear and resolve. Lee Sla's face contorts in terror as they plummet downwards. They fall together, the ground rushing up to meet them with terrifying speed. A blood-curdling scream tears through the air as the inevitable impact draws closer. The wind whips past them as they hurtle towards the unforgiving concrete below. A hand reaches out, grasping for something, anything. The building looms large beside them, a silent witness to their desperate act. Meanwhile, a man stands near the building, phone pressed to his ear, his expression grim. The address of the building is displayed. Jinan Street 114-2, Building 105, Unit 708. The scene is gruesome. The body lies broken on the ground, blood staining the concrete. The number on the victim's wrist is visible. She is held in number 4's arms, her expression blank. From above, the scene is revealed to be the work of number. The scene is filled with the sounds of murmuring. Police cars arrive at the scene, sirens wailing. Someone exits a car, their purpose unknown. So, a hand holds a vial, its contents a mystery. It happened here this time, huh? Someone asks. Yes, comes the reply. A hand reaches towards a security camera mounted on a building. A close-up view of a security camera. A close-up of a man's face, his expression unreadable. A security camera stands guard, its lens a silent observer. Another security camera watches over a staircase. Yang Suyong looks at number 4, who is scratching his head. Number 4 says he brought the CCTV footage. Someone tells another to look, and asks if it reminds them of dog poop. Yang Suyong says she doesn't think so, believing dog poop is rounder. She asks where the files are, and someone replies, here. Number 4 holds a tablet, saying he only brought the footage of the nearby areas since bringing everything would have been too much. Someone thanks him and says good job. Someone asks if another can hide a yo-yo for them, fearing the chief will be angry if he sees it. A figure suggests getting rid of it already. Police officers stand behind police tape at a crime scene. The man looks on at the crime scene. The man confirms that they couldn't find any traces this time either, the fire extinguisher having erased them. All that remains are the prints from the victim's family and the deceased. He sighs, frustrated. The man rubs his face, looking stressed. A man asks where the victim's family is right now. The man is told that the father was admitted to the hospital, so they should be there by now. He acknowledges the information. Detective Kwan smiles, holding a phone. Detective Kwan is asked to repeat himself. He, wearing a mask and a white hooded jacket, asks if the other can't see everyone has been working hard since early morning. Another man asks if they're going to take responsibility if they end up contaminating the evidence with their dirty shoes. The man with slicked back hair smiles, remarking that he seems to have come at the wrong time and interrupted all their hard work. The man with slicked back hair tells the woman with black hair that they should go review the CCTV footage and that they'll be back later. The man with slicked back hair tells everyone to keep up the good work. The man with spiky hair clicks his tongue in annoyance. The man with spiky hair says, "Geez, chief." He continues, saying that the man with slick back hair didn't have to go that far, especially for people who took the time to. The man with spiky hair, Detective Kwan, says that the man with slick back hair came all the way to their district and seemed like a pretty decent guy to him. The man with slick back hair asks if the woman with black hair is done and tells her to get her ass back to work. The woman with black hair says that she knows, and the man with slick back hair says that he just can't make him see reason. The man with slick back hair's eyes glow red as he thinks that he wanted to be friends, but he just wouldn't give him a chance. The woman with black hair asks if they should head to the hospital, but the man with slick back hair says no. Lee Sla holds a tablet, her expression thoughtful. She seems to be reviewing something intently. The CCTV footage shows a figure descending a staircase, the image grainy and indistinct. Number 4 stands beside Lee Sla, his gaze fixed on the tablet. The man looks familiar. He muses. That's right, even though his face is still a mystery. A close-up of the tablet screen reveals the timestamp, November 26th, 25, 22:11 and 49 seconds. The footage shows the figure entering the building. The text bubble states that there was no sign of him exiting the premises. The CCTV footage shows the same figure descending the stairs, the image labeled as the footage provided. Number 4 turns his head slightly, a question forming on his lips. Can you guess what happened? Lee Sla looks up, her expression suggesting a realization. It must be the rooftop. The text bubble indicates that although it's possible he exited from a lower floor. A diagram of the building highlights potential exit points, with red and blue areas indicating different possibilities. The text suggests considering the resident's testimony and the blind spots in the CCTV footage. A close-up of a railing, perhaps on the rooftop, hints at the suspect's possible escape route. Number 4 and Lee Sla stand on the rooftop, overlooking the city. Bingo, he exclaims. Do you see it? Lee Sla responds with a simple, yes. She voices her confusion, stating that she doesn't understand. A diagram of the building's layout appears on a tablet. Someone asks if they should take a look. Lee Sla stares intently at the tablet screen. Number holds the tablet, showing Lee Sla the CCTV footage. The footage shows the exact range of the CCTV coverage and its blind spots. It also shows where the witness was looking at that exact time. The footage shows the moment when the bright light suddenly flashed and once the power came back on. It also shows the exact moment when the swarm of moths appeared. The CCTV was startled by the light, blocking the camera for several seconds. All of these factors. Number and Lee Sla stand on the rooftop, reviewing the information. He says that all of this can only be pieced together now, but there's no way you'd. Someone states that the suspect knew all of this while committing a crime. Yet this guy? A figure walks through a scene of destruction, shattered glass littering the ground. A voice narrates that by taking the safest and most efficient route, they never imagined this outcome. A man with gray hair pulled back into a ponytail stands on a balcony, overlooking the city. He can predict the future, it is said. Sunbae speaks, wondering if his ability could be similar to someone else's. Sunbae stands with Char Number, looking down at him. The man from the balcony turns, his eyes glowing red. A building stands tall against the night sky. A woman stands in a hospital room, and 4 drip beside her. Char Number calls out, beckoning someone to come over. Char Number sits at a table, greeting someone with a hesitant hello. The man with the red eye states he's just here to ask a few questions. Below, a woman's face is overlaid with the date 23103. A close-up of a woman's face, asking how someone is feeling. Mo Ji-hyun sits at the table, a cup of tea untouched before her. She insists that she's fine, that she's gotten much better. A countdown begins, the numbers glowing ominously against a blood-red backdrop. A sharp tick echoes in the air. Mo Ji-hyun listens intently, her expression unreadable. Number 4's eyes glow with an eerie red light. He warns her, his voice a low growl, that from now on, she must not lie and answer his questions honestly. He presses, demanding to know if she understands. Her gaze falls to a photograph resting on the table. Barely a whisper, Mo Ji-hyun replies, yes. In a single day, how many lies do humans tell on average? The question hangs in the air. But if you were to count trivial, customary, and everyday lies, studies claim that people lie as much as 200 times per day. However, a way to navigate through a sudden situation, or even if it's simply just. Because the nature of liars varies immensely, a uniform statistic may hold very little meaning. To be able to estimate someone's future number of lies, that's when you can peer into the essence of that person. For now, Mo Ji-hyun will just quickly check. With this physique, height is probably about 180 centimeters. Does that match the number you witnessed? And you didn't see his face. Ah yes, it's not that I didn't see it, but it was dark. The writing on the wall is fuzzy, making it hard to remember. The man's eyes glow red as he states, I see. Mo Ji-hyun sits across from Number. He asks if Number had already subdued the stranger at the time. Mo Ji-hyun confirms the statement with a simple, yes. Number asks if it wouldn't have been too long after the power went out. Mo Ji-hyun replies that it wouldn't be about 3 or 5 minutes. Number entered the apartment. The tablet shows that the power went out at 22 hours and 11 minutes. Number asks if she happens to know. Also, if they reverse their thinking and assume he ran away after looking into the future. The security camera footage shows November 26th, 25, 22:32 and 19 seconds. This is the exact moment Number would have left the apartment. After entering the apartment at 10:11 p.m. and subduing the stranger in 5 minutes, Number smirks. Mo Ji-hyun asks what he did during the remaining 15 minutes. Mo Ji-hyun says she's not sure, and that she only briefly ran into Number. Number says he was in the hallway the whole time, so? He recalled that when he went back home, the person he was looking for was already gone. A screen displays information. She didn't run into him or have a conversation with him. It continues, stating that she only briefly ran into Number and was in the hallway the whole time. The screen also notes, but she was at home the whole time with Number. Number admitted that he didn't want the police to know that, and the reason for that is. The detective asked if he had mentioned that he was a victim of stalking, correct? A woman stood with her arms crossed, a troubled expression etched on her face. A broken window suggested a forced entry. A voice stated, "It appears you were very prepared for it." The detective questioned what that had to do with the case. Number apologized if that upset the detective, explaining that he was just trying to find out the criteria Number uses to choose his victims. A gruesome scene unfolded, blood splattered across the room. A question hung in the air. "What do you think, Miss Shin Eun-seo? Why was the victim the stalker?" The woman was asked if she could just tell them whether she had a rough idea or not. The woman admitted that just the thought of it stressed her out. The question was simply rejected, and it could not be judged as a lie. He considers digging deeper, but acknowledges the significant resistance. Number 4 then states that he understands. Number 4 turns his head slightly, listening intently. A hand places a photograph on the table. The detective asks one last question, inquiring if Number 4 has ever seen this girl before. Ms. Shin Eun-seo is shown in the photograph. She appears surprised. A flashback begins. Ms. Shin Eun-seo asks Number 4 to pretend that they never saw her when the police arrive later. Ms. Shin Eun-seo admits that she has seen the girl before. The scene shifts to a television screen displaying the news. Back at the table, Number 4 listens to Ms. Shin Eun-seo. The number, 2701, is displayed in red. Number 4 states that Ms. Shin Eun-seo is correct, although he is sure her face was blurred on the news. Ms. Shin Eun-seo, agitated, asks why he keeps talking like he doubts her. Number 4 wonders what reason a victim would have to lie. His eyes glowed with an eerie red intensity, as if peering into the depths of something unseen. A figure sat hunched over a desk, the glow of the computer screen illuminating their face as they worked tirelessly. Under the dim streetlights, a lone figure walked with purpose, their footsteps echoing in the night. A hand carefully held a vial, its contents shimmering in the faint light. Number mused, "Truthfully, you'd be surprised how many there are. People on the brink of death had one thing in common. They all survived, thanks to Number." A voice echoed, "They may subconsciously want to repay the favor." A woman with short brown hair considered, "Or it could be to hide something themselves." Below, a figure in a hooded jacket walked away. A hand rested against a chin, the fingers tapping thoughtfully. Number held a photo, lost in thought. Not on the news or a report, but that day, at that time. A voice asked, "Did you ever see this girl?" The Daejeon Police Agency stood tall, a symbol of law and order. The screen displayed, and that stalker murder case concludes our quick brief regarding the Sunlight Apartment. A suspect's dossier sits open, a photo of a woman with dark hair and a distressed expression pinned to the top. A heavy sigh fills the room as a man in a military-style uniform sits at the head of a table. He wonders how many times they've been on this wild goose chase. Another man emphasizes that the Special Task Force's reputation is on the line. Speaking of which, one of the men asks if there are any clues on Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. He clearly remembers that in the Yeongmin Dong case, the possibility of her joining forces with Number grew. Number's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. Number speaks with Mo Ji-hyun, stating that he sees. She replies that he hasn't seen her before. A countdown timer ticks down against a blood-red background. Number states that he doesn't think she's lying. Hands clasped, Number states that he understands. "Yes, Chief." Number states that there was no evidence that Mo Ji-hyun joined forces with him. There were no fingerprints or DNA found, and no clearly identifiable CCTV footage either. A gloved hand wipes a doorknob clean. A computer screen asks if the user is sure they want to delete the file. Mo Ji-hyun states that neither the witnesses nor the families mentioned anything. The man instructs someone to say it exactly as they did just now when speaking with the police, and there should be no problems. The narration box instructs to continue to chase after Mo Ji-hyun for the Yeongmin Dong case. At the meeting, the speaker states that for the Number investigation, it'll be best to handle that arrest and investigation separately. Someone responds with Lee S-la listens intently to the discussion. A car sits on the road. Yun Yohan looks out the window, while Lee S-la sits beside him. Lee S-la wonders if this is the right thing to do. Number thinks that if Shin Eun-seo were to talk, Yun Yohan doesn't think there's anything to worry about. Number met her himself, and she just gave general answers. Someone stands in front of a computer screen displaying a prompt asking if they are sure they want to delete the file. The screen indicates that hiding Mo Ji-hyun is a safety net. It's unlikely they'll be able to follow the trail due to the kid. Either way, because Number can see the future. A hand reaches out. Yun Yohan says that they haven't been able to have an open conversation yet. Lee S-la listens as Number states that they can't let them get caught by us police officers first, can they? Now that they've taken care of some issues, a man drives with someone lying down in the back. How about they chase after them? A hand reaches out to open a door. Someone asks if they're back. A voice confirms. Number wonders what the detective said, questioning if it was really him. Yang Soo-young says that the detective also said he doesn't know why they almost died. Something keeps gripping Yang Soo-young's chest. She reflects that the stalker doesn't have any particular reason to stalk, and that she said she didn't know who they were. A figure with a knife demands to know how someone dared to run away when they should be begging for mercy, wondering what he meant by that. A voice says that their dad and their whole family almost died. The evidence weapon is labeled 20XX, XX. XX. But nobody seems to care. Minseo's name is spoken. It's okay. We don't need to know that stuff. She is embraced from behind, finding comfort in the gesture. A voice speaks, offering reassurance. For me, that's what's most important right now. Tears well in her eyes, her expression a mix of sadness and relief. The voice continues, urging her to focus on the present. Let's not think about scary things anymore, okay? The embrace tightens, a silent promise of protection. Number stands alone in a hospital room, gazing out the window. He thinks to himself, this is enough. A remote control falls through the air. The remote lands with a thud amidst a pile of others. Blood splatters down the wall, staining the remotes below. The pile of remotes grows, a silent testament to unseen events. Hanul stands amidst a scene of carnage, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood. His face contorted in anguish. Hanul's eyes are wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief. A voice calls out his name, Rudy. Tears stream down Hanul's face as he whispers, Hanul. A question echoes in his mind. Why are you doing this? Hanul's mouth hangs open in a silent scream, his eyes reflecting the abyss of his despair. Why? He cries out. Below, two figures stand before a grate, one in dark shoes and pants, the other in white. Rudy's face is cast in shadow as she speaks, her voice laced with a chilling resolve. Because you wouldn't do it yourself. Rudy holds a gun, her expression a disturbing mix of serenity and defiance. If you don't like it, then just kill me. The deafening crack of gunfire shatters the silence. The number 116 glows with an eerie luminescence. Hanul's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed with a mixture of pain and determination. Inside a vehicle, Hanul stares ahead, his expression unreadable as the sounds of the city fade into the background. A person lies on a surface, their face obscured. A man sits in a car, his expression troubled. Someone lies on a surface, muttering softly. A man covers his face with his hand, lost in thought. He remembers something from a long time ago, as he looks at a book. The man thinks there's still a lot left to do. He decides he better get started. A person lies still. A street scene unfolds, cars moving along the road. A building stands in the distance. Two figures walk along a street. Two people stand near a wall, the sound of gunshots echoing. Number 4 stands beside Yang Suyong, his expression unreadable. A pair of hands reach through a barred window. A voice says, there? It's been a while. Number 4 stands in a room, his hand outstretched. He asks, where have you been? You haven't visited me once since you got famous. A desk is shown with various items on it, including a phone. A voice says, the stuff you asked for. Yang Suyong's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. A hand holds out a card. A voice says, here's the contact you requested before. A desk is shown with various items on it. A voice says, should I deduct the expenses from these? Yang Suyong's eyes widen further. She thinks, I remember now. A hand holds a recorder. Yang Suyong thinks, those are the recorders he's been carrying around. Yang Suyong stands in front of the barred window, her expression serious. She exclaims. A voice says, interesting. Yang Suyong clasps her hands in front of her, a thoughtful expression on her face. She wonders, I wonder why you were the only one he spared. Yinseo urges Number 4 to leave, telling him to ignore her, or it'll never end. Number 4 simply replies with, oh. A hand with intricate tattoos reaches out from a window, beckoning someone closer, repeating again, kid. Number 4 walks away, his expression unreadable. A black car drives along a road surrounded by lush greenery. Yang Suyong sits in the car, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Number 4 sits in the driver's seat, his gaze distant. He asks what the recorders are, his voice laced with curiosity. Yang Suyong, seated beside him, confirms that he recorded them. She explains that they contain their last words before they were killed. Number 4 sighs, questioning why, and who he is delivering them to. Yang Suyong explains that those recordings are their dying messages to the ones they wanted to talk to one last time. A man lies on the ground, leaving behind a message. An older man stands over him, his face etched with grief. These are final words meant for the ones they loved. Others instruct their attorneys on how to divide their wealth and legacy. Number 4 clutches his chest, his face contorted in pain. Number 4 continues to suffer, his body trembling with an unknown agony. And then, Yang Suyong, sitting in the car, reflects on the dying words of those who cursed the ones they failed to kill. The sky stretches out, a vast expanse of blue above the verdant trees. Number 4 walks with Yinseo, the sunlight dappling the path ahead. He wonders about the memos. The words echo in the air, questioning the logic of leaving an address knowing death is imminent. Number 4 sits in the car, his gaze intense as he considers the connection between the deceased and the recipient. A figure raises a finger to their lips, a silent promise to handle the delivery without a trace. The question hangs in the air, isn't that way too risky? The response comes, a reassurance that anything that could alert the police was removed. Number 4 clarifies that that's not what he meant. Yang Suyong sighs, a heavy sound that speaks of weariness and resignation. Number 4 stands with his back to the viewer, voicing his confusion about the purpose of all this. He doesn't understand why they're doing this. Yinseo and Number 4 stand together as she explains that they're trying to eliminate future murderers, right? Number 4's face is partially obscured, but his words are clear, but then you go and deliver their last words for them. Yang Suyong asks what the point of that is. A flashback shows a bloodied figure, the same as last time. They almost got caught by the police last time because they were trying to pass along some dying message from scum like that. She and number 4 arrive at their destination. The pair stand silently before the graves. Number 4 places flowers on one of the graves. Number 4 wonders whose grave it is, but admits he doesn't know. Yang Suyong recalls putting flowers on her sister's grave. Suyong thinks about fulfilling the final wish of the man she killed. Number 4 considers the situation. He reflects that he thinks he had a reason once, but it doesn't really matter now. Suyong reflects that she just decided to do it, to carry out the final wishes. She thinks about the people she's killed. Suyong thinks that no matter who they are, as long as it's something within her abilities, that's the rule she made for herself. Suyong wonders, even if that person. She wondered if he had been a cold-blooded murderer. It didn't matter, right or wrong, good or evil. If they're one of the future murderers I'm going to take out, I'll still honor. That's what I've chosen, and I'm sticking to it. That's just ridiculous. That's what I thought he was doing all this time. But I don't get it anymore. Does this man even care what kind of person he's about to kill? I wonder, did something happen to him in the past? I can't help but wonder. What keeps a cold-blooded killer like him going? The car slows to a stop. Number 4 announces, "We're here." Number 4 and Suyong walk through the city streets. A group of people stand outside a building, the city lights casting long shadows around them. A small crowd gathers before the entrance to a club named Binia, its neon lights promising a night of revelry. The man's expression hardens as he thinks, this is the final wish on the list. Inside the club, people dance and celebrate, lost in the music and the moment. A determination settles in, the words echoing in the darkness, to carry out. A hand holds a photograph, a reminder of revenge he never got to finish. The club pulsates with life, a sea of faces moving to the rhythm of the music. Seated in a private room, a man holds a bottle, his gaze distant and contemplative. A hand holds a photograph, the image slightly blurred. The man states that this is the final wish. A crowded room is shown, the scene bathed in purple light. The man's words echo, a promise to carry out a final wish. The man sits, his expression unreadable, as he contemplates his unfinished revenge. He sits at a table, a drink in hand, the scene bathed in purple light. The crowd cheers, their hands raised in the air. A man orders another bottle. The man is told yes, sir. Someone complains about not being allowed to have fun. Another man tells him to come on, stating that he's already had plenty of rest for the entire week. One of the men asks how many this time. The photograph shows 2 people, and the price is 7,000 per head. The man states that the client threatened to kill his family if he didn't follow the conditions, and now it looks like he's ready to act on it. He adds that he doesn't take any pleasure in killing civilians. Yun Yohan laughs, sensing guilt. He dismisses it as a hassle. Number 4 thinks things won't quiet down for a while. He'll have to handle it himself if he can't make it look like an accident. Hyongnim sits at a table, wondering when he can expect it to be done. He is told 6 days. The person on the other end of the phone says it sounds good and will keep in touch. Number 4 walks through a building. Yang Suyong says, there he is. Number 4 stands in front of a building. The phone shows a picture of number 4. It's him. Number 4 is on the phone, telling someone to find out the whereabouts of the 3 people he's about to send them and report back to him. Yang Suyong asks if that man is their target. Number 4 looks at the building. He thinks that's right. It was 34 in the photo. Don't tell him he's added another one to the list. Yang Suyong says you can even see the numbers from a photo. She confirms it with a yes. Number 4 looks at a photo. He thinks that the photo only shows the number at the time it was taken. If the number was 1 or 0, he wouldn't be granting his dying wish. He peers down, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the fabric of a dark suit. Number 4 looks up, his face cast in shadow. Yun Yohan cowers, whispering that it was close, that he almost saw him. Number 4 continues to look down. Number 4 states that they should head down, addressing Yohan as Mr. He then wonders if that was the man's dying wish. Yun Yohan asks if the man was to kill that man. Number 4 replies that he sought vengeance, got the number, and then died by his hand. Number 4 gazes out at the city skyline. Number 4 wonders if they had just left him alone and let him have his revenge. A symbolic representation shows a figure lying dead with a cross over their face. Number 4 says that they can't be sure he would have gone through with the murder for revenge. He then states that he could have ended up killing someone else instead of the one he sought revenge on. Yun Yohan stammers, questioning if Number 4 can't be sure. Number 4 says that's exactly why they need to confirm it. Just like last time, they speculate that they can figure out who and how many he'll kill using the numbers. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The aftermath of a brutal scene is revealed, bodies strewn across the floor. He kneels beside Mo Ji-hyun, the scene bathed in an ethereal light. Mo Ji-hyun suggests that it would make more sense if the ones he's planning to kill are bad people anyway. Number 4 states that the ones he kills are destined murderers. He warns her not to make him laugh. Number 4 says that she can't even see the numbers, so how can she be so sure? Mo Ji-hyun replies that it doesn't even matter how many they're going to kill. She continues, saying that they would eventually end up bad anyway. and that's all these children ever saw and learned. Number 4 demands an answer, questioning how she can be so sure. Mo Ji-hyun's name is revealed. Number 4 asks if she is really. Mo Ji-hyun asks if he is claiming that he can tell the difference, that he knows which numbers should be left to die. She asks which lives number 4 might go on to save. Number 4 leans in closer to Mo Ji-hyun. He asks if she is seriously saying that she can tell whose lives are worthless. Mo Ji-hyun looks up at number 4, who asks who should be spared and who is good or evil. Number 4 wonders if she can tell just by looking at the numbers. He then asks who the hell she thinks she is. Mo Ji-hyun stammers, a question mark floating above her head. She wonders if it is really that hard to tell. Mo Ji-hyun insists that it's not even that difficult to tell them apart. She says it's obvious that there's no way a hired killer is like him. Mo Ji-hyun recalls when she was a kid, adults were always smoking on the streets in the neighborhood she grew up in. She wonders if they could ever make a positive difference in the world. She didn't know what they were smoking or how harmful it was, but the smell was awful. Just breathing it made her throat and nose burn. Number 4 and Mo Ji-hyun stand in silence. She thinks that telling bad people apart is kind of like that, and it doesn't need to be that complicated. Number 4 sighs, covering his face with his hands. It seems like she just doesn't get it, so he decides to calm down. Mo Ji-hyun thinks to herself that number 4 is just a clueless child, and there's no need to get worked up trying to convince her. A sliver of light cuts through the darkness as number 4 stands in silhouette. Whatever the case, he needs an answer. He asks Mo Ji-hyun when she said something was obvious. He poses a hypothetical. If she had to choose between one man's life and the 33 people who would be his victims, what would she do? He asks if she would choose to end his life, right? Mo Ji-hyun pauses, then answers in the affirmative. Number 4 stands in front of a window, the city lights reflecting in his glasses. That's more than enough, he thinks. Number 4 tells someone that he needs them to do something. He acknowledges that it's beyond their reach right now, so he'll teach them how to awaken their eyes to the next level. A young woman with light brown hair looks shocked, her eyes wide with surprise. The building stands tall against the night sky, a silent observer of the events unfolding within. The tablet displays a detailed map, highlighting the club where the target took the job and the location where he is currently staying. Number 4 states that the target's subordinates usually keep a low profile, but this office is where they operate from. Mo Ji-hyun asks how long Cheon Moo-hyuk had left to live. Number 4 responds that it was 14:9. Judging by the fact that the 9 didn't change even after watching him for over a minute, Mo Ji-hyun realizes something. The calculations show the possibilities, 14 years and 9 months, or 14 days and 9 hours. Number 4 realizes that it has to be 14 years and 9 months, especially since the target usually takes on a job every 2 weeks. Even if you factor in the jobs he orders his subordinates to carry out, killing 33 people in just 14 days and 9 hours isn't nearly enough time, Number 4 thinks. While he keeps a close watch on him and looks for an opportunity to take him out, Number 4 needs Mo Ji-hyun to monitor his subordinates and take photos or videos of their faces. Mo Ji-hyun is also asked to look closely at the number above each of his subordinates' heads. She is asked if she wants to handle all of them. Mo Ji-hyun knows it's a lot to ask, so Number 4 is going to teach her how to awaken her eyes. She and Number 4 are in the car, and he states that they still have some time left. A bright light shines, representing the ideal future, as a voice declares that they will be taught how to use them. Number 4 and Yunseo stand outside a van, a wooden crate between them. Resting on the crate are 2 identical pistols. Yunseo stares at the guns, her expression unreadable. Number 4 sits calmly, as Yunseo wonders what this is, noting that there are 2 guns. A disembodied voice declares that the other is loaded. The voice continues, stating that one has an empty barrel, and that he will press one to her head and pull the trigger. Yunseo's eyes widen as she is told to choose, right or left, and she asks what. On, Number 4 says that she is kidding, right? He continues, stating that if she chooses the empty barrel, nothing will happen to her. However, if she chooses the loaded one, a timer appears, counting down to the end of her life. Yunseo stares intently, her expression unreadable. Number 4 explains that if she checks the numbers, she'll know how long she has left to live. She'll know which gun is loaded and which one is not. Yunseo wraps her arms around herself, a shiver running down her spine. Her remaining life flashes before her eyes, the numbers stark against the darkness. 34:2, 47.8, and a chilling midnight. A voice echoes in her mind, stating that it will use up more of her brain cells. Now that she thinks about it, Yunseo's eyes widen in realization. That time, she recalls seeing her own numbers. A hand touches her forehead, urging her to focus. She must imagine the numbers are right there. Number 4 stands before her, his expression unreadable. He tells her to close her eyes. Slowly, she focuses on the numbers in her head. Yunseo closes her eyes, her face a mask of concentration. A surge of energy crackles around her. She focuses, the numbers swirling in her mind's eye, a chaotic dance of fate. A gasp escapes her lips, the realization hitting her with the force of a physical blow. This is it. Number 4 watches, his expression unreadable as he observes Yunseo's struggle. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The man's gaze is intense, a silent pressure bearing down on her. right or left? The question echoes in her mind as she stares at the two guns, each a potential path to survival or oblivion. A nervous sum escapes her. Her eyes dart to the left, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Left? She wonders. A cold dread washes over her as she sees the gun pointed at her head, the metallic glint a stark reminder of the stakes. Number 4 speaks, his voice calm amidst the chaos. All right, you said left, right? Counting down, she whispers, tell me if the numbers are decreasing. 5, 4. A strangled eek bursts from her throat as fear grips her. Her voice cracking, she cries out, stop. Her voice rising in desperation, she shouts, they're decreasing. I said they're decreasing. A ragged breath escapes as a hand tightens around the gun, the final decision looming. She panted, trying to catch her breath. Number called out, his voice echoing in the space. Number asked if Yinseo was really planning on shooting him. She replied, of course, explaining that it was the only way to tell if the numbers were decreasing. Yinseo looked concerned, a slight frown creasing her brow. A diagram appeared, illustrating a method to be applied to every action from now on. The diagram continued, showing how once you're able to see the traps and dangers you couldn't before. The diagram showed how to choose the ideal route to move around safely. Number stood outside, thinking to himself that it's really easy to figure out once you can see the numbers, even for a little girl like Yinseo. Yinseo looked determined, her eyes narrowed slightly. She thought to herself, I'm not saying I won't do it. A cartoonish scene played out, showing Yinseo and others. She thought, I'll think of it as saving potential innocent lives, but... Yinseo worried, thinking, I can't help but worry. What if something goes wrong? What if I miss the ones with the higher numbers and end up in danger? Then I'd just be a burden to you. Number looked down at Yinseo, his expression unreadable. He said, and you'd probably wish you'd done it yourself instead, right? Number's eyes glowed with an eerie light. He thought, who's worrying about who? Just because you mess up. Yinseo states that her numbers will not change, and that there is absolutely nothing stopping her from eliminating her targets. A voice echoes, telling someone to stop worrying about pointless things, and that their plans aren't so fragile. The voice continues, scoffing at the idea that a little girl could ruin them. Number walks through a crowded street, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses on Number's face, highlighting the scar on his neck. Number stands in an office with a woman, their conversation unheard. A close-up of Number's eye reveals digital code reflected in his pupil. The narration explains that the method Number uses allows him to foresee the future, and that Jihyun could use that same ability. He tries to avoid any decrease. Number walks through a cityscape, his silhouette framed by the neon lights. A foot is shown shackled, and the narration states that in the number of future murders, a drop in the number means he failed to kill his intended targets, and by failing to eliminate them, he also failed to save the innocent lives. Number walks through a crowd, his expression grim. The narration states that those deaths would have been protected. After all, he knows better than anyone, that he won't compromise his beliefs. There's not even the slightest chance he would. Even to lower the numbers. A pipe clatters to the ground. Number's gaze is intense. Because even a single drop in his number would inevitably. A close-up of an eye. A slash. Number attacks. Another slash. Number continues his assault. He prepares to strike. A sinister grin spreads across the unknown man's face. You dodged that. I had a feeling some small fry was on my tail, but you're better than I expected. A loud crash echoes through the area. One of the men in suits asks if they've arrived at the correct location. The other man confirms their location. The man with the undercut orders them to wipe everyone out. The men brutally attack someone. One of the men in suits states that he was told to take out the manager. He says that they should see. The man stabs someone with white hair. Byamjin asks if anyone has seen a particular guy. One of the men remembers something, stating that he forgot and that he found him. The man with white hair coughs up blood. The man with white hair asks who they are and why they are doing this. A cold blade presses against his throat, the metallic tang of blood already filling the air. His hands, slick with his own blood, grasp desperately at the attacker's wrist. He begs, pleading for his life. He continues to beg, hoping to elicit some form of mercy from his assailant. The man holding the knife sneers, his eyes glinting with amusement. What an interesting guy, he muses. Are you begging the knife for something? He stammers, continuing to plead for his life. A man with a scar on his cheek watches the scene unfold. Good job, he says. I'll leave the rest to you. Another man, wearing glasses, responds, yes, sir. He then wonders, by the way, who are these guys? The scarred man's expression remains cold and indifferent. A body lies sprawled on the floor, surrounded by blood. Beats me, one of the men says. Just some random job. Meanwhile, the city street is dark and quiet. Two men walk down the street, their faces obscured by the shadows. A security camera shows two men. Yang Suyong looks at her phone and says, phew, that's 7 of them. Yang Suyong looks at her phone and thinks, huh? It feels like collecting Pokemon. There should be those who haven't left the office yet. Yang Suyong looks at her phone and thinks, but they'll have to head home sooner or later. An entire day has passed since I began moving alone. Yang Suyong thinks, yet I still haven't had a chance to use the new ability I learned, even though I've been trying to follow the ideal path. A number appears on the screen. Yang Suyong thinks, My numbers haven't changed at all. Yang Suyang eats something and thinks, come to think of it, he did say something about taking risks. A man thinks, to make it easier to spot the changes in the numbers. Number 4 punches Hanul. Number 4 continues to punch Hanul. Number 4 punches Hanul. Number 4 punches Hanul. He studies his opponent, concluding that there's no doubt about it. This guy's a professional. Combat is a sport. Combat is a mind game like chess, or even gambling. Any system with winners or losers is ultimately about gaining the upper hand. When to defend, when to feint, and which vital point to target. Is there anything nearby that can be used to your advantage? Slash or stab, dodge, guard, counter? When to attack. All of these factors must be taken into account to gain the upper hand over your opponent. No, something doesn't feel right. It's practically impossible. No matter how fast he reacts, he's bound to be a step behind my moves. I've had the upper hand since this fight began. But something felt off. The gap between their movements seemed to be shrinking. It almost felt like he was already ahead. Instead of evading after the attack, he was anticipating it. It was as if he was anticipating the move and dodging before the strike could even land. Damn it, what was he even thinking? That's impossible. What number had been doing was simple. If his number got higher, it was the correct path. But if it hit 0, it was the wrong one. However, the only difference was that he was applying this method to every single action he takes over and over again, like a machine. While they needed to use their eyes to observe others' numbers, they didn't need to look at their own. The numbers were visible in their minds. The decisions they make, the future they lead to, and the number. All of these factors are processed in milliseconds as feedback in our brain. Created from this can't be changed. The man's face contorted with a fierce determination, his eyes narrowed as if focused on a distant target. A pained grunt escaped his lips, the sound of exertion echoing in the confined space. He moved with a brutal efficiency, a whirlwind of motion that spoke of honed skill and deadly intent. A voice, detached and clinical, echoed in the air, and it's beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Sweat beaded on Choi Chang-hyuk's brow, his gaze intense as he muttered, "Number 33. Choi Chang-hyuk's voice hardened, a chilling conviction lacing his words. 33 innocent lives can be saved. A flicker of amusement danced in Choi Chang-hyuk's eyes, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Uh-huh. So your number, huh? Number 4 chuckled, a hollow sound that betrayed a disturbing realization. I see. Ha! Number 4's eyes widened, a chilling understanding dawning within him. By killing you, everything makes sense now. Number 4 continued, his voice laced with a newfound clarity. You're just like that albino. Elsewhere, a figure with long, flowing white hair stood in stark contrast to the darkness. The white-haired figure leveled a pistol, the glint of metal reflecting in the dim light. He stands shrouded in shadow, his eyes burning with an eerie white light. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with confusion. What? A figure with light brown hair stands in a blue and white jacket, panting. Below, 2 men stand on a balcony, observing. 3 figures stand together, 2 men in suits and a woman in a dress. The light-haired figure walks away, 2 men following behind. The figure's legs descend the stairs, a discarded bag lying on the ground. A gloved hand offers a bag to the light-haired figure. Here, the voice says. A man with glasses smiles coldly. Enjoy your last meal. A close-up reveals the light-haired figure's worried expression. Number 4 sits, his expression unreadable. He states that he finally gets it, and that everything makes sense now. A hand clenches, the word albino echoing in the air. A figure shrouded in shadow asks, what? A hand reaches out. The figure's face contorts in rage, the word again escaping his lips. Number 4 leans in, asking what the other man knows about that girl. A man's face is shown, his expression one of concern. Elsewhere, a city street bustles with activity. A body lies sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around it. A gun is fired, the sound echoing through the air. Number 4 appears, his expression one of surprise. He mutters that it looks like someone already beat him to it. The scene is gruesome, bodies strewn across the floor. He is met by a woman with white hair. She asks who he is. The man, number 4, responds that he is someone who lost a job because of her. The woman asks who he is. She wonders if he is also here for the job, referring to the men who bumped into children on the street. The woman states that they even used violence. She thought number 4 was one of them, but it seems he also came here to kill them. She asks if he is one of the good guys. The woman's face is covered in blood. She says it was in China. Meanwhile, a man with black hair says that they somehow had the same target. He says that was years ago. The man says he doesn't know. A visual effect is shown. The force of number 4's blow sends shockwaves through the air. Despite the impact, the man with the knife sneers. Where she is, moron. He spits out, demanding to know the location of their target. Number 4 continues his assault, delivering another powerful strike. The man with the knife grunts in pain. Ugh, he curses under his breath. Number 4's eyes glow with an intense, focused energy. The man with the knife screams in agony, a red aura flaring around him. Arg. The relentless assault continues. The man with the knife curses his situation. Damn it, I strained my eyes too much in such a short time. Number 4 reflects on a past encounter. That guy, managed to escape. He continues, his thoughts heavy. It was in China. They somehow had the same target. Number 4 narrows down the possibilities. It has to be either his residence or their office. He must have gone to one of the two places. A car speeds off into the night. Number 4 sits in the back of a car, holding a drink. A man asks if he is okay and questions who could have done this to him. Number 4 is addressed by name. Junbyum calls someone on the phone, asking where they are. Meanwhile, an unknown man is on his way back and asks why. He says that they finally caught the rat that has been sneaking around since yesterday. He was confused at first, as it appeared to be just a young girl. It turns out she's Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter, the one they've been talking about on TV. Junbyum is told that the kid who went missing along with Number is Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. The man on the phone laughs, saying things are getting interesting. He asks what is happening. The man is told that Number is currently chasing him. Elsewhere, an unknown man orders the boys to get into position and have them ready. The man is thinking. It's been years since he's gotten a lead. He won't let him slip away. The man says to give him a proper welcome. A sprawling cityscape stretches out, buildings reaching for the sky. The camera focuses on a nondescript building, a stark contrast to the gleaming towers in the distance. Descending the stairs, the sound of footsteps echoes in the empty stairwell. A figure peers out from behind a doorway, their expression unreadable in the shadows. He stands in a large, dimly lit room, several figures watching him from the other side. A man with a shaved head and a scar on his face smiles. Looks like you made it. Welcome. Mo Ji-hyun. The thought crosses Number's mind as he stares ahead. The man with the scar continues. She must be quite special, huh? She's the only survivor you've spared and brought along with you. Another man speaks. Let's make this a win-win. We'll let the kid go, and in return, you leave us alone. Go back to where you came from, and we'll have no further business with you. A knife is pressed against Mo Ji-hyun's neck. If you decline, well, you get the idea, right? Mo Ji-hyun states, I decline. Number says, do what you want. I don't care. A light-haired individual asks what will happen to that kid, stating that Number would actually be doing him a favor. The light-haired individual asks if he understands what he's saying. Mo Ji-hyun appears confused. A man's voice says, if that's what you want. Number stands with a group of people. A man sharpens a weapon. The man with the weapon states that no matter how strong he is, he only has 2 arms, and if each of them strikes, they'll be able to stab him at least 15 times. A group of men are gathered. A man orders them to take him down all at once. Mo Ji-hyun is told to make sure to recall his memories while he waits. A man says he's got plenty of questions for Mo Ji-hyun, who responds with, fuck you. The man with dark hair states that once everything is recalled, he will be finished here. The man with the shaved head says that it will be the other's turn to answer his questions. He orders to kill the kid. The woman replies, yes, boss. Number 4 held the gun to his head, the cold metal a stark contrast to the sweat beading on his brow. He recalled something about taking risks, the words echoing in his mind. He thought it would make it easier to spot the changes in the numbers. I decline, Number 4 stated, his voice barely a whisper. I don't care what happens to that kid. The kid's eyes widened, a flicker of fear dancing within them. Do you understand what I'm saying? The kid's expression was unreadable, a mask of confusion and apprehension. Number 4 considered his options, understanding the difference between the numbers. So choose the one that will prolong your life, he thought. The kid wondered what he was supposed to choose. A blinding light erupted, filling the space with an almost unbearable intensity. In a situation like this? Hanul's voice cut through the tension. Hey. A voice echoed in the kid's mind, a chilling command. Kill the kid. The kid gasped, a strangled sound escaping his lips. The deafening crack of a gunshot shattered the silence. The kid and others reacted in shock, their faces contorted in fear and surprise. A group of people stood frozen, the air thick with anticipation and dread. A gloved hand levels a pistol, the barrel pointed directly at the viewer. Hyongnim holds Yang Soo-young, his expression grim. Number 4 gasps, a sudden understanding dawning on him. Oh, I get it. A question echoes in the air, shimmering with golden light. Is this the right answer? Hyongnim's eyes widen in disbelief. The shot rings out, the bullet tearing through Hyongnim's body. The gun remains trained on Hyongnim, the shooter unwavering. The force of the impact sends Hyongnim staggering backward, a look of shock etched on his face. The bullet streaks through the air, a deadly projectile seeking its mark. Number 4 watches in horror, exclaiming, what the? A voice filled with dread whispers, he wasn't bluffing. A curse escapes his lips, fuck. Another shot rips through the air, finding its target with brutal accuracy. The bullet continues its deadly journey. He is stabbed, blood spraying as the blade finds its mark. The knife man drops his gun to the floor with a clatter. Choi Chong-hyuk raises his pistol, screaming, die, you asshole. Number 4's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. The shot rings out, echoing through the room. The man's face is grim. The scene is chaotic as the group reacts to the gunfire. Number 4's eyes narrow, hardening with resolve. Choi Chong-hyuk shouts, shoot him. The gun clicks, empty. That was a blank. The knife man attacks Hanul. Number 4 retaliates, striking the knife man. Hyongnim cries out as he is attacked from the side, the force of the blow staggering him. A woman sprints away from the scene, her footsteps echoing in the narrow corridor. A voice shouts after her, ordering someone to give chase. A man in glasses barks, "Why yes, sir," as he relays the order to pursue the fleeing woman. Blood splatters across the scene, a brutal testament to the ongoing violence. Number 4's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, his expression hardening as he takes in the scene before him. There are 15 of them, he observes. A man thinks to himself, "My Kevlar suit covers me from neck to thigh." 2 individuals, armed with knives, stand ready. The text indicates that they must not be killed. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze, his expression unreadable. Number 4's eyes burn with blue energy, his focus sharpening. A figure lunges forward, striking with brutal force. A group of men stand in the background as a man with a knife approaches, muttering, "TSK." Number 4 narrows his glowing eyes, thinking, "What a troublesome gang." They don't flinch or back down from a few cuts. Hanul grits his teeth, realizing every single one of them is coming at him with everything they've got. Leaving him with almost no options, a gloved hand tightens its grip. The first blow lands, staggering Hanul. A blade flashes, cutting across his shoulder. Hanul cries out in pain. Another hand prepares to strike. The force of the blow sends Hanul reeling. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him to give up. Mo Ji-hyun smiles cruelly, declaring he's too weak. Hanul's face contorts in agony. Another strike lands, driving him further into despair. The final blow connects, leaving Hanul bleeding and broken. He groans, pain lancing through his body as he's held roughly in place. Mo Ji-hyun leans in close, his voice dripping with false concern. Number 4. Any final wish? Or last words? Hanul can only manage another pained groan. Next. Meanwhile, Yang Soo-young sprints through the corridors, Number 4 close behind. Their pursuer gains ground. A door slides open, revealing a potential escape route. A voice calls out, "The middle one." Number 4 continues to run, a frustrated TSK escaping his lips. Yang Soo-young stops abruptly, her eyes widening in dawning horror as a metallic clang echoes around her. She stares down the long, narrow hallway, her breath catching in her throat. A strangled gasp escapes her. It's a dead end? The door rattles violently as something slams against it from the other side. The metal groans under the relentless assault, the frame beginning to buckle. Yang Soo-young grits her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. No matter what she does, it's not enough. Meanwhile, Number 4 stares intently, his mind racing. The time won't go above 3 minutes. For some strange reason, he can't figure out what to do. A memory flashes. Your number changed to 1 right before you passed out. Somehow, he managed to change that and had his number reduced. Do you understand now what your existence means to me? And yet, the door splinters as a hole is punched through. Elsewhere, Hanul stands in a hallway, listening intently to someone on the other end of the line. He adjusts his glasses, a cold glint in his eye. "You're aware, right? That I can't spare you after this." He explains what happens when a kid gets involved with a madman like that. Hanul smirks, then adds that she is the daughter of that serial killer. Yang Soo-young reels from the revelation. A hand grips a yellow object. Blue energy crackles around Yang Soo-young. The energy intensifies, overwhelming her. Yang Soo-young grits her teeth, struggling against the surge. She tells herself not to make him laugh. Her expression hardens with resolve. She thinks that none of this would have happened if it weren't for people like him. The blue energy now focuses on the fuse box. Yang Soo-young notices the fuse box and stammers, questioning why it is open. Her eyes widen in alarm. Hanul's thoughts drifted, considering the implications of water and a jacket. The possibility of electrocution crossed his mind. A surge of blue electricity erupted, filling the space. Hanul recoiled, a gasp escaping his lips as the electrical discharge intensified. Footsteps splashed through standing water, the threat of conduction looming. Meanwhile, Mo Ji-hyun stood over a prone figure, the air crackling with unseen energy. She was surrounded by others, their faces etched with concern. Hanul watched, a dawning realization spreading across his face as he understood the implications of Mo Ji-hyun's actions. For the first time, Mo Ji-hyun's choices weren't just based on the numbers. It was a carefully calculated move, a trap laid with precision. Mo Ji-hyun knew she could make it. Several figures stand illuminated by a strange blue light, their faces grim. Panic rising, Number stammers, his voice laced with fear. Desperation etched on his face. Number barks out orders, urging his companions to activate their phone lights. Number coughs, blood staining his shirt as he reels from a blow. Number's expression hardens, the blue light intensifying around him. In that decision, Number was allowed to move freely as he wished. It wasn't like there was any solid logical proof, but ever since hearing the explanation, one question keeps lingering. If a fixed number will never change, unless the person is killed, then why do the numbers that number and she see keep shifting? How could something that was never supposed to change, moment by moment, as if they're alive, start changing just because we're thinking about what to do next? For some strange reason, your number changed to 1 right before you passed out. It was absurd in its simplicity. If I didn't want to be killed. Mo Ji-hyun looks off to the side, lost in thought. But if that's true, and I can change the numbers that were never meant to change. The glowing pattern pulsates, casting an eerie light on the figure sprawled on the ground. 2 men in dark suits stand tensely, the air thick with unspoken concerns. A glint of steel catches the light as a man brandishes a knife, his expression grim. The lights flicker as Number is enveloped in a surge of blue energy, his face etched with determination. The glowing pattern intensifies, its intricate lines shimmering with power. A voice echoes, revealing the ability to reach into Number's foresight. Two figures are bathed in blue light, intercepting Number's future. A man gasps, his eyes wide with shock. Hey, get the flashlight. Another man barks, turn on your phone lights. Blood splatters, painting a gruesome picture of violence and desperation. And that decision, a voice narrates, allowed Number to move as freely as he wished. The man continues, the least I could do was buy myself time. A foot comes down hard, crushing a glass bottle. Hurry, stretch my lifespan just enough. He needed to shape the future, so he could slaughter his enemies as he pleased. A gasp escapes from the shadows. Number 4's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. Power surges around him. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy. The energy streaks forward, a blinding azure whip. The energy slams into his target. A strangled cry echoes. The impact reverberates. The enemy's face contorts in agony. The dust settles. From the top, a voice echoes, declaring, let's try again. The speaker is revealed to be Choi Chang-hyuk, the date above him reading November 2026. Number 33 looks on in shock. Choi Chang-hyuk continues, by killing you, I'll be granting their final wish, but I'll give you the same right. The man stands over a pile of bodies, his expression unreadable. He says, go on, say your dying wish, and I'll carry it to the end. Choi Chang-hyuk reaches out a hand, stating, make it a wish I can grant. Ask for something within my reach. So, this is your final chance. He leans in, demanding, tell me everything you know about the albino who can see the numbers. The man with the knife, bloodied and scarred, whispers a question, wondering if he wished to live, would they grant that? Choi Chang-hyuk states that it's not possible. If he doesn't kill him here, then 33 innocent lives will be taken someday. His face shadowed, Choi Chang-hyuk mumbles that this is why he has to kill them all, so that countless innocents can go on with their lives. The injured man manages a weak, bloody laugh, the sound wet and rattling in his chest. He wheezes, calling it a fucking joke, stating he's never met anyone as clueless as Choi Chang-hyuk in his life. Choi Chang-hyuk grits his teeth, asking if he really thinks that makes sense, calling him a moron. He continues, stating that the deaths will suddenly stop just because he's gone. The man with the knife coughs again, dismissing the concern. If the blade breaks, they'll just replace it, dumbass. He asks, so what? Are you saying that? Choi Chang-hyuk says that he's just a tool, asking if he honestly thinks the bastards who gave the order. He demands an answer, asking if he should sit back, do nothing, and watch innocent lives be slaughtered right in front of his eyes. Meanwhile, Choi Chang-hyuk asks how she found out, realizing that she can see the numbers. Silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by the unspoken tension. The man with the knife states that she's in Korea right now. His grip tightens around the knife, the metal glinting ominously in the dim light. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoes through the room. A pool of blood spreads across the floor, staining the cold concrete. The man with the knife states, well, from here on out. He continues, it's a war between you lunatics, but honestly, if you're struggling this much just with me. The man with the knife finishes, I doubt you'll survive the real fight. Two figures lie motionless on the ground, their bodies twisted at unnatural angles. The scene is a tableau of carnage, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the killer. The man with the knife looks down, his expression unreadable. The man with the knife tells Yunseo to leave. Feet stand on a red surface. Yang Suyong asks about the guy with glasses. His count was 0. They can't kill him. Yun Yohan lies on the ground. Yang Suyong asks if he is okay. By the way, number 4 moved according to the numbers just like he was told, and he found something new. The scene is viewed from above. Yun Yohan lies on the ground, covered in blood. His brain had reached its limit. In response, Yang Suyong looks shocked. It began sinking deep into the buried corners of his past. Further and further down. Number 4 looks up into his buried memories of his origin. Flipping through the pages of a photo album, the images within speak of a lifelong past. A young girl peers into the room, her expression bright with curiosity. Huh. She beams. A new kid. The boy's face is partially obscured, but his expression is one of apprehension. What's your name? The girl asks. The boy stares blankly at the orphanage before him, the weight of his past pressing down on him. He struggles to find the words. I don't. The boy looks down, lost in thought. Have a name yet? He wonders. A voice echoes from the depths of memory, his first memory. But when was it again? Was it here? A blurry image flickers, a girl, a building, indistinct shapes. No. It was even further back. A grimy trash can overflows with discarded bills and loose change. He sits alone on a bench, shrouded in shadow. He has forgotten. No matter how hard he tries, he can't remember anything before this. A woman's voice, laced with concern, cuts through the fog. Are you okay? Can you hear me? A hand reaches out, offering solace. Would you like to come with me? That day, a hand clasps another, a fragile connection in the darkness. Did he take her hand? He somehow found a book. Hidden in a desk, a forgotten tome lies waiting. And he began reading it. The cover depicts a figure in a suit. Within its pages, a disturbing image unfolds, a figure suspended, a mask, a scene of torment. Yoon Yohan is engrossed in reading a book. The book depicts a scene of violence and conflict, rendered in a comic book style. A close-up reveals Yoon Yohan's intense gaze, his eyes reflecting the images he's absorbing. Yang Soo-young leans in, catching a glimpse of the book's contents. Whoa, surprised, she exclaims, her eyes widening. Yang Soo-young asks, right? Yoon Yohan responds with a hesitant, yeah. The book displays a drawing of a handsome man, and Yang Soo-young comments, he's really handsome, isn't he? Yang Soo-young admits, I snuck this in here. There's a hidden path that. She continues, only I know, and there are tons of books there. Yang Soo-young pleads, you can't tell the teacher about it. I got scolded big time the last time. Yang Soo-young, having been caught, says, okay, I won't tell anyone. Yang Soo-young looks away, a hint of worry in her eyes. Yang Soo-young asks Yoon Yohan, by the way, how old are you? You don't seem that much younger than me. A notebook lies open on a desk, the pages filled with question marks where a name and age should be. The entry reads that the person is estimated to be 5 to 6 years old and details where they were found. He stands before the desk, listening to the woman. She assures him that it's all right. The woman explains that many children have gone through the same thing he has. The woman smiles, telling him that the teachers will eventually give him a name. Like they did with the rest, the woman's words echo in the empty hallway. The woman nods, stating that she understands, then pauses, considering something. Yoon Yohan guesses that he is the odd one since he uses the name he was given before he came here. Anyway, the woman says, he will probably be in class 1 on the first floor since he just got here. Since she is on the second floor, the woman tells Yoon Yohan that he can call her Nuna. The woman smiles warmly. Inside a dilapidated building, a girl with light, gray hair speaks. Her name is Soa. A boy with spiky black hair stands near a window. He says he'll meet someone again to read. An aerial view shows a school building surrounded by lush greenery. Beneath the thick, tangled underbrush, the path continues. A narrow mountain path wends its way to a quiet, hidden town. There, a small school stands, a teacher standing in front of a classroom. The school is home to 27 students and 4 teachers. The children are split between the first and second floors. In this school and dormitory that felt torn from the pages of a fairy tale, completely sealed away from the outside world, is where I spent my childhood. A boy stands outside, holding an English textbook. He calls out to someone named Deom. Another boy, Hanjul, stands on the steps and speaks. He calls out to the others, suggesting they go to lunch since everyone else already left. 16 years before the number. An incident. A new book again. ABC English. English. He explains that he took it from the library. It had the same letters as the book he wanted to read, so he figured he'd learn it. The other boy remarks on how smart he is, reminding him that he couldn't even read anything when he first got here. He gasps, realizing something. The book falls to the ground. Kang-chan is called out. The older boy asks if he isn't going to apologize. He asks what he should apologize for. The other boy says that he dropped the book on his own, didn't he? He then accuses Kang-chan of bumping into him while trying to cut in line. He says it's okay. Kang-chan says he's fine and tells him to let it go. A woman in a headscarf looks at someone off-panel, asking what they are staring at and where her soup is. The woman in the headscarf states that the teacher said they are supposed to serve the. A man with a shaved head is serving food. He says the next in line is Hanjul, then Dalam, then Ruda, then Bayori Yuni. The woman in the headscarf looks at the food, wondering what it is. The man with the shaved head tells someone to shut up, and that she also said to tell her if anyone tried to cut in line. 3 people stand together. One has bandages on their face. The man with the shaved head is walking away, and someone is thinking. Someone clicks their tongue, and another person thanks a kid, saying they really got him good back there. People are sitting around a table, eating. Someone says thanks to Yo. The woman in the headscarf is looking at someone. Someone says yeah, and to be careful not to get hurt later. An aerial view of a building is shown. An empty classroom sits in disarray, desks overturned and scattered. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. A long, dimly lit hallway stretches into the distance, the silence broken only by the echo of unseen footsteps. A staircase leads down to a heavy, sealed door, the only barrier between the unknown and what lies beyond. 2 figures stand in the shadows, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination as they brace themselves for what's to come. A figure descends the staircase, their movements deliberate and purposeful, each step echoing the weight of the task ahead. A group of individuals, led by a figure in a helmet, advance down the hallway, their faces grim and resolute as they prepare to face the unknown. A man winces, bracing himself for the coming storm. The helmeted figure issues a stern warning. Again, stop slacking off. A woman grits her teeth, steeling her resolve as the final moments tick away. A hand is raised, a silent signal to prepare for the final push. A woman smiles, her voice filled with encouragement. 10 minutes remaining. A young man sharpens his blade, his eyes burning with determination. Let's give it our best. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. The text reads, they said we must not go outside. A figure lies prone on the ground, another looming over them, a silent struggle unfolding in the shadows. The disembodied voice declares, they said the people outside are all so foolish and immature. Two figures stand poised for conflict, blades drawn, their expressions grim. The text above them states that they wouldn't understand our mission. An elderly woman stands with her hands clasped in prayer, a younger figure behind her. The text reads, they said we must not be tainted. Two figures stand close, their faces etched with determination. The text declares, by foolish and ignorant cultures and values. The teacher smiles knowingly, her glasses reflecting the light. I know very well. She thinks, how hard and painful each and every one of. The teacher stands before her class, the students looking on. Our classmates' lives were before you came here, she thinks. The pain each of you received is slightly different. Two figures stand in a room, their expressions somber. But the suffering you experienced wasn't your fault, one thinks. A lone figure stands amidst a desolate landscape, surrounded by rubble. War, poverty, survival of the fittest. The text reads, though the world is slowly heading toward ruin. A close-up of a face, eyes wide with shock and realization. Blinded by immediate greed, the text states, people don't even realize. They're marching toward destruction, and that is precisely why Godmother Charlotte built our orphanage. That part appears in. The Godmother said, even if they abandon themselves, I shall embrace all the foolish ones and lead them into the future. Shall be dealt with by my apostles and disciples. Each and every one of you, with your talent and potential, has grown up pure, untainted by the outside world. With Godmother and change the world, perhaps it is children like you with excellent and upright hearts. All evildoers and heretics who hinder this. You are the chosen children, and study hard, right? That's it for the morning class. Enjoy your lunch. Attention. A voice echoes, expressing gratitude. The camera pans across a large, empty room, its windows barred and silent. Hands wrap bandages around knuckles and fingers, a testament to the day's trials. One asks, wincing, as the other inquires about the severity of the cuts. A sting lingers in the air. Sitting on the edge of a bunk bed, one remarks that injuries during gym class are unavoidable. After the evening gym class ended, they always had 1 hour of rest, followed by evening roll call. Lights out was at 10:30 p.m. After that, one of the teachers would stay on night watch, locking every single window and door. Considering the CCTV cameras installed on every outer wall, sneaking out of the orphanage at night was practically impossible. Of course, none of the kids ever really try to go outside anyway. A voice whispers, asking if he is asleep. A mumbled response echoes back, followed by a questioning why. He wonders aloud if they're really true. Another figure yawns, asking what's happening now. The teacher's words echo, even if the lessons feel hard now or don't make sense. As we keep learning, our eyes will open more and more. He insists that this isn't. The other figure questions how it was in the comic books, wondering what that was. Someone says it's nothing, mentioning that the other has been acting weird lately. They add that the girl from the second floor class told him something weird again. He denies it, saying it's nothing like that. A figure with a pig mask is shown. People scream and run, shouting that Crow is here. The teacher looks at something with a worried expression. Someone is attacked, crying out in pain. A pig-masked man, desperate, begs to be let go. He demands to know how much his captor wants. An unseen figure demands 30, then 50%. A hooded figure looms, their face shadowed. The figure declares there's no chance for villains, those who will be defeated by Godmother and change the world. A girl with glasses smiles, musing that perhaps it is children like them. Meanwhile, Doum stands with a girl with long white hair, looking at a book. Doum looks up, confused. He turns, surprised. Nuna is behind him. Elsewhere, Soa greets Doum and Nuna, mentioning she left her bag behind. Doum is surprised to see Soa, asking if she was studying with her Nuna. Nuna tells Doum that he shouldn't skip dinner. Doum stands with Nuna. The sound of scissors echoes as hair is cut. Nuna grabs Doum, scolding him. She calls him an idiot, reminding him that he almost got caught again for getting too immersed. Hair. My hair. Before the number incident, 15 years ago. Nuna reminds Doum that she told him he really needs to be careful. She emphasizes that getting caught doesn't just mean getting his stuff taken. Doum sits at a desk, looking troubled. He thinks to himself that it'll make going outside all way harder. Nuna approaches Doum, greeting him with a simple, "Hey Nuna." Nuna tells Doum that next time he goes outside. Nuna asks Doum if he could take her with him too. Doum responds that he doesn't really mind. Doum wonders why all of a sudden. The scene shifts to a close-up of an English textbook. Doum explains that he doesn't want to just hear about it from the teachers. He wants to check it out himself. He reflects on the books describing the outside world and what's out there, expressing his desire to see what it's really like. Nuna looks thoughtful. Nuna thinks to herself that today is definitely Thursday. She counts on her fingers, 1, 2. Well, Nuna wonders if there's any reason they can't go. Nuna gasps, agreeing that they should go tonight. Doum stammers that he's not mentally ready, adding that they don't usually go in and out that often. Nuna explains that the conditions are right today, so it's possible. She adds that after tonight, they'd have to wait about 9 more. Doum asks if she wants to go now. The moon hangs full in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the trees. The conditions. Doum reaches for a basketball, the soft leather cool beneath his fingertips. The clock ticks, the hands inching closer to 2 a.m. A voice echoes, reminding him to wake up exactly at 2 a.m. and wait. Do peeks out the door, the hinges groaning softly in the quiet night. Do wonders if this is okay. A warning whispers in his mind. If you come this far in, the hallway night watch teacher might catch you. In the distance, a teacher sits at a desk, bathed in the pale light of a lamp. The desk sits empty, the chair pushed back as if someone had just left in a hurry. I've always wondered, though. The building looms large, its windows dark and silent. The doors are all locked, and there's CCTV. So how does she come and go without getting caught? He eases the door open, a sliver of light cutting through the darkness. Doum's eyes widen. She's here. And Nuna. The teacher is right over there. Wait a bit, then. Doum steels himself, whispering, sneak, Eily. Down the long, dimly lit hallway, Nuna stands waiting. Doum pauses, his expression unreadable. Huh. The teacher sits at his desk, oblivious to the unfolding drama. From above, the teacher appears small and insignificant, yet he holds the power to ruin everything. The teacher's hands rest on the desk, his posture relaxed. Doum peeks out, his eyes darting around. Come out quietly. Nuna smiles, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Let's go on a midnight stroll. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched as if to grasp something just beyond reach. Number 4 stands in the dimly lit hallway, looking off to the side. A figure with glasses stares blankly, a slight drool escaping their lips. A voice whispers, teacher. A hand grips another tightly. The figure with glasses is told to hurry up. A woman with white hair says, we can get out this way. A door handle is shown. A window is locked with multiple padlocks. The woman with white hair says, whether it's the hallway door or the bathroom window, the teachers usually lock them every night. A hand turns a door handle. Yin Yohan notes that the storage room window is out of the way. A close-up shows the window with the lock. Yin Yohan explains that they just locked it and forgot about it. She reveals that she secretly swapped the lock with one she could open herself. The swapped lock is shown. Number 4 asks where she got the lock. Yin Yohan responds that she doesn't really remember. Yin Yohan states that she kept so many things she thought might be useful. She took some things from the teacher's office drawers when they weren't around. A collection of tools and items are displayed, including a knife, tape, a hammer, and a padlock. Number 4 observes that the basement looks like a lab. Yin Yohan adds that the drug that made the teacher all woozy came from there. Number 4 recalls testing it by mixing small amounts into the teacher's coffee. The social studies teacher was the most careless and the most affected. So when it was her turn for night duty, there's also a place in the schedule that overlaps with the full moon, like this week, on Monday and Thursday. Yin Yohan says that if they hadn't gone today, they might have had to wait quite a while. She then pauses, telling number 4 to wait and hold on. He asks number 4 to wait a minute. Number 4, looking out the window, wonders if what they're doing is okay. He worries about the teacher getting seriously hurt. Yin Yohan smiles, saying he didn't test it just once or twice. He adds that the teacher probably won't remember a single thing anyway. A man with glasses sits at a desk, question marks floating above his head. Number 4 looks out the window, silent. The full moon hangs in the night sky. A security camera whirs, its lens swiveling. A voice says they should wait a little before moving. Outside, Yin Yohan and number 4 stand near a building. Yin Yohan points out that there are 3 CCTV cameras. The view from a security camera shows a red grid. A voice explains that each camera rotates side to side to eliminate blind spots. They need to slip by when none of them are covering the area. Number 4 says, realizing something. He asks if it's okay now that they're all looking the other way. Yin Yohan tells him no, they'd get caught while running. He explains that the camera right in front covers the spot for 6 out of every 20 seconds. The one on the pillar goes 2:10:24, so 4 seconds out of 18 total, and the one on the roof goes 3:18:34, so 6 seconds out of 28. Number 4 is confused by Yin Yohan's explanation. Yang Suyang is also present. Yin Yohan continues, stating that the next blind spot window is from 855 to 865 seconds, just 10 seconds. He suggests they wait about 3 minutes before going. Number 4 acknowledges Yin Yohan's explanation, impressed by his knowledge of the area. Yang Suyang mumbles to herself, counting to 691 and 692. Yang Suyang says that it's not really calculating, it's just that she can see it. Yang Suyang says she's wandered around a ton since she was little. Number 4 says that whether it's the locks or the CCTV, all of them were probably installed because of her. Number 4 is surprised by Yang Suyang's statement, realizing that no matter what they tried, they couldn't stop her explorer's spirit. He curses under his breath. Yang Suyang continues to mutter, repeating block, break through. As she counts, number 4 is surprised by something. Yang Suyang is still thinking about how they left the teacher in that state. It's just that look on her face. Number 4 reflects that she was so different from usual, it was terrifying. He says they kept learning this. Charlotte grins widely, her teeth bared. She declares that all of them are equally blessed by Godmother. Charlotte continues, stating that outside of training, no one in this orphanage should ever fight or hurt each other. Soa and Yunseo stand nearby, listening. Soa adds that they also learned this, stating 765. She continues, saying that all outsiders are either fools or villains. Number 4 states that they must never leave and always listen to the teachers. Number 4 expresses surprise, uttering whoa. Doum hugs number 4, stating well. He continues, saying like our timid Doum said. Maybe it was a dangerous thing to do. So thinks about it, wondering if it really was such a dangerous drug. She then asks why the teachers were keeping it in the first place, and in a place kids weren't even allowed into. Number 4 pauses, then states that Soa also felt it, didn't she? Soa replies that something's off about this place. Soa says, yeah, adding that that's why Doum said he wanted to come along. Doum agrees, stating, hitting others is wrong, right? A shadowy figure looms. Doum asks what about Crow, wondering if Crow, who defeats villains, is a bad person too. Number 4 replies no. Doum asks right. He continues, stating that the villains were the ones who did bad things first, right? Soa replies that the teachers are the same. Charlotte hugs number 4, stating that they locked them up first and kept doing it, so she's just doing what she can do. She states that if they're bad people, then it's okay to do bad things to them. A voice echoes, counting down, NGH 20 seconds left. Charlotte instructs someone to slowly get ready, pointing out a tree in the distance. Charlotte continues, explaining that when she gives the signal, they should run to the tree within 10 seconds. Doum acknowledges the instructions. Doum remains silent, processing the information. Charlotte asks, did you know? Actually, besides class 1 and 2. She elaborates, mentioning an honors class that students graduate from class 2 into next year. She then asks if he has that talent too. Charlotte and Doum stand side by side as she explains that he must meet the conditions too. Charlotte offers, join then, I'll tell you everything. Charlotte inquires, what I'm going to do, what I'm making. Doum responds, stating what plans he's making, everything, without exception. A surge of power emanates from Doum, his eyes glowing with an electric blue energy. Looking back, it was around that time, though the memory remains unclear. Perhaps it was a little earlier. No. It might have been much later. He couldn't be too specific, but it couldn't be helped. It's obvious now. The realization stings. But back then, he just thought it was a trick of the eye. Regarding numbers and their meaning. Without a doubt, he started to clearly perceive them. 1 year after that. 14 years before the number incident. The teacher claps her hands together to get the class's attention. All right, kids. She continues, it's already been half a year since you moved up to class 2, right? The teacher stands behind her podium, smiling. Today, we're going to have one-on-one counseling for the first time in a while. The teacher explains, starting now, the science teacher will call you one by one, so when your name is called, make your way to the counseling room. The teacher smiles, looking towards the students. The teacher calls out, first up, number 1. A student responds, yes. A student thinks to himself, name, Hanjail. A student record is shown, with the name Park Ha written on it. The student record reads, academics, social training, shooting practice. Not outstanding, but ranked high across the board. The teacher states, among your peers, you seem the most motivated. A student wonders, why is that? He reflects on his desire to be special. A framed picture hangs on the wall, a reminder that he could work directly at Godmother's side. He seems to be in deep thought. If it weren't for the teachers and friends here, he would have never known he could be someone precious and chosen, someone special. He lies down, lost in thought. He reflects that he would have been beaten by his dad and ignored, shriveling up like that forever. His expression is intense as he recalls these memories. The man looks off into the distance, a contemplative expression on his face. He wonders why he lacks motivation. Yeol reflects on being in his 5th year since admission. Among his peers, he's at the top in all subjects. A man in a suit asks if he is scared to hurt others, but bottom of the class when it comes to training. To punish evil in Godmother's name, it's... The woman, her brow furrowed with concern, insists, it's not that. Another woman sits across from a man in a white coat, stating, of course, I want to study hard and be helpful. A sign hangs above a doorway, reading counseling room. A voice echoes, but, compared to the other unis and oppas, I'm small and weak. Kong Chan, looking slightly confused, responds, right, I remember you. A figure in a helmet carries another man, as a voice narrates, terrible academic brain, but excels only in the training subjects. A man with long, dark hair smirks, telling someone, no wonder that person personally coached you. Kong Chan sits across from another man, who asks, what about stinging eyes or frequent migraines? Kong Chan glances at a form with his name on it, replying, no, not really. Yeol, his expression thoughtful, says, yes, sometimes. The man with long, dark hair thinks to himself, Doum, 6th year since admission, a tingly sensation, and it happens regularly. Yeol, looking confused, asks, what? About a year ago? I think. The man with long, dark hair, his eyes narrowed, questions, why didn't you say anything? That's a long time. He asks if the other has ever seen anything. Something catches his attention. He wonders if the other sees it too. A man sits at a desk, hands clasped in front of him. Behind him, a framed picture is marked with blue XS. His eye glows with an eerie blue light as he questions what his number is. A woman speaks of an honors class for children with certain talents and specific conditions. She assures that the requirements aren't that strict. He isn't sure if it's a number, right? The man notes that some sort of heat haze keeps rippling. A document displays the name Park Han, with an admission period in the 7th year and a location found in Sangong City. The promotion status is marked with XS. The man states that he was the last one. He is told to go back to class and bring this kid, and this kid too. A door slides open with a soft whir. Hanul and another man stand in a hallway. A voice echoes, stating that this year's yield is good. Footsteps resound in the hallway. The unknown man with a knife walks down a hallway, with other figures behind him. One of the figures wonders if there was a place like this in the underground hallway. Another figure comments that it smells weird, and asks if they are almost there. A figure states that if they go by what was written, it should be to the right. The figure's eyes glow with a blue light. 3 figures stand in a hallway. It had been about a year since the figure first started seeing numbers. The figure still didn't know their meaning, but in fact, by this time, they had already. The figure reached the stage where they could freely turn the numbers in their vision on and off. The reason they deliberately hid it was the teacher's reaction, which seemed almost desperate, made the figure think that merely saying, "I see something," would be enough to get into the honors class. The figure realized it too late, lamenting how complacent they had been. The group listens intently, awaiting further instructions. The man with red hair stands among them, his expression unreadable. That judgment was. The masked man remains tied to the chair, surrounded by his captors. A guttural sound escapes him. Number 4 stands observing the scene. A close-up reveals Hanul's face as he speaks, his expression grim. "They're always there, I tell you. These rat-like bastards." The masked man struggles against his restraints, his muffled voice barely audible. Ugh, hyuk, desperate to dig around for anything they can get their hands on, sneaking into the forest to secretly film or record. On a nearby table, a wallet and other personal items lie discarded. Hanul holds a gun, his gaze fixed on the masked man. "You're moving around outside the building." "Well, anyway." A sharp click echoes as he prepares the weapon. The camera focuses on Hanul's hand as he grips the gun tightly. "Everyone's here, so shall we begin?" The group watches with bated breath as Hanul approaches the masked man. The first person to shoot will be accepted into the honors class. Fear is etched on the faces of the onlookers. It's okay. Hanul presses the gun against the masked man's head, his voice cold. "When it's this close, you don't have to worry about missing." Yul. A young woman named Yul looks up, her expression a mix of fear and determination. Yul's hand trembles as she grips the gun. Hanul urges her. "You said you weren't scared, so do it. You said you could shoot. Kill them." A gunshot rings out, the sound echoing through the room. Or perhaps, what you said about wanting to be everyone's strength. Number 4's eyes widen, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Was it all a lie? Yul grimaces, a pained expression contorting her features. The masked man levels the gun, his hand steady as he takes aim. Hanul watches, his expression unreadable as the masked man prepares to fire. He doesn't know what on earth Yul learned all this time. Number 4 clenches his fist, realizing that it can't be helped. Shall he help a little? The group watches as the masked man prepares to take his shot. "How is it? It's a bit easier, isn't it?" The masked man hesitates, muttering, "Oh, come on." Number 4 watches him, thinking that when he overcomes this instinctive fear he's feeling now, his spirits will become even stronger and more faithful. So, a surge of blue energy courses through the air, aimed directly at the masked man. This is his last chance, right now? Tears welling in her eyes, Yul hears the command, "Kill them." A hand suddenly clamps down on the gun, preventing the masked man from firing. Number 4 and the red-haired man look on as Yul struggles with the masked man for control of the weapon, the blue energy still crackling in the air. A sinister smile plays on the man's lips, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. A burst of gunfire erupts as a figure is struck at point-blank range, blood splattering against the cold, unforgiving walls. The man lowers his weapon, the barrel still smoking from the recent shot. The gun discharges, a blue energy trail following the bullet's path. The weapon lies discarded on the ground, a silent testament to the brutal elimination. The man's brow furrows with concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he processes the events unfolding around him. The test. A successful candidate stepped up, so it's over, right? A chilling laugh echoes through the sterile environment. The man raises his gun, the barrel pointed directly at the 2 figures cowering before him. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. No, there are still 3 more people remaining? The man sits slumped in a chair, his face obscured by shadows. This time, it's also first come, first served. The first one to shoot and kill someone passes. The woman's eyes widened in horror as she heard that only 2 out of the 3 would pass on a first come, first served basis. Below, a man with a shaved head looked up, his expression mirroring her shock. One of the men declared that he wouldn't send the last remaining person back until they passed. He added that if they thought they couldn't do it, he'd help them like before. All right then, from now on. A woman with long white hair aimed a gun, the click of the mechanism echoing in the tense silence. A hand grips a gun, the barrel pointed downwards, a silent threat hanging in the air. The perspective shifts, looking down at a figure from above, the gun now a looming presence. A masked figure sits, the weight of past actions pressing down. Now that I think back on it, the words hang heavy in the air. That wasn't even a test, since all 4 of our promotions had already been decided. Figures stand over kneeling individuals, guns raised. It was discipline, like forcing apart legs that won't naturally split. Bloody hands, a testament to forced experiences. We were forced to experience death, forced to murder, all to shape us into a usable mental state. A figure with reddish-brown hair looks on with concern. What are you doing? Hurry and shoot. A hand reaches down, a moment of decision. Right now. A figure falls, the sound of a click echoing in the silence. Huh. A figure stands in a doorway, a reflection of past events. They said the new batch was coming up. The figure holds a gun, a sense of grim determination in their eyes. So I dropped by just in case. Whether back then or now, teacher really hasn't changed one bit. Muttering to herself, Mo Jihyun glances at a device, perhaps a phone. She notes that things are ahead of schedule, but hopes everything will be fine. Even if they move things up a little, the situation remains uncertain. A heavy thud echoes through the corridor, the sound of approaching footsteps. Mo Jihyun grips a pistol, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Footsteps mark her progress as she advances down the corridor, the air thick with anticipation. Her stride is determined, each step echoing in the otherwise silent hallway. A voice wonders if it's the teacher again. A figure clad in black armor walks down the corridor, their presence imposing. The armored figure continues their advance, their footsteps heavy and deliberate. Footprints mark a path through what appears to be a dusty or snowy surface, hinting at a recent passage. A voice calls out, declaring that someone is there. A voice questions if someone is a student, inquiring about their floor and class. She walks down the dimly lit corridor, her expression unreadable. A voice echoes from the shadows. Were you the one who stole the training pistol and swapped it with a fake? The hallway stretches before her, the only light source emanating from the ceiling lamps. Her eyes narrow, focusing on something ahead. The hallway continues, shrouded in darkness. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. An exclamation mark appears above her head, a sign of sudden realization. The hallway remains dark, the silence broken only by the hum of the lights. Her hand reaches out, flipping the light switch. A click echoes in the silence. Her gaze hardens, a glint of determination in her eyes. She raises a gun, the metallic clang resonating in the narrow space. The shot rings out, shattering the silence with a deafening bang. She looks to her left, a question mark ballooning above her head. A helmet visor is pierced by a bullet, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. A close-up reveals a face, partially obscured by shadow, eyes wide with shock. A figure in silhouette holds a gun, the sound of the hammer clicking into place echoing in the silence. Mo Jihyun bursts through a door, her expression a mix of alarm and confusion. What the? She exclaims. A figure stands in the shadows, their face obscured. What's with the gunshot? They mutter. A hail of projectiles tears through the air, impacting a nearby door with sharp, metallic ting sounds. Mo Jihyun recoils, her face contorted in a grimace. Ugh, what? Crouching low, a figure peers through the doorway, their voice laced with concern. Teacher, what is it? What happened? A discarded pistol lies on the floor, a silent testament to the chaos. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, their head bowed. No, they whisper. The figure from the shadows raises a hand to their helmet, their voice strained. It's nothing at all. The new class's promotion ceremony? A reflection shows a figure sitting in a room, the image distorted. A voice echoes, ah, yes, followed by a thought, everything. The perspective shifts to a hallway, where several figures stand. A voice states, just finished here too. A collage of faces flashes by, each bearing a different expression. The man with spiky black hair stares with wide eyes, a look of shock or confusion etched on his face. A text box appears, stating, how I got back to the dorm. The scene shows two figures standing together. A text box reads, somewhere between vision and reason, it felt like there was a white film over everything. After we got back, for about a week. The man with spiky black hair looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. A text box states, no one spoke first, and the numbers we saw on each other's backs. Figures walk down a dimly lit hallway, their forms blurred and indistinct. A text box reads, began to disappear one by one. A window is shown, the view obscured by curtains and shadows. The four new arrivals stand in a hallway. A voice says, from now on, come to this classroom. The man with spiky black hair stares forward, his expression intense. A text box reads, including the original three, the seven of. Yun Yohan sits in the classroom, seemingly lost in thought. Another student sits at a desk nearby. The words above them state that they are now peers in the honors class. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone descends a staircase. The figure continues down the stairs, the sound of each step reverberating through the empty space. The figure, revealed to be Number, pauses at the bottom of the stairs, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, Yang Suyong stands on a rooftop, gazing out at the distant horizon. She turns to Number, who stands behind her. She asks him a question, though it is not revealed. Number's expression is one of surprise, or perhaps concern. Yang Suyong holds up a book, a new volume of Claw, smiling brightly. Number's face is etched with a deep unease. He thinks to himself that it has already been 6 years since they first met, and that it took so much effort sneaking this one in again. A masked figure stands ominously, declaring that they will finally see each other every day. Number gags, his hand flying to his mouth. He vomits violently, the contents splattering against the wall. She cries out, her voice filled with a mix of fear and anguish. Number grimaces, while rising in his throat. He rasps, demanding to know why he was summoned. He struggles to speak, the words catching in his throat. Mo Jihyun attempts to reassure him, her voice soft and soothing. It's okay, it's okay. Number urges someone to tell Nuna everything. Mo Jihyun calls out to Duam. Mo Jihyun, kneeling before Number, states that she already knows. Tears welling in his eyes, Number asks if she can see the numbers. Mo Jihyun reminds someone that she promised to explain everything once they join the honors class. Mo Jihyun explains that when she looks at someone, she can see the number of people they'll save in the future. The hands of those in danger reach out, as Mo Jihyun reveals that she can see how many lives they're going to rescue. Number calls out to Diom. The white-haired woman orders someone to kill all the teachers. The same voice commands the destruction of the orphanage as well. The white-haired woman, eyes wide and manic, declares that they will become heroes, just the two of them, together. A book lies discarded on the ground. The man's expression twisted in anguish. On Earth. Number 4 looked down at Diom. The number of people they'll save? The two stared at each other, the weight of the question hanging heavy in the air. How many people you and I will save in the future? Doam gripped Number 4's face, her expression intense. Doam's voice trembled as she spoke. Now you tell me too, Doam. Number 4 recoiled, his eyes wide with shock. And no. Doam's voice rose in desperation. Wait a minute. What do you mean? I'm not following any of this. Save people? Doam's expression softened, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Doam looked at Number 4. First of all, how on earth did you know? He realizes the numbers meant something. Doam appears confused, wondering what he is saying. Number 4 asks if Doam doesn't know what his number is yet, his expression intense. Doam is urged to try to remember clearly again. Number 4 recalls the first time the numbers changed. A memory surfaces, a soccer game from almost a year ago. The numbers that hadn't changed at all are shown, decreasing one by one. From that exact moment yesterday. Number 4 asks, so? A surge of energy crackles through the air. Doam's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape. A person's mouth is wide open, seemingly screaming or shouting. The text declares, killing all the teachers. A figure sits, questioning, are you serious about that? Another figure responds, of course. It might be easier then. A group of people are depicted alongside the text, you've seen it too. They want to cultivate children who are voluntarily loyal, so. A scene unfolds, showing people interacting, accompanied by the words, they don't try to suppress us with force or control us physically. At first, they act purely as family. The text speaks of building bonds as good teachers, and only after making them dependent on that sense of belonging. A hand grips a gun, while the text reveals, do they force them to kill people directly, trampling on their very core, so they can never act on their own initiative again? A figure covers their mouth with their hand, seemingly in shock or contemplation. Two figures are shown, one sitting and one standing, as the text states, each teacher isn't some great being. The text declares, if you peel back a layer, they're all just ordinary humans. Ordinary humans who would drop dead with a thud. A gun is pointed at a person's head, and the text ominously suggests, if you shot them in the forehead while they slept. The figure pauses, a troubling thought surfacing. The only problem is. Her expression hardens, a plan beginning to form. The helmeted teacher remains an obstacle. She admits to the other, I've tried poking around, but that teacher. She confesses, I don't think I can handle them by myself. So, the plan begins to take shape. The execution date is set for November 17th of next year, the only day each year. The helmet teacher is conveniently absent, taking a vacation. First, kill the remaining teachers and take control of the orphanage. Second, ambush and deal with the helmet teacher when they return the next day. Lastly, find the person who established the orphanage, Godmother Charlotte, and uproot all facilities and networks. Footsteps echo as he thinks to himself, acknowledging that things will not be easy alone. But, the man known as Number 1 recalls a moment with Yang Suyong, the calendar marking a significant day. Number 1 remembers a conversation about special superpowers and a shared destiny. Doam's name is spoken. Number 1 asks someone to come with him, suggesting they defeat the villains. The man in the scarf speaks of becoming heroes together. Number 1 sits alone, deep in thought. During the promotion ceremony, Number 1 kneels. Doam speaks, questioning if he wanted her to experience firsthand how bad the teachers are. Someone speaks of killing someone at the same time and getting used to it. Doam questions if they want to kill the teachers together, stating that wasn't her intention, especially if they're in the honors class. Doam can learn much more about this ability. The teachers also want to acquire gifted individuals. They might not have such expectations for all students in the honors class, but if a student with an ability appears, it's like hitting the jackpot. Someone during the promotion ceremony? Knowledge to avoid getting scolded by the teachers. I still can't get that time out of my head. What I learned here, dagger techniques, marksmanship, skills to harm and kill someone. Knowledge to get high scores. They were just things I knew. I never once thought that I could actually do it. It must have been the same for them. Han Jiao, Hyung, Yul, and Chan Hyung, who always pretended to be rebellious. Like me, they must have been the same way. If we just stay still like this, those kids might all eventually become like the teachers, though? A hand reaches out, grasping at the floor. A voice whispers, resolving, no, wheel. The man with black hair stares off into the distance, his expression troubled. Her eyes wide with fear, the woman with white hair urges, run away. Below, the man promises, November 17th. That's what you said, right? I won't interfere with you, Nuna. I will take advantage of that opening and escape. A hand holds a photograph, the image blurred and indistinct. A voice echoes, with all my friends. The woman with white hair holds up the photo, her eyes widening. This. She breathes. The man with black hair stares, his face a mask of disbelief. I can't be. Like Crow. The courtyard stretches out, bathed in the soft light of dusk. The man walks slowly, his shadow stretching long behind him. Above, the woman with white hair watches. A graphic image flashes, a symbol of violence and despair. The man with black hair recoils, his face contorted in anguish. No, no, no. The woman with white hair cries out, her voice filled with desperation. Snap out of it. Now, you have. Number 4 screams, demanding that someone be killed now. Yang Suyang looks up, her expression a mix of fear and confusion as she wonders why her number was so high. Number 4 yells, calling someone a suspect and questioning why. Even though she said she'd take over the orphanage, things have come to this. A body lies on the floor, blood pooling around it. Yang Suyang stands in a white dress, questioning if she didn't mention the children at all. A hand holds several red cards. A fight breaks out, and a helicopter explodes in the distance. Someone thinks that this is strange. A winged figure stands before a city, thinking that it's too bad for the bad people, and that they can do bad things. Yang Suyang states that it's so easy. Number 4 wonders why they can't understand, and that they have to kill her. To kill her now. Symbols appear. Sharp, echoing sounds reverberate through the air. A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, the light behind them obscuring their features. A figure in a helmet and jacket stands in a desolate area, a bag slung over their shoulder. Heavy boots stand firmly on the ground, the laces tightly bound. 1 year later, on November 17th, a doorway stands open, revealing a glimpse of the outside world. A hand grips a gun, the cold metal glinting in the dim light. A door stands slightly ajar, a white garment hanging within. 12 years before, the past looms large. The number incident casts a long shadow over the building. January 16th. Using the tricks I learned from Nuna when I was young. I'm secretly going back and forth outside, creating an escape route. Little by little, I'm filling in the empty spaces on the mountain path map. Nuna and I stopped talking. March 7th. It wasn't that we fought or that someone was angry. The ambiguity was just the most awkward thing, and I couldn't bear it. March 7th. Han Jaeol Hyung was on disposal duty this month. After Chan Hyung, who was on duty last month. And Han Jaeol Hyung's number also dropped to 0. Only then could I finally be sure of the meaning of the numbers I was seeing. 137. How is it so many? No, don't think about it. Whether it's Nuna or the teachers, don't care about it anymore. July 28th. Convincing my friends wasn't easy. Yeol appeared even more listless than before, and Chan Hyung's violent behavior noticeably increased. It couldn't be explained well, but it felt like everyone was broken. Some way, October 2nd. Not much time left until November. It is still unknown if Nuna will really succeed or not. But the desire is to get as many children out as possible during that time. Until then, will I be able to convince Han Jaeol Hyung? I see. That's how it was. Doum and Soa. Thanks for bringing this, Han Jaeol. The hallway is dark, so be careful going back. Teacher. Doum was just fooled. That kid. Ever since he was little, whenever he came back with that Nuna, he'd ask strange questions and say things that didn't make sense. Surely, even the things written in his diary aren't his true feelings. There. Don't worry, teacher knows. I'll talk to Doum slowly and clearly. A man stands in a room filled with bookshelves. He says that if something similar happens to his other friends, he should be told. He adds that Han Jaeol needs to guide them well by their side. A figure with long white hair responds with a quiet yes. The figure sighs softly. The figure thinks to herself that it was a diary that only she was secretly reading, and what a shame. The panel shows the dates 10.23, 11.7. The panel shows the dates 11.14, 11.15, and 11.16. A view of a building is seen through a doorway. A figure wearing a helmet and carrying a bag stands outside. The figure's boots are shown as they walk. The panel shows a building with the year 2012 and the date November 17th. A gun is held. A door is slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of the interior. The scene shifts to 12 years prior, showing a school building. The words, "The number incident," appear on the screen. Footsteps echo down a hallway. A figure in a green jacket walks down the corridor, a gun held in their hand. The figure winces in pain, clutching their shoulder, but continues forward, gun still in hand. The figure raises the gun, firing down the hallway. A figure with long white hair stands at the end of the hallway, seemingly unharmed. What's wrong, teacher? The white-haired figure smiles, their eyes gleaming. Weren't you here to dispose of me? There's no way a gunshot from this distance would hit. The figure in the green jacket pants heavily. their expression a mix of fear and determination. Do you think you'll be safe after doing this? A close-up shows hands demonstrating how to properly hold a gun. To shoot properly, you cross both hands like this and apply pressure only to your fingers. Slowly, as if inserting a needle, the woman with white hair aims her gun. She fires, the bullet tearing through a man in a green jacket. The white-haired woman lowers her weapon. Yes, you learned very well. She continues her assault, shooting another man in a suit. The man reels from the impact, blood splattering as he's hit. Another man, wearing glasses, looks on in shock. The white-haired woman fires again. I taught you very well. The bullets find their mark, tearing through the room. The man with glasses is struck, a look of disbelief washing over his face. He returns fire, the gun clicking as he pulls the trigger. The white-haired woman acknowledges the action. Yes. The man with white hair and glowing eyes states that he can see. A digital display shows the number 14723, with the words, "in the future," above it. The man with white hair and glowing eyes is shown again, with the words, "how many people I'll save," and in real-time displayed. He levels a gun, his expression cold. A shot rings out, and someone falls dead, blood splattering. The man with white hair and glowing eyes is shown again. The dead body is shown again. A woman with brown hair stands next to a man with black hair. She thinks that it has started. The woman with brown hair tells Yul to let's go, stating that they need to break a window of the room they're escaping through first. The man with white hair points a gun at Mo Ji-hyun. He also points a gun at a man sitting at a desk. Mo Ji-hyun is shot, blood splattering as she says that he was arrogant from beginning to end. A white-haired figure, eyes shadowed, levels a pistol with cold precision. She thinks a moderate amount of rebelliousness would be helpful. The end. A dark-haired figure, bloodied and battered, glares up at the unseen assailant. She accuses them of stabbing her in the back, not even understanding the grace of being raised. That's it, good. A disembodied hand rests on a polished surface. A voice assures someone they're doing well. Like that. Until the end, don't admit your wrongs. A close-up reveals a face, the eyes filled with a chilling resolve. And don't let go of everything as if you've reached enlightenment. Like a villain, shamelessly and hideously. But a gun is pointed at a figure. Cry and struggle until the very end and die. Give me my catharsis. The white-haired figure grins, a chilling expression of pure malice. The white-haired figure stands beside another, who holds a knife. Both are poised, ready to strike. Soa, battered and bleeding, whispers an apology. She says that she wasn't the only one who could see the numbers this term. The white-haired figure stands in a doorway, a figure in a suit behind her. She says that Soa wasn't the only one. The white-haired figure's expression shifts to one of shock and realization. Jaeyul. Miru points a gun, her expression unreadable. Miru? The white-haired figure, eyes wide with desperation, asks what someone is doing. She insists she's trying to save them. Soa scoffs, finding something laughable. She wonders who asked for anyone's opinion. A man reflects on how becoming Godmother's direct subordinate wasn't a dream either. He laments that someone ruined everything. The white-haired figure holds a gun to someone's head. Elsewhere, a group of people attack someone. A gun lies on a surface. A voice notes that everyone already has. A classroom appears to have been tainted. The white-haired figure states that bringing them back to their senses is already. A man's face is shown. Then, the white-haired figure screams. The white-haired figure holds a gun, declaring that they're villains too. An exterior shot of a building is shown. A girl and a man stand together. The man states that the window he's been watching is blocked. Doum's name is spoken. Then, Yul's name is spoken. He is told to stop and move slowly. Soa looks concerned. The man tells them that they are being fooled. Soa covers her mouth with her hand, looking worried. The man points a gun, saying to come this way by that nuna. A window shatters, the sound echoing through the night. A man cries out as he is held at gunpoint. A man overlooking the city is asked to explain what's happening. The magpies have taken over the entire city, Crow. The police have been deployed, but they're outmatched. A fist clenches, the knuckles white with tension. A voice urges, you can't do it alone. Wait until the other heroes arrive. The citizens are dying, Hawk. A heavy boot comes down, crushing something beneath it. The speaker declares, we need to figure out their identity and weaknesses as quickly as possible. A figure in a long coat stands silhouetted against the city lights. The woman in the white shirt thinks to herself, good thing I brought my coat. Looking down at her blood-stained clothing, Mo Ji-hyun realizes, that's not my coat. Her eyes widen in dawning horror. A coat lies draped over a lifeless body. Mo Ji-hyun murmurs, right. Mo Ji-hyun gasps, the realization hitting her. I had one I saw before this, didn't I? By the way, what should her hero name be? A door stands ominously, stained with blood. Number 4 stands with Soa, the air thick with tension. The scene is filled with overturned furniture. Number 4 states that the window has been blocked. Doum and Yul are together. Doum tells Yul to stop and move slowly. Number 4 tells Soa to come this way. Number 4 says that they are being fooled by that nuna. A man points a gun. Number 4 asks what Doum is doing. The man with the gun thinks that the other kids are evacuated to the inner classrooms so they can't recklessly follow him outside. Soon, the teachers will catch that nuna too. A man's hand grips a gun. He orders them to come over obediently and wait with him. Yul is hyperventilating again because they're pointing guns at each other. He demands that the man put the gun down first. The man asks if he has to threaten them like that when he talks. The hand holding the gun flinches. The man holding the gun wonders how long he will just keep trembling and remain a spoiled brat. Number 4 tells the man not to make him laugh. He insists that no matter what the man says, they're getting out of here. Number 4 states that Hyung also felt it too, didn't he? He concludes that this place isn't normal. The man with the gun says no, not at all. The man with the gun says that they're just as the teacher said. He continues that they just weren't good at learning and couldn't fully adapt. He concludes that the teachers couldn't have been wrong and that this place. The woman with brown hair looks on with concern as a man clenches his teeth, his face contorted in anger. It can't possibly be wrong, he thinks. The red-haired man's face is etched with anguish. If not, then I'm. The black-haired man stares ahead, his expression a mask of confusion. Why on earth have we been living like this? For nearly 10 years, living only here, already killing 2 people. The unseen horror weighs heavily. Tears stream down the red-haired man's face as he cries out, even if we leave, how on earth are we going to live from now on? Support Hyung's jaw is set, his eyes narrowed with resolve. Hyung. The red-haired man looks down, defeated. The book I was reading said so. We're just kids. The ones who are truly wrong and responsible are the adults who made us have no choice but to worry about such things. Support Hyung extends a hand, an invitation to escape. Let's escape together. Support Hyung stands in a doorway, his hand outstretched. The red-haired man looks at him, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Let's not worry about things like that. Support Hyung faces the red-haired man and the brown-haired woman, his expression unreadable. The man stares down at the gun in his hand, a look of confusion etched on his face. He mutters, huh? A young woman with white hair and blood splattered on her face stares ahead. Ah, isn't it you? She wonders. The woman's expression shifts to a smile, blood still staining her face. She thinks of the kid who tattled with the diary. A man with spiky black hair looks off to the side, concern etched on his face. He shouts, Hawk. Hawk, respond. A masked figure looks up, thinking, I know who those magpies really are. The villain Minter I defeated 10 years ago. Puppet-like figures hang suspended by strings. The masked figure continues to think. These guys are students who were raised by Minter when they were young, completely isolated from the outside world. A group of people walk down a street. The masked figure thinks. They grew up without ever learning right from wrong. A classroom full of students sits quietly. The masked figure thinks. Those children became magpies, and to get revenge for Minter, they're harming citizens. The masked figure clenches a fist, thinking, it's my fault. I should have. A pair of legs walks forward, determination in their stride. The masked figure thinks, take an action beforehand. A voice calls out, stay back, Doam. The white-haired woman points a gun directly forward, a sinister smile on her blood-stained face. A figure, partially visible, declares, I'll save you. Blood splatters the scene. A disturbing image of blood and gore fills the panel. A close-up reveals a character's intense, bloodshot eyes and messy black hair. A blood-soaked hand lies on a wooden floor. A figure stands silhouetted, gazing at a dilapidated building. The character from panel 4 is shown again, a speech bubble with 3 dots indicating silence or contemplation. The same character looks up, uttering a confused, huh? A blurred hallway stretches into the distance, filled with a sense of urgency. A blonde-haired figure raises a gun, their expression desperate. 2 figures clash in a chaotic struggle. A pink-haired figure screams, save me, Crow, while being held by another figure. A woman with long white hair, cornered, pleads for her life as a bald man approaches, brandishing a knife. The woman fires a handgun. A figure in a suit is struck by the bullet. Someone screams in terror. A group of people express their gratitude. The woman with white hair smiles, blood staining her clothes. The crowd continues to thank Crow. He stands over fallen bodies, hailed as a true hero. A man with spiky black hair is told to get rid of them all. The man is startled. A boy cries out as he realizes the windows are locked. The woman with white hair looks on. Footfalls echo on the floorboards, each step a prelude to violence. A gunshot rips through the air, the sound deafening. The bullet tears through flesh and bone, a crimson explosion marking its path. The force of the impact sends the victim reeling, a shower of sparks accompanying the brutal blow. They are thrown backward, propelled by the bullet's devastating energy. A strangled cry escapes their lips as pain blossoms, blood splattering against the cold floor. Shards of glass mingle with droplets of blood, a testament to the chaos unleashed. The body lies broken amidst the debris, a pool of crimson spreading beneath. A figure sits hunched on the floor, their breath catching in ragged gasps. Luda lies motionless, a dark stain blooming across the floor. A desperate whisper escapes her lips, calling out to Hanul. A tormented scream tears through the silence. Why? Why exactly did this happen? Elsewhere, a woman stands over a child, a gun clutched in her hand, her expression unreadable. The white-haired figure declares that no one, not even the person she's addressing, is helping. Her expression hardened. She states that she took matters into her own hands instead. She continues, stating her actions are to prevent others from becoming heinous criminals in the future. The woman with the gun explains that because no one did anything, they would have become villains. A close-up reveals her blood-stained face, her teeth bared in what could be a snarl or a sob. A figure lies on the floor, surrounded by debris. A speech bubble reads, "Just WHYYYYY." The white-haired woman stands over the fallen figure, her expression unreadable. The exterior of a building is marred with splatters of blood. A figure is covered in blood. A bloodied hand reaches out, a desperate plea echoing, "Teacher, please save me." A figure in a helmet and dark coat stands over a person sitting on the ground, also covered in blood. The figure in the helmet remains silent, observing the scene. The building looms in the background. The figure in the helmet speaks, the voice muffled, "Is it the second-floor class?" Someone falls to the ground, their body limp. A figure runs through the hallway, a blur of motion. Mo Ji-hyun, her clothes stained with blood, holds a gun, her expression grim. She stands over a fallen body, her voice tight. "Is it around here?" Because no one did anything, a voice echoes, "She did it instead." Everyone would eventually be heinous criminals in the future. The voice continues, "Don't make her laugh." "Nuna," the voice calls out, "How do you know that? Like me? You don't even see those numbers," the voice says. "Ah, your numbers? The future kill count?" She tells Dingam that he should have hidden his diary better. He hid it so poorly that kids like Han Cheol-hyung was crying. The voice says, even as he aimed his gun at us and tried to stop us. He was confused about whether this was really right. If it weren't for Nuna, things could have been different. The memory strikes a nerve. Dingam's expression twists in disbelief. "Really?" His eyes widen, a question escaping his lips. "How do you know that?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered. "What?" A surge of anger courses through him. "Arg, how can you be so sure?" The voice continues, cold and detached, that the kids, who've taken aiming guns at each other for granted, won't cause any problems once outside. Without parents or guardians to guide them, thrown into a world with completely different rules than now. That they'll adapt properly and make a living. Do you really think that? No, that's not it. They'll be weeded out, cast aside, pushed into the darkest corners without sunlight, and eventually, what they know best, and slip into that kind of world. That cost will keep cycling until it circles back to an innocent person living a normal life somewhere. It's obvious. He stands amidst the aftermath, blood staining his clothes and skin. The air hangs heavy with the metallic tang of carnage. His face is a mask of grim determination, stained crimson. Just a trembling hand clutches a bloodied knife. "You killed everyone?" The woman's face is etched with disbelief and horror. "No matter what happens to others, are you saying your villain friends are more important?" "Doum, you." A foot steps forward, crushing the ground beneath. "You're a very selfish kid, aren't you?" Doum lunges forward, a silhouette of rage against the backdrop of carnage. He moves with a desperate speed, a whirlwind of dark intent. He cradles the woman in his arms, a stark contrast to the violence that just transpired. They're not villains. His face contorts in anguish, tears mixing with the blood. "Don't judge arbitrarily, whether they'll truly become villains or not. How do you know that?" The woman's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mix of fear and understanding. It wasn't just Han Cheol-hyung. Yeol, Chan-hyung, everyone else too. The number above their heads was 0. His face is a canvas of despair, the weight of his actions crushing him. For the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have killed anyone. A voice echoes, laced with a chilling certainty, "Of course." Before that happened, a figure lies prone amidst a pool of crimson. Her lifeless eyes stare blankly at the ceiling, a gun resting ominously above her. "I already killed them all," she declares, her voice a ghostly echo. Dae-um, his face smeared with blood, stares down at the scene, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. "They're not villains?" he questions, his voice barely a whisper. His eyes narrow, confusion warring with a dawning horror. "What?" The woman's voice, cold and detached, cuts through the silence. "Don't you understand?" Dae-um sits beside the woman's body, his gaze distant and haunted. "It was thanks to me dealing with them first," he mutters, his words heavy with a dark implication. The gun looms above the woman's corpse, a silent testament to the violence that has transpired. Could have changed, a voice wonders. The woman's face contorts into a grotesque grin, her eyes wide and manic. "How can you be so sure?" she asks, her voice dripping with a chilling certainty. Dae-um's grip tightens on the gun, his knuckles white with tension. A guttural scream tears from Dae-um's throat as the memory intensifies. The woman's face is frozen in a silent scream. The sharp crack of a gunshot echoes through the air. A voice echoes in the darkness, a single phrase hanging in the void. The memory shifts, revealing Dae-um standing with a dark-haired figure. The words spoken are a desperate plea. The scene dissolves into a tender embrace, the unknown male holding Dae-um close as a litany of shared experiences fills the air. The flashback cuts to a gun lying on the floor, the words a haunting echo of a shared desire. The scene shifts again, Dae-um standing with the dark-haired figure, the unspoken words hanging heavy between them. A close-up of Dae-um's face, his expression unreadable as a chilling declaration is made. Dae-um's eyes widen, a flicker of fear or understanding crossing his face. The memory blurs, Dae-um and the dark-haired figure frozen in place, the words a lament of indecision and forced action. The scene shifts to Dae-um, The words a desperate plea and a chilling assessment. A close-up of the dark-haired figure, his expression obscured by shadow. Dawam and the dark-haired figure are shown again, the words a bitter condemnation. The flashback ends with the dark-haired figure lying prone, defeated. He is on the ground, reaching out towards a figure with long, white hair. A hand grips a revolver, the metal gleaming in the dim light. A voice echoes, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." The figure, splattered with blood, holds the gun. Another figure stands silently in the doorway behind him. The face of teacher Mo Hyun-cheol is revealed. The voice continues, "It's probably unnecessary, but let me confirm one last thing." Mo Hyun-cheol holds the gun, his expression grim. "Did you celebrate your daughter's birthday well?" The gun is pointed forward. "Killing everyone. Was that your doing?" Gunshots erupt, explosions tearing through the scene. The sounds of gunfire echo through a forest. The gunshots continue near a school building. He lies on the ground, blood staining his clothes. He lay sprawled amidst the wreckage, the cold seeping into his bones. Shattered glass crunched under his cheek, the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils. The air hung heavy with the scent of gunpowder and decay. His hand, slick with crimson, rested limply on the floorboards. Each shallow breath sent a jolt of pain through his body, a grim reminder of the violence that had unfolded. Nearby, the remnants of a broken knife lay scattered, a silent testament to a desperate struggle. The sharp scent of ozone lingered in the air, a ghostly echo of the conflict. The room was a canvas of destruction, riddled with bullet holes and splattered with blood. Each mark told a story of chaos and desperation, a symphony of violence etched into the walls. Pushing himself up, he knelt amidst the carnage, the weight of what had happened pressing down on him. The silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic hammering of his own heart. No one was there. I was the only person, still alive. Footsteps echo in the dimly lit corridor. Number 4 stands, blood trickling down his face, a testament to a brutal encounter. He walks down a hallway littered with bodies, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. His foot comes down on a lifeless hand, the sound a sickening crunch. A hand reaches out, fingers twitching weakly before falling still. Number 4 stands over a fallen man. A sinister smile spreads across his face. In the background, 2 boys play soccer, oblivious to the carnage. Let's hurry, or there won't be any food. Inside a dining hall, people sit at tables. This time, 2 people look down at someone on the floor. Are you okay? A book titled Trolley Dilemma lies open. Number 4 holds the book, a chilling smile on his face. Want to try solving it? A train barrels down the tracks, its brakes clearly failing. 5 people are tied to the tracks, directly in the train's path. A lever stands nearby, offering a grim choice. On the side track, 1 person will die if the lever is pulled. Number 4 wonders, would Hyung pull the lever in this situation? The man considers the question, a book clutched in his hand. He admits he doesn't really know the answer. But still, wouldn't 1 person be better than 5? The man's expression is unreadable as he contemplates the weight of the decision. 2 figures stand in a hallway. One asks, "Kill that Nona yourself?" Number 4 is framed by a red and black background, his expression thoughtful. The man recalls, "You were the only one who knew that the numbers were future kill counts. It wasn't just 5 people. There were 137 people tied to the tracks. He didn't do anything." Number 4 cries out, "No." Number 4 stands in a hallway with another figure. He thinks, I didn't know either. I never thought she would kill Hyung and the other kids." A voice echoes, "Are you saying that if it wasn't us who were going to die, you would have left her alone? Have chosen one path?" Dawam's name is spoken. A voice says, "Aren't you a very selfish person?" Number 4 stands with a white-haired figure. A voice says, "You should have acted." A figure holds a gun. A voice says, "Like you did back then." Number 4 runs. A voice says, "You should. If you had been ready to make a choice, you would have seen it." Number 4 reaches for a lever. A voice says, "In the end, one side must be sacrificed." If he hadn't avoided that fact, he would have seen the real right answer, which was to kill the defenseless science teacher. The memory replays, Mo Ji-hyun sitting across from him. No, you are. How can he choose a path without a moment's hesitation? He can't trust his own judgment. The people on the tracks, whether they deserve to die, or on the contrary, had the potential to benefit the world. For him to think about his mere self-deciding. Only chosen children like you can defeat the villains with Godmother. Everyone would eventually be heinous criminals in the future. I just can't bear it. I see. He reflects, everyone, in fact. Mo Ji-hyun wonders if they had no worries at all. A pair of hands clenched tightly, knuckles white with strain. Everyone's the same. They claim to be on the side of justice and randomly sacrifice others based on their own standards. In reality, they might not have been villains at all. Number 4 says, "Yes, I see. I should have checked for myself." Mo Ji-hyun reflects. "I should have killed you first, then checked the numbers above the heads of the surviving children." Number 4 thinks, "I should have checked for myself, whether they would have reformed or truly." He reflects, become destined murderers that, only I, who can see future kill counts. Mo Ji-hyun says, "Before my friends died, I could have confirmed." Mo Ji-hyun says, give up. You're weak. Number 4 thinks, now? I won't hesitate. There should be no exceptions. He would discard all his trivial subjectivity. And unlike you guys, be fair to everyone. My preferences, judgments, and biases. The life of each and every person. Equally, without exception. Not as some hero, but as part of a rule. A hand grips a bloodied, curved blade. A life is taken, the blade finding its mark. Number 4 stares ahead, his expression unreadable. Another life extinguished, another soul lost. I have to prove that this number never decreases. He stands silhouetted against a backdrop of shattered glass and fractured light, a sense of isolation clinging to him like a shroud. If you're alive somewhere, he thinks, the weight of his unspoken promise pressing down on him. Things myself, I must ask, how many lives will I save in the future? He reaches out, his hand grasping at the surface as if trying to break free from the depths. Before I finish, I have to find you. Find you and hear your voice. The figure stands alone in the darkness, a silent sentinel against the encroaching shadows. A figure watches over another sleeping in a bed. He clutches his head, a wave of despair washing over him. Elsewhere, Mo Ji-hyun sits surrounded by shelves, pulling out a snack. She sticks her tongue out, ready to enjoy her treat. Back in the darkness, tears stream down number 4's face. Meanwhile, a new location comes into view, the sky a pale green. A voice echoes, wondering where they are. The scene reveals a loading dock or parking area, the question hanging in the air, where am I? Mo Ji-hyun eats something from a bag, her expression unreadable. Number 1 sits in a dark room, his hand resting on his forehead. Number 1 speaks to Mo Ji-hyun, his expression serious. He asks who gave her permission to take it and eat it. Mo Ji-hyun continues to eat, her eyes wide. Number 1 looks at a book, his hand resting on the page. He wonders how she hid it deep inside. Number 1 asks how many she ate, his expression angry. Number 1 lies on a bed, covered by a blanket. Mo Ji-hyun stands nearby. Mo Ji-hyun looks at Number 1, calling him Ajusi. Mo Ji-hyun asks Number 1 if he is okay. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a street. A body lies sprawled amidst a crimson pool, limbs askew in unnatural angles. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood as a voice whispers, let's go. Number 1 and Soa stand over the fallen body, the scene illuminated by a dim, flickering light. Soa gasps softly. A shoe presses down on the blood-soaked floor, each step a silent testament to the violence that has transpired. Soa, her voice trembling, manages a weak, yes. So. She recalls Number 1's instructions, a chilling echo in her mind. She thinks she vaguely figured something out. Number 1 and Soa ascend the dimly lit staircase, their footsteps muffled by the oppressive silence. Soa's eyes widen in fear, her breath catching in her throat as she glances back into the darkness. The staircase stretches upwards, a claustrophobic passage leading away from the carnage. They collapse onto the cold, unforgiving ground, their bodies aching with exhaustion and trauma. Soa cries out, ugh. Ow ow. So. Number 1 coughs, the sound raw and painful. Soa leans over him, her voice laced with concern. Ajusi, what's wrong? Number 1's face is a mask of pain and exhaustion, blood streaking his features as he struggles to breathe. The bloodied hand rests on the floor, a grim reminder of the recent violence. Number 1 and Soa sit together, the weight of their escape heavy in the air. The close-up reveals the exhaustion etched on their faces, a silent testament to their ordeal. They ascend the stairs, each step a struggle against fatigue and lingering fear. Inside the vehicle, Number 1 sits with his hand covering his face, seemingly lost in thought. Soa looks on with concern. He mutters, bloody tears, you said. While driving, Number 1 responds, yes. Soa says, you didn't react even when I talked to you. Then as soon as we arrived, you just collapsed. Soa continues, and have been lying down ever since. You don't. Number 1 thinks to himself, I overworked my eyes too much. When they get overloaded and I pass out, I lose my memory, for about 2 to 3 days. He exclaims, wait a minute. What's today's date? Soa replies, it's December 3rd. It's been about 2 days. He grits his teeth, a grimace twisting his features. Since he collapsed. The car speeds on, tires hissing against the wet asphalt. Number 1 sits hunched in the passenger seat, the rain blurring the world outside. Where are they going? Soa glances at Number 1, her expression unreadable. Anywhere, she replies. Number 1 clenches his fist, his voice strained. As far as possible, to a place where he can heal his eyes. Soa's eyes widen with concern. My eyes were already malfunctioning, she thinks. A complex diagram flickers in her mind. I couldn't have foreseen the best future, like I always do when escaping from a scene. Elsewhere, a team of investigators swarms a gruesome crime scene. Evidence must have been left behind, one of them mutters. Bloody footprints mark the floor, a chilling testament to the violence that occurred. Something, no matter how small. A man in a light-colored suit kneels, his gaze fixed on the ground. A new clue, he observes. Back in the car, Soa speaks, her voice laced with worry. Given that I stayed near the scene for 2 days in that state, it's a miracle the investigation hasn't closed in on us yet. So-ah stares ahead, her thoughts racing. I was also looking at the numbers while we were escaping though. He speaks, his voice low, reminding her that their numbers are their lifespan. Number 1 wonders if her lifespan would decrease if she were arrested. So-ah looks up, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. She begins to ask why he did something. Number 1 cuts her off, stating that he isn't blaming her. It's clearly his fault, he admits. A flashback unfolds. A voice speaks of using their eyes to foresee the best future, having done so for almost 40 days straight without a single break. So-ah speaks, a knowing look in her eyes. She knew they'd eventually get overloaded. The flashback continues, revealing a man standing in a dimly lit room. Scars mark his face and arms. So-ah looks up, her brow furrowed. She wonders aloud why things always happen this way. Number 1 glances to the side, a thought crossing his mind. Is it albino? His eyes narrow, and he wonders if it's related to that Nuna person. So-ah looks up, her expression questioning. She asks what he said her name was, repeating it. So-ah? Rain streaks down a window, blurring the outside world. The downpour intensifies, the rain lashing against the glass. She watches as a car speeds away, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in its wake. Number 1 exhales, a visible cloud of breath in the cold air. He wonders how she knows that name. So-ah looks away, her expression unreadable. She winces, muttering about not meaning to eavesdrop, but admitting she heard him groaning while Ajusi was unconscious. Number 1 stares intently, revealing that she kept muttering in her sleep. So-ah reveals that he was talking in his sleep, despite being someone who never does. Number 1 nods slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. He gets it. He repeats that he gets it, after she reveals he was saying Hyung, Nuna, Hyung, Nuna. The car rumbles down the road. The tension in the car is palpable as they continue their journey. So-ah asks if he is angry, but Number 1 simply replies, no. He apologizes, saying he wasn't trying to make fun of her. So-ah asks him to tell her a little bit, too. Number 1 and So-ah are in the car. What on earth? I'm not made you into this kind of person. Interrogation room. Someone is sitting at a table. Okay, if you're ready. Shall we begin? As you may already know, from now on, you must never lie. A man is shown in an interrogation room. The Incheon police station stands tall, a hub of law enforcement activity. A group of officers gathers, the air thick with anticipation. Park Tae-han, from the Incheon police station's Violent Crimes Unit 1, confirms that he is from the Seoul Police. Kang Hyun-guk, the head of the Special Task Force, introduces himself. Kwon Samuel from the Anti-Corruption Investigation Team introduces himself. Sergeant Ju Seol introduces herself. The officers are specially assigned and quite good at this kind of thing. The remaining personnel will arrive soon. The number task force will be organized here at the Incheon police station, which has jurisdiction. Later, as the crime area moves, it will be transferred to the Bashung Provincial Police Agency. At first glance, Kwon Samuel was a detective with an unnecessarily irritating look in his eyes. He got along with others well and seemed like he was just fooling around. A figure relaxes, seemingly carefree. He stood before the man, the sterile environment of the interrogation room amplifying the tension. A narration box states, but when he stood in front of a certain type of person. An overhead view shows the man sitting at the desk. A voice says, okay, if you're ready. Number 1 sits with his hands clasped, his expression unreadable. A narration box states, as you may already know, from now on. His eyes gleam with a sinister light as he says, you must never lie. A narration box states, he would spew a hatred that wasn't hidden by his smile. An open book reveals images and text, the word survived, highlighted. Number 1 states, I think the previous statement is enough regarding the on-site testimony. He says, I'd like to ask a few things separately now. A close-up of a photo reveals a face. Number 1 says, for a crime committed by number alone, the scale is quite extreme. His eyes glowing red, Number 1 asks, furthermore, why did only these 3 people survive? The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. He states that he doesn't know and has no idea at all. A figure with glowing red eyes suggests changing the question. Someone sits at a table, pondering why there were only 18 people as numbers targets in the first place. 80% of the number incident victims were ex-convicts. Of course, this number includes relatively light punishments like fines or probation, the woman explains. So it's difficult to say there's a direct causal relationship, but the more severe the crime, the more likely they were to be a target. That tendency clearly existed. What are you trying to say? Detective Kwon is shown with a serious expression. Hanul looked through the records of the local police station. During assaults or disappearance cases at A, some of the staff members were investigated as suspects quite a few times, right? On the surface, an outsourced security company. 3 clubs acquired through a transfer from an acquaintance. He muses that all of this feels like some kind of conventional disguise. Is it possible that this number incident? Detective Kwon wonders if it is also deeply related to this. The detective asks where his cell phone is. Detective Kwon states that whether it was a disappearance or an assault, he believes all those cases were ultimately not sent for prosecution. Gangsters? Disguise? That's clearly a false accusation. His eyes glow red as he is asked about his cell phone. Detective Kwon demands to know where his cell phone is. He replies asking what the detective is talking about, stating that he submitted it. Not that piece of junk, the one he actually uses for work. Detective Kwan states that the phone that Choi Chong-hyok received a call from right after he was attacked was by number. The detective then asks about the phone with the number he called from, Mr. Go Junbyum. He says he doesn't have such a thing and didn't make the call either. Detective Kwan asks if it's the only number he regularly contacts. His eyes glow red as he asks if there is any evidence that it was him all along. He states that he is present as a survivor of the number incident, not as a suspect. Slamming his hand on the table, Go Junbyum declares that if they continue to ask irrelevant questions, he will exercise his right to remain silent until they bring him some evidence. Go Junbyum insists that there are enough suspicions to start an investigation. He tells them to do the investigation as they please. Detective Kwan tells him that if he's going to do it, he should just set the date for the substantive examination simply. Go Junbyum replies that he doesn't need any other lawyer aside from that. Mo Ji-hyun stands silently. The sunset casts long shadows through the office windows. Detective Kwan offers Mo Ji-hyun a coffee. She accepts, thanking him. Mo Ji-hyun sips her coffee, thinking that if there was an insider at the police station taking a cut, it would be difficult to find them. Detective Kwan stares out the window, musing that it would be a stalemate no matter how many of the remaining personnel they assign to it. A voice states that it's the same even if you have a special ability. The voice continues, stating that when you play the mafia game, even if the police figure out who the mafia is all by themselves, convincing the citizens is a different matter, isn't it? The man internally debates, contemplating that in the end, he must persuade the system. He reflects that according to the laws and rules, it's meaningless, but he knows it all and is used to it. But when he has to let go of a case he's almost solved, it's always a little stressful. The weight of the unsolved case settles heavily. A harbor scene unfolds, the water shimmering under the dim light. Number 1 receives a call. The voice on the other end asks if he got the coin wallet. He confirms, addressing the caller as Hyungnim, and is instructed to come to the port. Number 1 is asked why he didn't tell them pigs. The background shows a karaoke bar. He is questioned about what, specifically about that little girl. He is asked why he is leaving people who caused such a mess alone. Number 1 is asked what he is talking about, and if he is a dumbass. He is questioned if he thinks he should let those bastards get caught by the police and be punished by the law. The man is told that there's a skilled woman who was in contact with Hyungnim. It is stated that if they're going to get revenge, they should do it thoroughly. Number 1 is told Hyungnim, but he is told that it will be their way. Besides, why should they trust incompetent police who've done nothing but mess up for 2 months? He stands at the port, a sense of unease settling over him. A phone lies on the ground, ringing insistently. What, hello? Hey, what's going on? Hanul holds his phone to his ear, his expression grim. What is it, you bastard? The other person hasn't reported in either. Hanul continues, his voice laced with frustration. Every minute counts, but none of them are trustworthy. The waves crash against the shore. A man's face is contorted in pain, his hands bound. An unknown man with a knife grabs Hyung by the neck. Kek. Hyung struggles, his face a mask of agony. Ugh, you. The unknown man looms over Hyung, his expression cold. What, are you? Incompetent police? The unknown man's eyes narrow. Proper punishment? Yes. The unknown man tightens his grip. I also agree 100%. A phone lies on the ground, its screen shattered. Tears stream down a face, reflecting the harsh light. A voice, laced with amusement, echoes, Kek. Cook, you, what are you? Another voice responds, a chilling agreement in its tone. Yeah, I feel the same way. The figure declares, don't trust civil servants, right? The figure continues, a hint of frustration in their voice. They can't even hand out a satisfying punishment. The figure states, which is why a gun or a knife is too fast. You have to take your time. The figure's voice drips with malice, to inflict as much pain as possible. Rain lashes against a ship as it cuts through the turbulent ocean. Below, 2 figures stand near shipping containers. One of the figures looks up, a sudden realization dawning on their face. A voice whispers, a question hanging in the air, huh? 2 figures stand over another, their intentions unclear. Hyung sprints away, muttering under his breath, ah shit. Hanul gives chase, his footsteps echoing on the pavement. The hooded figure continues his pursuit, letting out a drawn-out, ah. Hanul's thoughts drift to the inevitable scolding he'll receive. I'm gonna get yelled at again. Hyung's face contorts in frustration as he continues to flee. Damn it, again. The hooded figure's relentless pursuit continues, his strides long and purposeful. Hanul's boots pound against the ground, closing the distance. A strange, almost cheerful tune escapes the hooded figure's lips as he runs. Do-do-do-doon. Sweat flying, Hyung curses his pursuer. I can't seem to lose this bastard. Hanul wonders how he's able to keep up. How's he able to keep up with me? The hooded figure's coat billows behind him as he maintains his pace. Hyung stumbles, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he desperately tries to escape. He is struck with immense force, the blow sending him reeling. Crashing into a container, Hyung cries out in pain. Hanul continues his pursuit, his footsteps echoing in the confined space. Hyung kneels on the ground, struggling to regain his composure as Hanul approaches. Lying on the ground, Hyung's glasses fall off his face. He hears Hanul's voice. Hanul scolds. What did I tell you, Sunbae? You always end up letting someone get away because you get caught off guard, even if it's just for stress relief. Hanul smiles, his expression unsettling. Hanul continues, this is fine. You always clean up after me anyway. Hyung grits his teeth, thinking, shit, what the hell, kind of strength. Hanul approaches, his footsteps heavy. Hanul asks, hey punk, wanna live? Hanul says, I can let you live. I even believe people can change, for the better. Contract killings, scams. He reflected on the murders he had committed, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. If he could truly reflect and repent for all the malicious deeds he'd done. He stammered, barely audible, as the reality of his crimes crashed down on him. He understood the gravity of his sins. A desperate plea escaped his lips. He would repent, he insisted, begging for someone to witness his transformation. His hand trembled as he reached out, swearing he would never repeat his past transgressions. Never again, he vowed. He would confess everything, he promised, laying bare all the darkness he had harbored within. The memory of his past deeds sent shivers down his spine. He would never get involved with anything like that again, he swore. His eyes burned with remorse as he thought of those he had wronged. Yes, the victims. He would sincerely apologize for the pain he had caused. A desperate plea for forgiveness echoed in the air, a promise to atone for his sins for the rest of his life. Tears streamed down his face as he continued to beg, his voice cracking with anguish. Please, he whispered, hoping for redemption. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a desolate coastal landscape, where a formidable structure stood against the crashing waves. The facility loomed in the distance, its purpose shrouded in mystery, a silent sentinel against the vast expanse of the sea. A dark barrel splashed into the water, the sound echoing across the empty landscape, its contents unknown. A black barrel bobs in the water. Then, a red barrel labeled candy floats in its place. A voice assures, it's okay. A hand holds up a strawberry-flavored lollipop, a reminder. Ah, that's right. You don't like strawberry flavor. You should start remembering. The lollipop is shown again, slightly damaged. A voice laments. Apple or lemon would have been better. My bad, this was all that was left. A light brown-haired man eats something, while Mo Ji-hyun stands beside him, holding what appears to be a mirror. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, showing only legs and feet. A figure sits in the dimly lit room, stating, I don't know. Mo Ji-hyun's face is shown, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She thinks, Mo Ji-hyun. Honestly, I thought it'd be impossible to hide from the police by now, but a phone is displayed, and she continues, we'll find out who she is when we go through that phone. It's a good thing he turned out to be exactly the scum I thought he was. Mo Ji-hyun looks up, her expression unreadable. But it's only a matter of time, she thinks. Indeed. Footprints are visible on the ground. A voice narrates, the very fact that such evidence was left behind means there's a problem with the best future that number sees. Mo Ji-hyun stands by the water with another figure. A voice says, if we want to reach them before the police, it'll be close. Mo Ji-hyun looks out at the water. What are you going to do? She asks. After you find them, I mean. The light brown-haired man smiles. What's so special about it? Just like before, I'll have to see and judge both of them myself before making a decision. What kind of people are they, and why are they together? And most of all, what criteria do they use for judgment? I'll be fair to them and hear them out first, but if I'm not convinced, well, I guess I'll think about that when the time comes. The sun sets over the city, casting long shadows across the landscape. Honestly, I don't really care whether I'm seen as a hero or a villain. The truth is, I can't trust anyone's judgment, not even my own. Who's good and who's evil? Whose life is worth more? A group gathers around a table, their faces etched with concern. If all human lives and potential are equal, then, out of the two paths, I'll choose the one that saves the most people. That's the one standard he'll never compromise. He states that's enough of the boring old story, asking if that was the answer they were looking for. He states that they'll start with Mo Ji-hyun's side first. A footprint analysis report is shown. The street bustles with activity as people go about their day. A building stands tall, its windows reflecting the sunlight. Mo Ji-hyun waves goodbye to someone as she stands in front of a building. Mo Ji-hyun checks her phone as she walks down the street. She reviews a checklist on her phone, making sure she has everything she needs. A student approaches Mo Ji-hyun, placing a hand on her shoulder. The student compliments Mo Ji-hyun, calling her beautiful. Mo Ji-hyun's eyes widen in surprise. Flustered, Mo Ji-hyun runs away, apologizing as she flees. She exclaims that she has a boyfriend. A quiet street scene unfolds, benches sitting empty. The figure in the hat reflects, thinking they almost got caught. The thought still scares them. The figure adjusts their hat, thinking that you can actually see their face on that new tube stream. Thankfully, no one seems to recognize them at all. Maybe because the video quality was bad. Walking down the street, the figure wonders if enough time has passed. 2 weeks is a long time in Korea, the figure thinks. A flashback shows the figure being attacked. The figure's face is shown in close-up. Since they first met. Number. Okay, well, that's enough of the boring old story. So, was that the answer you were looking for? December 4th, 10:30 a.m. It's not just that, he thinks, his expression troubled. It doesn't feel real. A ghostly figure emerges from a dark space. It's like something that happened in their country. In the end, someone asks, does he want to take revenge on that woman, Soa? It's not about revenge. It's about not letting someone like that keep living in this world. It's not out of some sense of duty. The only reason he's trying to kill her is because her number is so high. If you can save one person or 100 people, it's only natural to save the 100. The value of every human life is equal. If he doesn't think that way, he'd be no different from them. She could see the numbers, too, right? But her ability was the exact opposite of his. If the number of people to be saved is 1, correct? Yes. Definitely, but still, something about that bothers him. No matter how he thinks about it, there's some kind of contradiction he can't explain. Eek. He stands near the open trunk of a car, the air thick with unspoken tension. They passed, he thinks, clicking his tongue in annoyance. He tells Soa that this is no time to be talking. Soa holds up her phone, a question hanging in the air. Number 1 reflects that he damaged his eyes badly 3 nights ago. They've healed enough so he can see simple numbers again, but he thinks it will take another 2 days or so. Ideally, they should lay low until then, but he doesn't know what kind of evidence they might have left behind that night while he was unconscious. Number 1 considers the possibility of the investigators closing in on them already. He thinks it might be safer to cut any ties to the evidence and get out of here as fast as possible. Number 1 is surprised, wondering what she's talking about. She tells him to get everything, from his hat to his shoes. A close-up shows his shoes on the pavement. The sounds of the city echo around them as Soa and Number 1 stand outside. Soa tells him to get himself a new outfit too. 2 figures walk away, their destination unknown. Soa can see the yellow numbers, the lifespan of those around her. The number can also reveal someone's future kill count, and Soa can see it all. The trolley problem. If the choice is between saving 1 person or 5, it's only natural to save the 5. Soa walks with another figure, but she still can't completely accept it. What if someone's number is high because they're a cop or a soldier? The number. What if it's someone out for revenge against bad people, like some over-the-top comic book character? If there's someone who only targets obvious psychopaths or serial killers to carry out their own brand of justice. Soa wonders if that's really the path to a better world. Of course, she's not saying, is a hero like that, but how can you be so sure? A close-up of a face, its expression unreadable. How can kids grow up thinking it's normal to point guns at each other? It's not going to turn out well. Problem-free when they grow up? Some innocent person just trying to live their life. Somewhere, won't it? Of course, I can't say it's absolutely right, but thinking realistically, the fact that there won't be anyone to properly guide them is true. Realistically. Think of it realistically. How's a kid supposed to grow up stable with their dad in prison? Who'd put her on the right path? When she starts going off course, she'll face. Oh, and she'll obviously slip onto the easier path. A guttural sound escapes from clenched teeth. The masked figure considers a preemptive strike, deeming it more rational to stop someone before they begin. The masked figure agrees. If his friends truly were kids who would kill someone, then, right now, he'd kill them without hesitation. The thought echoes in his mind as he watches children play soccer. Likewise, he still would. The masked figure warns Mo Ji-hyun not to regret trying to kill her. Mo Ji-hyun's face contorts in anguish. She was genuinely going to kill 4,326 people. As a destined murderer, Mo Ji-hyun cries out for her mother. A child observes that his Nuna is in pain. Oh dear. Someone remarks that Mo Ji-hyun looks sick. Another asks if she's okay, noting that she doesn't look too well. She exhales shakily, trying to convince herself. No, I'm fine. I'm okay. A distorted vision flashes before her eyes, filled with jagged lines and unsettling shadows. Clutching her head, Mo Ji-hyun stands at the bus stop, haunted by violent thoughts, always thinking about killing and being killed. A wave of pain crashes over her. My head hurts so much. Am I really? Another hallucination grips her, showing herself covered in blood. Asterisk that kind of person? Asterisk. The electronic display shows the bus schedule. The bus to arrive is the 4450. A child points at the display. The next bus is. Mo Ji-hyun's eyes widen in alarm, a sudden realization hitting her. The child tugs at her sleeve. Mom, the bus, yes. Yes, the bus is coming. Mo Ji-hyun's expression is filled with worry. Coming. Come inside before you get hurt. Other people wait at the bus stop, oblivious to the turmoil within Mo Ji-hyun. The crowd continues to wait, the sounds of the city filling the air. Yellow numbers dance in the air, clinging to the ceiling and the figures below. The numbers read 2217, 2213, and 2211. The bus pulls up to the stop with a squeal of brakes. Mo Ji-hyun stares ahead, her expression unreadable. The sign on the bus reads, "This stop is Nadial Station." A man boards the bus, his face obscured by the shadows of the vehicle's interior. The next stop is. The yellow numbers flicker around Mo Ji-hyun, a constant reminder of the unseen forces at play. She stands motionless, seemingly lost in thought. The words Dojong four-way intersection float in the darkness, a disembodied sign hanging in the void. The numbers appear as A, B. Years count down to seconds, displayed as year, month, day, hour, then A, B, then 00, A, B, and finally 00:00, A, B, in order of largest to smallest. If you get used to the range of numbers for each unit, it's quite easy to know what they mean, but the numbers 19 verse 55 glow. Seconds, or some other unit, tick down. The numbers 19 verse 56 continue to tick down. The numbers 19 verse 41 continue to tick down. It's still hard to get used to seeing people's lifespans tick down in real time, whether by minutes. It's the same as the stalker case back then, where everyone's timers synced up. Something horrible is about to happen. I can still spot some people whose lifespans look normal. I realized something after watching them for 2 stops. Those people will. Those with running timers get off the bus, while those who remain or get on have their timers fixed. This pattern will repeat over the next 19 minutes, until time runs out. And only those with their fate sealed remain on the bus. The man with the pomade observes the scene with a slightly concerned expression. A child calls out to the man, Nuna, offering him something. Do you want some? The child continues, if you're sick, you gotta take your medicine, and if you take your... The child's father interrupts. Daddy'll give you candy, just like this. Oh my, there you go again. The man with the pomade chuckles softly. Huh? Does our little friend? The child smiles brightly, thinking, I like strawberry. The man with the pomade looks on with a slight smile. An incoming call from a restricted number appears on the phone. A voice says, talk. The man with the pomade answers the phone, wondering, what's going on? A passenger on the bus whispers, pleading for help. He sits, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. The bus continues its journey, oblivious to the unfolding drama within. The screen displays the bus's route and estimated time of arrival, approximately 17 minutes remaining. Based on his rough estimates, the incident will likely happen around 5 stops from here. The bus approaches a stop, the sign indicating it's somewhere between Osel Plaza and Dosup Apartments. He wonders what could cause the impending incident, admitting he honestly can't tell. Another passenger, unaware of the danger, thinks it's just an ordinary bus ride. A passenger speaks into their phone, asking someone to head to the spot they mentioned. He is determined to find a way to clear this bus, urging someone to find out what's going to happen there. A dark van sits parked, its presence adding to the growing unease. He requests a photo, demanding images of the passengers, especially the driver. He states that he needs to check their kill counts, his expression grim. The man considers the driver, wondering if they could be causing an accident. A voice asks if an accident count would go toward it, too, stating that it's obvious. Hanul remarks that it's no different from stabbing someone. Number 1 states that except the weapon is a car, his expression thoughtful. Hanul states that when multiple lives are lost, intent doesn't matter. Hanul continues, stating that if you really want to save those people. Number 1 replies that then you'd better hope someone here does have a number. Images of floods and earthquakes flash across the screen. The scene shifts to building collapses and pileups. Hanul states that in cases like natural disasters or complex accidents, where multiple factors are involved, it's hard to pin the cause of death on one person, and that death doesn't count toward anyone's number. Number 1 concludes that, however, if that number is concentrated on one person, by killing them. Inside the bus, a sign declares that someone will save everyone else. The interior of the bus is dimly lit. He stares intently at a tablet, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. If no one here has a number, there's almost nothing they can do. Kill counts and lifespans are mentioned, with the implication that once a number is set, it never changes. A call is in progress. From here, there are 3 outcomes. 1 option is to find and deal with the culprit near the destination. 2, there is a culprit, but I fail to. 3, there was never a culprit to begin with, and everyone dies in an accident. The bus lies in ruins. Option 1. It doesn't matter. If there's even a chance to save more lives, you must act as if it's true. You said you'll get them off? Then, do your best on your end, too. Whether it'll matter or not. I don't know. Click. He selects option 1. He purses his lips, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Why does he have to be so damn prickly every time? The bus barrels down the city street, its destination unknown. A beep echoes through the bus as a transfer is registered. Only 14 minutes left, he thinks, his brow furrowing in concentration. Only 14 minutes left. He needs to stir something up, somehow force the bus to stop, so everyone has to get off. A passenger nods off in his seat, oblivious to the protagonist's brewing plan. He mutters an apology under his breath. I'm sorry. He steels himself, resolving to borrow something for a bit. He thinks, I'll tear off a bit of this newly bought padding. He continues his train of thought, deciding that he doesn't need a big fire, but at least something big enough to force the bus to stop. He reaches into his bag, a subtle click echoing in the confined space. Click, click, click. He grits his teeth, a sudden realization dawning on his face. His eyes widen, a sense of urgency washing over him. A click echoes as someone flicks a lighter. A thought bubbles. Why? The lighter's full. The lighter sparks to life, a small flame dancing in the dim light. He gasps, finally understanding the situation. Rain lashes against the windows as the bus speeds down the road. The bus lurches violently, sending passengers scrambling for support. Whoa, oh dear. The lighter tumbles across the floor of the bus, discarded. He reaches out, desperate to stop the bus. Hey, wait dash. Inside the bus, a passenger turns, holding out the lighter. Is this yours? A hand reaches out to accept the lighter. Thank you dash. The bus continues its journey, oblivious to the near disaster. The bus tilts violently, sending passengers flying. A woman screams in terror as she struggles to hold on. A red lighter spins through the air. The lighter shatters on the floor with a sickening crunch. Mo Ji-hyun's eyes widen in shock. A phone displays an incoming call. The screen reads, "Do your best." A voice echoes in Mo Ji-hyun's mind, filled with uncertainty. Whether it'll matter or not, I don't know. Mo Ji-hyun's expression hardens with resolve. A heavy boot steps forward. He walks down the street, holding a tablet. A beam of blue light descends from the sky. The light engulfs him. The numbers don't change, but if it were Mo Ji-hyun, what would he do? If it were you? A hammer is raised, glinting ominously in the light. The hammer is raised higher, poised to strike. A voice questions the need to cause a commotion, followed by an order to do one's best. Inside a bus, a hammer is raised, ready to swing. A woman with glasses stares in shock at something happening in front of her, while another man stands nearby. The hammer is raised again, the wielder's intentions unknown. I don't know, a voice admits. The woman with glasses gasps, her eyes wide with alarm. Ugh, she cries out. A man yells, "Oh hey, you." He urges everyone to hold on tight to the handrail when they move. The woman with glasses, looking disturbed, mutters, "Seriously, this isn't the first time." Tears well in the woman's eyes as she tries to comprehend the situation. She wonders aloud, does this keep happening? Outside, buses travel down the road. Are these accidents really just coincidences? The thought lingers as someone tries to make smoke with a lighter. The lighter is stepped on by a passenger and breaks. Someone tries to smash a window with an emergency hammer to cause a ruckus. The hammer bounces off at an absurd angle and falls out of the window. A reflection shows a woman with glasses. No matter what, it doesn't work. It's as if something is preventing it. Something is preventing me from stopping this bus. Once a number is set, it never changes. Was this what you meant? When you said that? I'm here. He's at the predicted accident site, between OSO Plaza and Box Apartments. He checked everywhere, but as expected, there was no visible cause or culprit on the surface. The condition of the building doesn't look like a collapse or anything like that. It's probably an accident at best. The man on the bus considers the possibility of an accident or, at worst, a rollover or even an explosion. As the accident time approaches, the search area will narrow. He decides to wait here for now. The bus continues its route, picking up and dropping off passengers. A beep sounds, indicating a transfer. He reminds himself not to get his hopes up too high. Another beep sounds, signaling a transfer. He glances at his phone, then at a digital clock displaying 12:24. Time remaining, 12 minutes, 24 seconds. He tells himself to calm down, his expression tense. A visual representation of the clock at 12:24 appears, accompanied by the text. If a number is set, it cannot be changed. The text continues, stating that if you try to change it, you will be obstructed by some kind of force. A flashback sequence begins. Something doesn't add up. According to that logic, shouldn't a number be unable to kill people destined to become murderers? A visual representation shows several figures connected by lines, accompanied by the text. Their future kill count is already set, so. The text continues, stating that if they die before that, it's a contradiction. A visual representation shows the number changing to 0, accompanied by the text, because the number would change to 0. Back on the bus, he wonders how he can kill destined murderers without getting obstructed like he was. The flashback continues. Do you understand? If you check the numbers that show how long you have left to live, you'll know which gun is loaded and which one is not. A close-up shows 2 guns. He reflects that for almost 40 days straight without a single break, he's been using his eyes to foresee the best future, concluding that he's overworked his brain too much. He stumbles, catching himself on a nearby pole as the bus lurches forward. A digital display flashes a stark warning. 11 minutes and 9 seconds remain. Other passengers stand silently, oblivious to the countdown. He glances at them, a flicker of unease in his eyes. His gaze falls upon a fire extinguisher, securely mounted near the exit. He scans the interior of the bus, a sense of urgency building within him. It's near. The rhythmic thud of footsteps echoes through the bus as someone shifts their weight. Right now, his lifespan is the same as the rest of them. But if he assumes he gets off the bus, his lifespan reverts to the original. From this, he can learn 2 things. First, staying on this bus is the condition for dying in the accident. The timer now reads 10 minutes and 37 seconds. Second, unlike everyone else's numbers, he can freely alter his own future in real time. On the phone screen, a map displays a route. A countdown ticks down. In 3, 2, 1. Outside, the bus continues its journey, oblivious to the impending disaster. Suddenly, the bus lurches violently, throwing the passengers off balance. Whoa dash, one cries out, struggling to maintain their grip. The sudden jolt dislodges a fire extinguisher from its mount. It falls with a heavy thud. The extinguisher tumbles towards the floor. Oh, someone gasps, as the heavy cylinder gains momentum. The fire extinguisher slams against the floor with a resounding crash. A figure, clad in a cap and jacket, lunges forward, grabbing the extinguisher. With a swift motion, he pulls the pin and unleashes a cloud of white foam. It worked. A close-up reveals a face contorted with determination, eyes wide with a desperate hope. A thought bubble appears. I can interfere with. Below, a digital clock displays the time. 10:15, an arrow pointing towards it. During the stalker incident, and at the gangster's hideout, Number always looked at his own number and gauged the best future before killing someone. Of course, that was to avoid police pursuit. But couldn't there have been another reason? For example, only when he's looking at his own number can he alter a set future? A man shouts, "Hey, what?" His eye glows with an eerie light. He thinks, "I'll cause one myself. One that won't shave off anyone's time, no matter which seat they're in." That is how you increase everyone's lifespan. He walks down the aisle, fire extinguisher in hand. A dull ache reverberates through his skull. The memory of a bustling city street flickers in his mind. The sting of the pain intensifies, blurring the edges of reality. He grits his teeth against the throbbing pain. It hurts even to look at normal numbers. Number is on the phone. He wonders, is this Mo Ji-hyun? Mo Ji-hyun stands before him, the city lights casting long shadows behind her. The sit dash. His eyes glow with an eerie blue light. What did you say? The memory fades as he walks, the static of the present overwhelming the past. A click echoes in the darkness. The ability of self-foresight allows individuals to utilize more of their brain's resources to view their own numbers. Activating this ability makes their future unstable, causing possibilities to overlap and shift in real time according to their will. As their future changes, so do the numbers tied to it. This allows them to confirm what kind of future their actions will bring about. Number and Mo Ji-hyun refer to this as the best future. Footsteps echo on the pavement. Blue markings flare around Mo Ji-hyun's head. Two figures stand on the sidewalk. Mo Ji-hyun's eyes widen. Mo Ji-hyun sprints through the city. Voices echo in her head. "Ajusi, can you hear me?" It's noisy, she thinks. Mo Ji-hyun grits her teeth. "What did you say, Mo Ji-hyun?" Someone speaks on the phone. "Failed. I said I failed." A bus and police are on the street. Even after doing all that, the bus continues down the road. For minutes and 25 seconds ago, inside the bus, passengers scream and brace for impact as the vehicle swerves violently. The bus driver struggles to maintain control, his face contorted in a grimace as the vehicle careens dangerously. The bus scrapes against the roadside barrier, metal screeching against metal. The bus, number 4450, comes to a halt, its front end damaged. A police car arrives at the scene, siren wailing, as officers rush to assess the situation. The police car parks near the damaged bus, its lights flashing, as the officers begin to investigate. The scene is chaotic, but the police are already on the scene, handling the situation. An officer calls out, urging those who are hurt to come forward. He wonders what the female student looked like. Detective Kwan recalls the woman, thinking she looked about 20, with short brown hair and a green jacket. The detective realizes she was just here, and he doesn't know how she could have disappeared so quickly. Elsewhere, a figure with glowing yellow eyes grits their teeth. The figure's hand glows with numbers, as they mutter about their lifespan returning to 30:9. She sits on the ground, breathing heavily. Thank goodness, it worked. But there's a bigger problem. Sungbin realizes she shouldn't have attracted so much attention to herself. A group of people walks down the street, seemingly unaware of the events that just transpired. Sungbin looks up, a determined expression on her face. It'll all work out. A phone displays a route search for Myeongdong Station. What should she do? Two people discuss their plans. What should they do? Aren't they going to be late? Sungbin is asked if she is okay. She replies that it doesn't hurt at all, relieved that she was sitting. A group of people stands near a bus. One asks if they can go after handing over their contact info. Another responds affirmatively, as long as they don't need to go to the hospital. Two people look at a phone. One exclaims, "Oh," upon seeing something on the screen. They can take line 1, it's even faster. Two people discuss the route. One asks if there's a station nearby, and the other points it out. The people who were on the bus with them are already leaving. It looks like they were all going to the same performance. Sungbin looks surprised, muttering, "Huh?" She pauses, a question forming on her lips. What could this mean? A group of people, all with a fixed lifespan, are heading to the same subway. Her eyes glow with a sudden understanding. Huh. A distorted vision flashes before her eyes. Why? The escalator descends, carrying silhouettes towards the depths. Sungbin covers her mouth, her eyes wide with dawning horror. Why are their lifespans still fixed? It's clear that their original cause of death was a bus accident. Because my lifespan actually decreased just by being on the bus. Sungbin recoils, her face contorted in disbelief. Could it be? The crowd moves forward, unaware of the impending doom. Did the cause of the accident itself? Her eyes burn with a fierce determination. Become a subway accident instead? All of that, for this destined number. Silhouetted figures stand amidst a flurry of motion lines, the question hanging in the air, to still be the same? The train bound for Gaseong pulls into the station as an announcement reminds passengers to step back from the yellow line. Two figures observe the train's arrival. One remarks with a sense of foreboding that the timing is perfect, while the other wonders if they can make it on time. A close-up of an eye reflects a chilling realization. A police car passes by, seemingly coincidentally, suggesting the authorities are already on the scene. A bus lies crashed right next to the subway station, another piece falling into place. Unaware, people prepare to transfer onto the subway. The pieces click into place, and a chilling thought emerges. It was all orchestrated. Mo Ji-hyun is urgently asked to reveal what she knows. Desperation sets in as a character wonders what on earth they are supposed to do. On the phone, a character admits they don't know anymore, overwhelmed by the situation. A seemingly immense law bends past, present, and future at will, like some kind of omnipotent, all-powerful god. Mo Ji-hyun attempts to calm herself, whispering her own name. She acknowledges how she's feeling, stating that she really does understand. A man with a knife reflects on his countless attempts to reduce the numbers himself. A man in a hat stands over bodies, pondering if there is a way to change the future without killing. A woman in a subway car realizes something, exclaiming in surprise. She has guessed it, and can change the future if she uses self-foresight. It's more accurate to say that when you look at your own number, you aren't interfered with by the force of destiny. But, like a stretched rubber band snapping back, once you stop using self-foresight, destiny returns to its original course. That's why you have to cut it off completely. During that short time you're using self-foresight, you have no choice but to make a permanent change, Mo Ji-hyun. Someone looks at a phone, wondering what. This is the main point. There's a culprit involved in that subway accident. Unlike the bus accident earlier, there's a direct link to everyone's death, a destined murderer. Shi and Yang Suyong walk down the street as he states that the culprit is currently heading to the Line 1 station they're on right now. Number 1 says he's chasing him too, but as he knows, his eyes are currently damaged. He asks if she understands what that means. Number 1 states that she has to kill him herself. A hooded figure says to her, who can use self-foresight, will she kill the culprit and save everyone? Mo Ji-hyun asks if she will keep her hands clean and let everyone die. A sword is shown as the voice says she must make the choice herself. Number 1 exclaims, inheriting a crime? A destined murderer? There's no need to prove it. Do-um says he won't become a murderer like his father, realistically. Mo Ji-hyun tells her to think about it with common sense. Number 1 says fine. Mo Ji-hyun says if that's what she all wants. Number 1 considers the weight of the decision. A voice echoes, posing a star question, what would you do? Sitting on a bench, one of them declares that they won't become someone like that. A family strolls together, envisioning a future of health and independence. A figure wields a knife, the blade glinting ominously. A close-up reveals a face, the single word no hanging in the air. Blood stains a face as the anguished cry of a murderer like my dad echoes. A blade presses against a throat, the threat palpable. The question hangs heavy. Are you going to kill him? A figure stands amidst others, the declaration I won't become. Unfinished, the accusation it's true. You were going to kill him, ringing out. One of the figures insists that genetics is a science. The words, all of you, trail off, laden with unspoken meaning. A face contorts. The words don't make me laugh, dripping with sarcasm, followed by the bitter accusation, you're the ones who made me like this. In a flashback, a figure laments the loss of their chance to attend school, feeling as though happiness itself has become a sin. Driven to desperation, the figure feels they have been left with no other option. The figure recoils at the thought of becoming a murderer. A voice calls out, demanding Ji-hyun's attention. Mo Ji-hyun is on the phone, her expression strained. A voice on the other end asks if Mo Ji-hyun is listening. The timer ticks down, displaying 5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. Time is running out, the voice insists. She must decide quickly. The figure is labeled the culprit. The voice asks if she will keep her hands clean. Torn, the figure despairs, whispering that she can't do it. At Jeji Station, she confesses that she can't bring herself to kill someone. The train pulls into Jeji Station, its arrival signaled by a chime. Passengers begin to disembark, heading towards Line 1 or the express buses. The unknown man with a knife is informed that the culprit has just boarded Car 2. Mo Ji-hyun, on the phone, confirms that she is in Car 6 and would like him to come to her, promising she has something for him. A diagram shows the layout of the train cars, highlighting Car 2 and Car 6. It is emphasized that getting too close won't be allowed. Mo Ji-hyun is instructed to get to Car 2 as fast as possible. The unknown man with a knife asks what she is giving him. He is told that the weapon he will use is a self-injection syringe filled with a lethal poison. He is instructed that he doesn't need skill or strength, just to sneak up from behind and jab it into an exposed patch of skin. Mo Ji-hyun states, that's it. The unknown man with a knife wonders if there is really no. Another option crossed his mind. That, he thought, would be best. For him, it had always been this way. 23, 24, 27. There were about 17 bus passengers, which made roughly 10 more victims, he calculated. A bomb, arson, or releasing toxic chemicals came to mind. But since it's likely a single civilian, arson is the most likely. Whatever the motive. Planning to set fire to the subway and kill dozens of innocent people. Isn't it fine? Does it even matter? Even if 1 or 2 people like that were to disappear from this world? Whoa, eek. The man with the knife stops in his tracks, his eyes widening. Oh, what the, he mutters, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and disgust. Panting heavily, Mo Ji-hyun lies on the floor, surrounded by discarded cans and other filth. What the, a homeless person, she thinks to herself. A pink, tattered stuffed rabbit lies amidst the trash. Oh, for God's sake, damn. she thinks, her eyes narrowing in frustration. Why is there so much filth here? Her eye twitches, a mixture of anger and despair swirling within her. The man with the knife grabs Mo Ji-hyun roughly. Don't. She cries out, fear flashing in her eyes. Mo Ji-hyun's face contorts in a scream. Don't touch it, she shrieks, her voice raw with desperation. A foot descends, crushing her hand beneath its weight. Tears welling in her eyes, Mo Ji-hyun struggles to speak. Give it back, she stammers, her voice barely a whisper. Two passengers observe the scene with disdain. Ha ha ha, one snickers. Fuck, what is this? A circus? Other passengers begin to react, their faces a mixture of shock and annoyance. What are you doing? One exclaims. Stop blocking the way and move, another demands. Mo Ji-hyun's face is a mask of despair, her eyes filled with a haunting emptiness. Just as she thinks, her voice barely audible. A dark cloud seems to envelop her, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. This is, she thinks, her voice echoing in the darkness. If that's what everyone wants. Two men carry a body through the subway. What's going on, Mo Ji-hyun? What's all that commotion? Mo Ji-hyun. The transformation begins. The transformation intensifies. What? Hey, what are you doing? Number 1 yells, stop right there. Give it back. Don't touch it. What are you doing, Mo Ji-hyun? Come back. Why dash? Why can't I kill her? Why did I suddenly see my own reflection in that woman? She thinks to herself, not knowing anything about her. Why is she doing that, to begin with? She could just be a crazy woman. Why, when I don't know anything? They know nothing, and yet. Shouldn't I refrain from killing them, precisely because I know nothing? Turn them into a destined murderer? Number 1 shouts, come back, Mo Ji-hyun. Just because you grabbed the gasoline doesn't mean fate's changed. Either way, you have to choose between the passengers and the arsonist. Really? Fate doesn't change. The man with black hair asks if the other person is absolutely sure. The initial cause of the problem was clearly a bus accident. But the cause switched to the subway. Someone saw that the lifespans of 10 people who'd been on the subway from the start had shortened, just like the bus victims. There are 10 more victims, meaning the fates of 10 people are at stake. The situation has changed from what it was meant to be. There are still many unknowns in how the numbers work, so there must be more chances to find a loophole. The man with black hair grits his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. He thinks to himself that he is not being serious. Mo Ji-hyun, determined, declares that she will save everyone. The man with black hair thinks that there is a third option. He thinks to himself that he has been told time and again that it's impossible, and that he has tried many times and failed. The man called Ajusi is told that he was alone when he wasn't by someone's side. The perpetrator states that someone could only see the perpetrator's number. It's a gamble whether it'll work. Something only she, who can see the victim's numbers, can do. Mo Ji-hyun walks down the street. It is declared that they can pull it off. The story is to be continued. Number states that if you use self-foresight, you can change the future. The future returns to its original place, fitting the number, as represented by a Newton's cradle. Just like before, when he killed the stalker whose kill count was 3, he extended the lifespans of 3 families. While in self-foresight, you must completely sever the original flow itself. Yes, that's the method number has been using all along, eliminating the numbers through killing. Any other method must have been impossible. With only the kill count, he could tell how many people someone would kill, but not who they'd kill. And their lifespans. Shouldn't the opposite be possible? Instead of killing the perpetrator to save the victim, saving the victim to stop the perpetrator from ever committing murder. Is there a way to save both the potential victims and the potential perpetrator? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the established order. He scoffs at the notion. Nonsense, he thinks. That's what went wrong and got us here in the first place. Hear me out. What if, until their lifespans expire, he kept self-foresight active the whole time? The timer ticks down, displaying 2 minutes and 1 second remaining. If he keeps self-foresight active for 2 minutes, outside fate's interference, alive even after their lifespans expire, what will happen? Maybe, just maybe, a completely new future, separate from the original flow, might be created. Mo Ji-hyun. Can you really endure it? Energy crackles, a new path forged in the crucible of possibility. The air shimmers with potential, a future yet unwritten taking shape. He screams, a raw, guttural sound ripped from his throat as pain lances through him. He collapses to the floor, limbs splayed at unnatural angles. Oh my, someone gasps nearby. His vision tunnels, focusing on a single, burning point of light in his eye. The pain is unbearable. Another scream tears from him, a desperate plea against the agony. Voices swirl around him, laced with concern. Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? The world swims, a kaleidoscope of distorted shapes and colors. It hurts so much. Glass shards are rolling around inside his eyelids. The shockwave's pain is almost unbearable. If he stops using self-foresight, even for just a moment. Destiny's interference. He'll return. His hand twitches, reaching out blindly, fingers brushing against something slick and yielding. A gurgling sound fills the air, the unmistakable sound of liquid spilling. The metallic tang of gasoline stings his nostrils. The gasoline bottle, it's leaking? Inside the bus, a murmur of unease ripples through the passengers. Huh? What's this? He looks down, his clothes soaked, glistening with gasoline. Huh? What's this? When did this spill on me? He stood in a puddle of something slick, the smell of gasoline heavy in the air. A woman demanded that someone give it back. Another woman insisted that the bag and doll were hers and demanded them back. A woman, her face contorted in anger, asked why she was being ignored. Someone held a lighter, the flame dancing menacingly. A woman screamed, clutching a container labeled gasoline tightly in her hand. The word gasoline hung in the air, thick with dread. Panic erupted as people screamed and shoved, desperate to escape. A woman's scream pierced through the chaos, a raw expression of terror. She thought she needed to quickly turn her eyes back on. A gun was revealed, glinting ominously in the dim light. A man leveled the weapon, the cold steel a stark promise of violence. A metal object pierces through the train window with tremendous force. The glass shatters, sending shards flying inward. A passenger cries out in pain as the glass explodes inward. The passenger continues to scream, clutching their face in agony. Amidst the chaos, number 1 hears someone shouting to stop pushing. A man grunts, thinking that if he aims directly, he'll miss. A figure stands in the aisle, illuminated by the train's lights. Mo Jihyun wonders if saving both sides is her choice. The man's face is contorted in disbelief, muttering that it's impossible. Number 1 surveys the scene, seeing the woman with the gasoline and the man with the lighter. He wonders if he is still hoping for a miracle. The man's eyes are shadowed, his expression unreadable as he thinks he doesn't know what her deal is. The man thinks that pity and sympathy are feelings he's long forgotten, because bringing gasoline and a torch is to start a fire. The man's face is obscured, but a red, lightning-like effect emanates from him. He thinks it must have been her own choice, but wonders what if. It was her final choice after every other option was taken away. That outburst, that resentment. The end of a human whose future was stolen. The perpetrator pours gasoline onto the floor of the train. The gasoline spreads, filling the air with its pungent odor. 0 minutes, 42 seconds remain. He felt that at the very least, he couldn't turn a blind eye to that possibility. A spark ignites near the gasoline. A passenger screams in terror. With passengers tangled up and unable to move, the perpetrator continues to prepare the lighter. 1 spark and it's over. 35 seconds remain. So, time remaining, 0 minutes, 41 seconds. Find it. The best future, where even I, drenched in gasoline, survive. He is surrounded by passengers, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. The words "the best possible future" float in a bubble above them. The perpetrator raises a blue spray can, his grip tightening. His eyes wide with manic intensity, the perpetrator screams, "Die." The world outside streaks by in a blur of light and motion, seen through the train's window. The train car rattles, the sound echoing through the tense silence. A figure stumbles through the train car, desperately trying to escape. A digital timer displays 0:09, counting down the seconds. The timer ticks down to 0:07 as the perpetrator looms over a passenger. The perpetrator raises the spray can, his expression wild. The timer shows 0:04. The perpetrator's face contorted in a grimace. The spray can ignites, a jet of flame erupting from the nozzle. The timer flashes 0:03 as the flames spread. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the train. He is consumed by the inferno he unleashed. Someone shouts, "I saw it earlier." Number 1 and Yang Suyong react in horror. "I knew it was broken," someone exclaims. The train is now a raging inferno, hurtling towards its doom. The timer displays 0:01. The timer displays midnight. The train plunges from the tracks, a fiery comet against the sky. Inside the train, passengers brace for impact. The train crashes into the water, sending a massive plume skyward. The train sinks beneath the surface, disappearing into the depths. The sound of the train sinking echoes in the water. He remains partially submerged, the water reflecting the dim light. A voice calls out, "Juicy, did you see?" Another voice chimes in, "How about that?" Yang Suyong beams, her face alight with triumph. It worked, didn't it? The subway had come to a halt on the tracks over the river. And then, it slowly began to move to a place where passengers could safely evacuate. Passengers began to evacuate the subway car. The subway car creaked and groaned. The unknown man with a knife pulled number 4 away from the other passengers. The man with the knife urged number 4 to hide himself. 2 police officers discussed blending into the gaps and going the opposite way. The police would be much more focused on the arsonist. All 27 people, each and every one. Someone had been given a new lifespan. Number 4 thought to himself that he saved everyone. He reflects on having avoided killing a single person. He chuckles, thinking about how he certainly went wild and ran all over the place. He wonders if that means he did well. Now, even a number that's been set can be changed, he realizes. Even the one above his head that hasn't disappeared until now. He understands that he can change things too. He hesitates, a moment of doubt flickering across his face. If it's something only he can do. And if it's proven that the number absolutely doesn't decrease. Now there's no need to choose one side to kill. He can save everyone. He hardens his resolve. He has to do it. An announcement echoes through the station. Due to the incident, All passengers are required to get off at this station. Our train will soon arrive at Gongsori Station. The announcement echoes through the station. Once again, all passengers. Already? Mo Jihyun urges number 4 to hurry. Number 4 pauses, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He suggests they go back, a question hanging in the air. The police officers, clad in their uniforms, declare that they have to make a final check of the station. The station's atmosphere is thick with tension as the investigation continues. The police are running out, Mo Jihyun notes with a sigh. Number 4 watches the scene unfold. Mo Jihyun asks if they are even checking for anything. Mo Jihyun recalls number 4 saying there's no need to choose one side. A vision of tied-up victims flashes before someone's eyes. A voice asks, didn't you? The voice continues, speaking of bringing the victims into a future beyond their lifespans, and succeeding in creating new lifespans for them. Mo Jihyun stands amidst the aftermath, the police still present. The voice echoes, but after you succeeded, after everything was over. Number 4 wonders if Mo Jihyun checked how that woman's lifespan has changed. Mo Jihyun's eye is shown in a close-up. The scene widens to show her standing with police officers at the train station. A hooded figure stands with energy crackling around them. A close-up of train tracks is shown, followed by a figure falling. A figure is running. A figure is shown with blood splattered on them. A close-up of a woman's face is shown, her expression wide-eyed and fearful. The train station is shown with police officers present. Mo Jihyun is approached by someone asking if she is alright. A close-up of an eye is shown, with a ticking sound. A hooded figure is shown, their face obscured. A close-up of a hand is shown, followed by a close-up of a face contorted in anger. A figure is running through the train station. Mo Jihyun is on the ground, seemingly injured. Number 1 looms over her, his expression unreadable. A figure plummets downwards, the wind rushing past them. The hooded figure crashes to the ground, landing heavily. Number 1 stares down at the hooded figure, a gasp escaping his lips. The hooded figure lies motionless, seemingly unconscious. A voice echoes, yet you still don't understand. The police officers stand over Mo Jihyun, their faces grim. A voice booms, the number doesn't change. The hooded figure lies on the ground, surrounded by a strange, glowing energy. A voice continues, unless you kill them completely. One of the police officers speaks to Mo Jihyun. I have something to check. He continues, can you stand up and take off your hat for a moment? A close-up of the hooded figure's face reveals a look of intense pain and determination. The hooded figure abruptly rises and flees the scene. Number 1 clicks his tongue, a look of annoyance crossing his face. The camera pans up to show the exterior of the train station, the night sky looming above. Impact lines fill the panel. A voice echoes, calling him Ajusi. The hooded figure walks down a narrow alleyway, the word, parking, visible on a sign. The figure's face is partially visible beneath the hood. He thinks to himself that someone knew all along. Standing in a dark alley, he wonders if someone purposely hid something from him. At first, he had him imprisoned for life. This was before he returned to this country. That destined murderer, after failing to reach his kill count, was tried again for another crime and executed. The destined murderer, whose arms and legs he broke and locked away, died from sepsis caused by a tiny wound. After trying out all sorts of different methods many times, he finally realized that fate was mocking him for trying to save both sides. Eventually, fate forced him to pick one. From the moment he left the orphanage to the day he reached this point, every step of his life has been a series of choices. Whenever he chose one path, he was forced to abandon another. Even when he thought he had both, something else was always taken away in the end. If that's how it is, he figured it was only right to choose the path where the most people could live. You're asking if he pretended not to know? Yeah, he did. He didn't want to crush your resolve before you even tried. He thought that just maybe, someone like you with a different ability than mine could get a different result. That's what he thought. Of course, in the end, it wasn't any different. It was only one step away. It's really just one step away from succeeding. But just giving up like that? Is that really the end? Someone marked as a murderer has no choice but to become a murderer, no matter what they do. What situation caused it? Without even caring why they became one. Is killing them one by one, every time they appear, really dash? Is that really the best solution? He can't accept it. A fate like that, he won't ever accept it dash. Mo Jihyun. She is restrained, a voice demanding, Mo Jihyun, what's wrong? Tears welling in her eyes, Mo Jihyun is asked to answer. A thought crosses her mind. The man holding her questions why she is getting so worked up. The man holding Mo Jihyun wonders who the hell the person on the phone is, the one she's talking to right now. Mo Jihyun wonders to herself. The city street is quiet, the only sound the gentle patter of rain. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. He mutters to himself, reminding himself to focus, as this is the most important part. One of the hooded figures instructs someone to call the number here. Number 1 reacts in shock, his eyes widening. His hand trembles, causing him to drop the phone. The man with the sinister smile calmly states that he will unmute for 3, so the other party should catch their breath. Counting down, number 1 taps the phone screen. He cries out in anguish. A figure with dark hair and piercing eyes demands to know who is on the other end of the line. Elsewhere, the hooded figures stand ready, waiting for the call to connect. A sinister laugh echoes as the man activates a voice changer. He says hello. A voice asks if he is the one who goes by number, demanding he state his purpose and main point. The man in the white hood says he'll be direct, claiming it's nothing big. The hooded man expresses interest in number one's twisted brand of vigilante justice, wanting to meet in person for a face-to-face chat. Number one wonders when would be the best time for him. He wonders what the man's identity is, realizing that, according to what he just said, his goal is him. The hooded man thinks that if he had found them and chased them from the subway station, that's not how the police operate. The hooded man continues, stating that the fact that he didn't means they are separate from this case, adding that he would have confronted him directly instead of going through Mo Ji-hyun. Number one realizes this bastard is someone who's been after them from before. The hooded man says that honestly, he couldn't care less what happens to the kid, but that's not the case for number one, is it? Number one reacts with frustration. The hooded man says that he asked when would be good, but that was a lie, actually, adding that he has no intention of giving him a choice. The hooded man demands that he come to the third floor of the abandoned building on Naaman 4 Gil by 10 p.m. tonight, otherwise. He refuses, declaring that he cannot guarantee Mo Ji-hyun's life. The group stands firm, one of them holding a hostage. They believe everyone is pathetic. Number one wonders if none of them have the guts to face him directly. He tells them to go ahead and threaten him all they want, stating that she's not one to die easily at the hands of bastards like them. The distance between number one and the group remains unchanged. A phone screen displays an unknown message. Number one wonders what the depth of their resolve truly is. The group remains unfazed. One of the group members apologizes, asking if that hurt, and stating that they are just making the act look convincing. Number one is silent. The group stands their ground, revealing that they are still police, after all. The group assures number one that they wouldn't kill anyone. The hooded figure states that it is especially a minor. A figure looks up in shock, exclaiming, "Police?" A person in a hat remains silent. The person in the hat tells someone to move somewhere else. The hooded figure says it's their choice if they don't want to come, but then adds that they heard they were running wild in the subway just now. The hooded figure continues, asking if they were being chased by cops, and if they think they'll be fine on their own. A person in a suit says that sticking with them might be their safest option. A map is displayed. Number one looks at a tablet. The hooded figure asks about GPS. Number one is told that he completely remodeled the phone. Someone questions something. Number one is told that he doesn't care, yet plans to chase them himself. Number one is told that his obsession with never losing control only makes them more curious. He wonders to himself who exactly Mo Ji-hyun is. Red energy crackles around him. He groans in pain, something clearly affecting him. The woman in handcuffs laments that her eyes still haven't fully healed, and that she must have overused self-foresight earlier. The handcuffs creak as she struggles. She wonders if it was by chance. A voice asks if her eyes hurt. Seol mumbles that she sees, and that it explains everything. She wonders why she didn't realize this sooner. A woman says yes, and asks if the other person can drive around for a bit. A man says that they should have a small chat. He says that from now on, she must never. The man's voice drips with menace. Ever lie to me again, okay? The camera focuses on the street. A boot steps forward. Number one carries a package, his timing impeccable. Perfect timing that you called. He punches in a code. The storage code is 224844486. Number one stands next to a motorcycle. He speaks into the phone. Did you get the package I asked for? Since you're a regular, I'll bill you later. His gloved hand tightens around a metal pipe. Just don't break it again like last time, all right? The camera focuses on the street. Number one rides off on the motorcycle. Well, he speaks, his face obscured. That might not be up to me. Years of detective work had taught him a crucial lesson. You could gather a lot of information, he mused, studying the photograph. Just from someone's outer skin, he thought, his gaze intense. The stuff you see in dramas, number one thought, swirling the liquid in his glass. Well, of course, the man with the knife thought, his eyes narrowing. There's a limit to what you can know from the outside, he continued, his expression grim. You can't know a person's true essence, for example. Just someone ordinary who took a wrong turn. Han Cheol-hyung's face was slick with sweat. And made one foolish mistake. Detective Kwon stared blankly ahead. Or are they rotten to the root? Mo Ji-hyun wondered, her face cast in shadow. Hiding a shameless, foul nature underneath? Her expression twisted into a sinister sneer. No one truly knows. No one but me, that is. Number one rests his hand on his forehead, his expression unreadable. A phone displays a photo dated November 21st. The image shows two figures in what appears to be a school hallway. The man asks if the person in question is Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter. Number one confirms. The scene depicted in the photo shows a figure grabbing a knife, seemingly in a fit of anger to save a boy. However, the footage was cut, leaving the figure's whereabouts unknown. Gazing intently, number one considers the possibility that the person in question followed number. Apartment CCTV footage is being reviewed. Photos dated December 2nd show even footprints from the scene. The odd you see in front of her is the victim's surviving family member. The photos reveal a girl who's at most high school age, hanging around with the country's hottest serial killer lately, with beige hair. Number one wonders what the angle is here. The shoe and car model needed to be found are displayed in the photos. The man is informed that she might have different shoes by now, so focus should be on the van. Number 1 is told that if they find them, the evidence used to pressure him will be returned. He smiles brightly. He curses under his breath, looking at the documents on the table. He thinks to himself that the excuses are getting lazy. A pair of hands hold a document. The text says it's like a game of mafia, with lives at stake. Catching 1 or 2 petty criminals doesn't matter much. A man stands with a jacket. The text says you have to understand the psychology buried deep in someone's heart and grasp their true nature. A hooded figure stands in the dark. Only then can you catch the real mafia, the root of the evil. Hanul and Mo Jihyun walk together, the former thinking his shoulders can't help but feel heavy. The date is December 5th. If the police can't catch them, then every night, a citizen risks losing their life. A police car is parked, and someone says, "Oh my, you shouldn't ha-dash." The car sirens blare. Hanul and Mo Jihyun talk. The nearest patrol car confirms. He thinks to himself that he must never let them slip away. If I let them slip, someone dies. No one but me can do it. The air hangs heavy with the unspoken threat. Someone will die. A group huddles in a room, the weight of the impending doom pressing down on them. Only one believes they can stop it, while the grim promise echoes. Someone precious will die. Inside a car, one man leans in, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Let's have a small chat," he suggests, the threat veiled in casual words. A dark resolve settles in. I have to do it. A car speeds down a rain-slicked road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The man's gaze intensifies, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Your eyes," he murmurs, the word hanging in the air. The man in the hat leans forward, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "It's okay. You can speak comfortably," he coaxes, a subtle pressure underlying his words. The man's smile widens, revealing a hint of cruelty. "I did say don't lie and all that, but it's not like this is an interrogation or anything. I'm just trying to break the ice." Inside the car, the man leans back, a sinister plan forming in his mind. Option 1, it's some dust in my eyes. Option 2, while spraying a fire extinguisher on the bus and causing a commotion. The man's eyes narrow, suspicion creeping into his voice. "Huh? Your eyes flickered at the one I was sure wasn't it." The man's face contorts in anger, his voice laced with menace. "What? Did you strain your eyes doing something you shouldn't have?" The scene shifts to a chaotic gathering, the air thick with tension. Next set of questions, regarding the bus and subway incident. A voice echoes, questioning what purpose was served in causing such a commotion. He sighs, wondering what he should do. A thought crosses his mind. He doesn't even know if these people are real police officers. He admits to himself that he has no idea what their goal is. Above all, he doesn't get the sense that cooperating will lead to anything good. The man thinks to himself, I'll assume it was option 1, otherwise not. He reflects that the attempted murder at home was probably not enough. He thinks, it's okay. Cases like this are common. It doesn't necessarily mean you're actually evil or anything. People like him feel like society doesn't truly value them, and to vent out their frustrations, they end up taking. The question hangs in the air, on an unspecified number of people, right? Number realizes that's why he was followed. He explodes in anger, screaming that they don't know a single thing about him. He shouts to stop acting like he's a murderer. He apologizes, his voice laced with regret. The woman in the cap questions his motives, trying to understand if it was not a random crime, then what was it? Number 1 considers the woman's words, thinking about the schedule that other people didn't know about, something only he knew. The woman wonders if he provoked her on purpose, just to see how she'd react. Number 1 asks what exactly she knew ahead of time, considering the time or place an accident would happen. The woman considers the options, thinking of someone's kill count. Number 1 thinks of another option, someone's time of death. The woman's expression hardens, a glint of determination in her eyes. The woman agrees, a silent understanding passing between them. Number 1 declares that he'll take the gamble. He states that he'll tell her his mind. The woman wonders if she should try to guess. Number 1 sits in the driver's seat, the car's interior dimly lit. He considers the options presented to someone. The options include the sentence someone will receive, the number of crimes someone has committed, and the number of times someone will deceive others. Elsewhere, a figure speeds down the road on a motorcycle. The motorcycle accelerates, blurring through the night. The rider's expression is hidden by the helmet, but their intent is clear. The motorcycle screeches to a halt. The rider calls out, "Sunbae?" The motorcycle's headlight illuminates the scene. The figure on the motorcycle is revealed to be someone number 1 hasn't seen in a while, someone with such a high number. The figure on the motorcycle asks, "Any last words or final wishes?" The two figures face each other, the tension palpable. The man throws his head back, a maniacal laugh escaping his lips. His hands grip the steering wheel, knuckles white with tension. "Just show me your face already." The man's face is revealed, a sinister grin spreading across his features. Blood trickles down his arm, a fresh wound stinging. His expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. Mo Jihyun grips the steering wheel, her brow furrowed in concentration. A motorcycle speeds up behind her, closing the distance. The man winces, clutching his injured arm. "Ouch, that stings." His fist clenches, a surge of frustration coursing through him. Maybe driving in circles wasn't such a good idea? The motorcycle continues its relentless pursuit, gaining ground with each passing second. The man's eyes widen, a flicker of fear betraying his bravado. Peak. The motorcyclist speeds forward, eyes focused on his target. Eyes, self-foresight. Yang Suyong looks back, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Can you use it? She wonders. The motorcyclist continues his pursuit, his engine roaring. Huh, what are you saying? Yang Suyong's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of worry crossing her face. The motorcycle gains ground, closing the distance between them. The car speeds down the road, a blur of motion against the city landscape. Mo Jihyun glances back, a hint of frustration in her eyes. That's not it, she mutters. Number 1 smirks, unfazed. Huh, he drives like a maniac. He adds, it doesn't even look like he's using an ability. Number 1 maintains his confident smirk, his red eyes gleaming. Mo Jihyun looks at Number 1, a question forming in her mind. Huh? What? Number 1 raises a finger to his lips, a knowing glint in his eyes. Why bother hiding it? I already caught on, he says. If you tell me what number you can see first. Number 1 continues, his expression unreadable. I'll tell you mine. Mo Jihyun clenches her fist, her gaze hardening. From your eye pain alone, I made some shaman-like guess. I'm sure that must have looked odd to you. But aren't you amazing? Your guts to face off in a situation like this. And even though there were 3 options, Number 1 guessed the correct answer. More suited for the police role. Mo Jihyun asks what people exactly are his goal. She questions if he is really police. Rather than number, this kid might be. What other goal could there be besides catching the bad guys? Now, if I may, who are the bad guys? Is someone who breaks the law a bad guy? Is someone who kills a person a bad guy? Be it genetics or environment. If she inherited the trait to be a bad guy from her parents. Mo Jihyun states no, evil isn't that simple. And there are people so rotten they can't be saved. People who can only be judged through death. You can't judge evil based on a few scattered facts. Even if that person is you or number. That's why I want to talk to him. Hidden behind his outer skin, I want to see his nature as a human. Sunbae grips the steering wheel, her knuckles white. He's behind us again. Closing in, a motorcycle speeds up behind the car. The motorcycle rider fires a shot at the car. Another shot rings out, aimed lower this time. The motorcycle is dangerously close. Number is acting like he's going to kill me right now, but he won't really do it. The proof is that he hasn't. Puncturing the tire to flip the car over. The reason is obvious. Should I give you an example? First, he doesn't want to cause a scene that becomes an actual accident. Second, he doesn't want to get you involved. He grits his teeth, a plan forming in his mind as the motorcycle draws closer. The motorcycle rider, close enough now, mutters, he's going to kill me. He's sticking a listening device on my clothes so he can figure out my goal and identity. The rider, his face obscured by the helmet, exclaims, right? How's that number? Sunbee's eyes widen in terror as the car swerves violently. Number 1 braces himself for impact. Sparks fly as the car careens out of control, metal screeching against the asphalt. The motorcycle rider watches the car crash, muttering, TCH. The sound of the crash echoes through the night. The car flips, the world turning upside down. The motorcycle rider stares down at the wreckage, a question mark appearing in his thoughts. Sunbae screams, her face contorted in fear. Number 1's face is flushed red, his expression a mix of pain and fury. He lies on the ground, disoriented from the crash. Debris litters the road. A motorcyclist speeds onto the scene. The motorcyclist weaves through traffic, now tailing a garbage truck. Number 1 pushes himself up, staggering to his feet. A phone displays a message, the GPS is with me. The motorcyclist continues to pursue the car. The motorcyclist thinks, now, show me which you'll prioritize. Number 1 stands amidst the wreckage, illuminated by flashing blue lights. A close-up reveals a determined gaze. Sunbae and another person are in a car. Sunbae says, excuse me. Sunbae wonders, where should I go now? The other person in the car replies, don't talk to me. Number 1's face is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. The car's navigation system beeps, displaying a route. She decides to head to the building they checked earlier. In about 45 minutes, she will stick to Plana for now. The building looms in the distance. A lone figure walks through the city streets. Number 1 walks into a building. A device sits on the ground as Number 1 approaches. He continues walking. His feet move forward. He predicted it, more or less. Number 1 anticipates that someone would chase him first. A black duffel bag sits on the floor next to a small, round device with a red light. That's. Number 1 stands with Yang Suyong. Someone remarks on the kind of guy he is. The man turns his head. The unknown man with a knife grabs Number 1 by the neck. He is thrown. Number 1 is on the ground. The unknown man with a knife kicks him. This movement is. Number 1 is on the ground. The unknown man with a knife stands in a suit. Then, if you tell me what number you can see first, I'll tell you mine. A tense silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by unspoken thoughts. A voice confirms something. The masked man admits he was surprised at first, too. He had been skeptical because he was told Number 1 was a murderer who leaves numbers behind. The man in the suit listens intently as the masked man continues, remarking that Number 1 actually has a similar ability. The masked man demands to know how number 1 found them. Number 1 wonders if his number is really that high. The masked man questions what exactly it is. Suddenly, the masked man unleashes a barrage of blades. The razor-sharp projectiles hurtle towards number 1. The blades strike an unseen barrier, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. The masked man's eyes glow with a malevolent red light. He presses his attack, now wielding a deadly scythe-like weapon. Number 1's eyes ignite with a crimson glow as blood trickles down his face. Detective Quan Samuel always tells exactly 5 lies a day. If he missed a few the day before, he makes up for the shortfall the next day. And on the contrary, if he told too many, he reduces the count by that amount. So, as long as that daily lie quota is properly maintained, the count of his own lies becomes the measure of his lifespan. Oh boy, how violent. Don't come at me so dead set on killing, a voice warned. You heard my purpose earlier. I've been thinking while watching your crimes, a similar kind of ability, rules that seem firm. I thought that if we actually opened up and talked. He muses that they might understand each other quite well. The other man explains that it's related to how high or low the numbers are, but there are always 1 or 2 cases that don't fit. He continues, stating that they are saving those 52 people. The man tells Detective Quan Samuel that he will kill in the future. The man declares that alone is reason enough. A close-up of an eye, filled with an unsettling intensity. A gruesome vision flashes, a scene of carnage, blood splattered across the walls and floor, bodies strewn about in grotesque poses. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood and the coppery scent of fear. The man asks if there are any last wishes. He states that to kill is reasonable, and he'll grant it. Detective Quan Samuel, leaning back with a look of disbelief, asks if he heard that right just now. The man explains that what he sees is the future kill count, and he kills people whose numbers are high. Detective Quan Samuel, his expression hardening, questions the man's criteria for execution. Is just that? The attack lands, and number 1 recoils, shielding his face from the onslaught of electrical energy. The air crackles with residual energy as the electrical assault begins to dissipate, leaving a faint scent of ozone hanging in the air. Number 1 lowers his hand, his blue eyes glowing with renewed power. He mutters, "It took a long time." Rising to his feet, number 1 declares, "Until I was fully healed." A surge of energy courses through him as he prepares to unleash his counterattack. With a resounding clang, heavy chains materialize around him, their metallic links gleaming in the dim light. Advancing with purpose, number 1 drags the chains behind him, the sound echoing ominously through the space. The chains blur into streaks of silver as they accelerate, crackling with renewed electrical energy. Swinging the chains in a wide arc, number 1 prepares to strike. The chains tighten, coiling like metallic serpents ready to constrict their prey. With a final, decisive motion, number 1 unleashes the chains, sending them hurtling towards his unseen opponent. A surprised gasp echoes from the darkness, the chains having found their mark. Abstract symbols fill the void. A figure stands in shadow, the weight of unseen forces pressing down. The figure delivers a swift kick. Number 1 touches his forehead, a wave of realization washing over him. How absurd, he thinks. Among all the various hypotheses he had predicted, the one he thought there's no way it's that simple and discarded long ago was the correct answer. Just now, what was that sensation? He foresaw the best future, though? Chains rattle. Number 1 asks, "Are you kidding me?" He clearly thinks, "Do you think that makes sense?" Number 1 reflects, "I think I finally days ago." Sure, he doesn't commit the murders directly, because their number was 0 or 1, but all the disguises, collusion, and trickery to keep the organization's business running properly were all that bastard's responsibility. He sits on the floor, reflecting. If he hadn't personally finished the cleanup. Hanul is on the phone. He'd have taken all the coin funds and fled Korea, living perfectly fine. Hanul stands over number 1, who is chained. And why don't you kill 15? Because it's ultimately just plus minus 0? Then if a stalker or a date violator is scheduled to kill just 1 person. Number 1 is in a dark room, contemplating. Do you just leave them be? Hanul wields a blade, while you execute police officers or soldiers. A distorted view of weapons. To kill people for public safety. Hanul's hand is shown. How disappointing, truly disappointing. Hanul holds a stocking. From Santa Claus, but why is there something like a scrap metal tin robot in my stocking? I clearly said I wanted a super combined metal bot. A foot steps forward. Who might have whether in terms of violence or conviction. Hanul's face is shown. If you're at a level where you can't even beat a weakling detective like me, there's no answer. Sound effects fill the air. Hanul stands over number 1. Forget being a partner. I can't even use you as a pawn. Tears streaming down her face, Mo Ji-hyun pleads. I'll make you an offer. Release Mo Ji-hyun. Number 1, his face partially obscured, seems to consider the offer. He wonders. Hand her over to us, then. Hanul reflects. Least spare your life. I realized after talking to her. That kid has potential. He continues, his expression thoughtful. She's smart, adapted to her ability. And she knows how to shed tears over the world's injustices. Mo Ji-hyun, her face contorted in anguish, cries out, I don't know what kind of feelings drive her to follow you around. A hand clenches tightly. Hanul leans against a wall, his gaze intense. Stop your number activities, too. You've run wild enough, haven't you? His eyes glowing with a sinister red light, Hanul commands, kill it and bury it yourself. Hanul continues, his voice laced with disdain, a person like you, with no grand cause or depth of thought. Number 1 remains silent, his expression unreadable behind his mask. Hanul states, mistaken about something. Hanul concludes, his eyes narrowed, I don't kill villains. I only kill destined murderers because that's the only thing I can distinguish. He asks if the other has the right to judge villains, his expression intense. Hanul, seen from behind, states that among all the human groups in this gray city, good, evil, bias, and interests are mixed. Hanul wonders if only the black, the villains, should be judged. Hanul declares that only he can do it, his eyes glowing red. Number 1 simply agrees. Hanul states that he saw Number 1 was a hero too. The sound of a car approaches, tires humming against the asphalt. The vehicle is seen from above, its dark silhouette stark against the pavement. Lee Jae-yun steeled herself. She'd face them herself. But if she thought this number was useless, she'd call them. Number 1 thought, wait for me. Silence stretches within the car. Lee Jae-yun thought, he's late. Lee Jae-yun wondered, is he okay? A reflection shimmers, hinting at a face. The face is revealed, illuminated by a harsh light, a gun held in the foreground. The face is framed in a close-up, the expression unreadable. The eyes are visible, glinting with an unknown emotion. Lee Jae-yun recognized his face. It's familiar. A document lies on a table, a photo of Number 1 visible. The document reads, but why? A figure stands in a blinding light, the reason for the light unknown. A voice echoes, why? Feet pound the pavement, the sound of pursuit echoing in the distance. A voice wonders, do I feel like I've seen him before? A face contorts in what could be anger or pain, the expression intense. A building looms in the distance, its windows reflecting the harsh light. A figure emerges from a car, their silhouette stark against the city lights. The figure is bathed in an ethereal glow, the source of which is unclear. A voice questions, an explosion? Lee Jae-yun clutches her phone, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Lee Jae-yun sits in the dark, steeling herself. Be ready, I might call you at any time. The face is obscured in shadow, the expression unreadable. A figure sprints through the city streets, their breath coming in ragged gasps. A hand clenches, the knuckles white with tension, as heavy breaths fill the air. A sinister laugh echoes as Number 1 covers his face, a manic grin revealing sharp teeth. A voice screams, calling him a damned crazy bastard, questioning if he intends to blow himself up as well. Number 1 stands with his arms crossed, a determined look on his face. The date flashes, December 5, 1935. The number, 52, is revealed. By killing you, Number 1 vows. He thinks to himself that he can save 52 people. Number 1 curses, realizing his eyes aren't reacting properly. He was distracted by something else. He reflects that the best future he predicted this time worked properly. He realizes that the reason his prediction went wrong just now was because the best futures of two ability users collided with each other. There are still many unknowns in how the numbers work. He clenches his fist, a surge of resolve coursing through him. So there must be more chances to find a loophole. Crushing the paper in his hand, he refuses to give up so easily. But just giving up like that? Is that really the end? Tears welling in his eyes, he grits his teeth. Someone marked as a murderer has no choice but to become a murderer, no matter what. His voice cracks as he demands silence, a desperate plea to quiet the storm within. Quiet. Just be quiet. The weight of the situation crashes down on him. I can't accept it. A fate like that. I won't ever accept it. He takes a step forward, each footfall echoing his unwavering resolve. No one. 3 ability users have gathered to find a way to twist and change fate. I must find a clue in the numerical rules between. He prepares to strike. The unnamed man and Ju Seol exchange blows. The fight intensifies. Ju Seol attacks, calling out her own name. The assault continues. The clash of bodies echoes. Ju Seol grabs the unnamed man's arm, her grip unyielding. The unnamed man observes Ju Seol, noting her physical strength. He realizes she's above most men. The sounds of the fight reverberate. The battle rages on. Ju Seol continues her relentless attack. The force of an unseen blow sends the unknown man reeling. He tumbles backwards, losing his footing. The unknown man thinks, but the difference between the eyes is hard to bridge. Ju Seol catches the unknown man as he falls. Ju Seol recoils. The unknown man looks up. Ju Seol continues to hold the unknown man. The unknown man looks up, grunting. She levels her weapon. The shot rings out. The unknown man falls. The gun lies on the floor. 3 figures stand in a dimly lit room, their silhouettes stark against the muted background. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension. Number 1's expression hardens. The woman's number is 37. He states, his voice low and grave. Lee Jae-yun's gaze is unwavering, her expression unreadable as she absorbs the information. Detective Kwon stands beside her, his features betraying nothing. Cooperate, he says. It's clear this isn't their first or second time. Number 1's face is shadowed, his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. Just how many? He mutters, his voice barely a whisper. Lee Jae-yun looks at number 1. Sunbae, how many villains have you killed so far? She asks, her tone laced with concern. Are your eyes okay now? Number 1's gaze is distant, his mind lost in a labyrinth of numbers and faces. Seeing how fluidly my number isn't visible yet. But I can see his, but still, it's surprising. The dialogue hangs in the air, heavy with implication. It's been a while since I've seen a case like this, since we met, not even once. A shadowy figure looms, wreathed in an ominous red aura. Has he told a lie? Number 1's expression is resolute, his eyes burning with conviction. Get real already. Good and evil are illusions. Number 1 stands before Lee Jae-yun and Detective Kwon. Whether it's murdering a good person or an evil one, as long as that judgment is made by an individual and not by a rule. Detective Kwon smiles faintly. It all ends up being the same thing. Murder. Impressive. Could you look in the mirror for a second? The man with the red eyes thinks everything would be solved if they just killed him first, besides his ability. Number 1 states that if there's another way to distinguish destined murderers, he'll gladly accept death. A soft laugh escapes him. He wonders if he's not lying again. The man with the red eyes thinks he wondered where he saw him. Thanks to that, he now remembers. Number 1 proposes a temporary ceasefire. A man wonders what number 1 is up to now. The man with the red eyes thinks he's more unhinged than he thought. He warns that if he's trying to pull any tricks. A woman asks if he's looking for albino. Number 1 asks about a temporary ceasefire. The man says he can help him. A woman says she's searching for albino and investigating that place. The woman says yes, of course. The man with spiky black hair stands with others as one of them exclaims, even Mo Hyun-cheol. The man with spiky black hair is seen in a close-up with the blonde man. A figure with light brown hair and a black cap stares with wide eyes, a speech bubble with 3 dots above them. A close-up of a suit jacket shows a speech bubble that reads, huh? Footsteps echo through the silent building. The building looms, a silent sentinel against the darkening sky. He pauses, catching his breath in the musty air. He wonders if this is the place where Mo Hyun-cheol was spotted. A long hallway stretches before him, filled with shadows and the scent of decay. Stairs lead upwards, surrounded by stacks of forgotten boxes. The thought of being buried and forgotten crosses his mind. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He studies a tablet, its screen filled with information. A close-up reveals a document, the name Soa visible among the text. The document details promotion status and presence of symptoms, with a special note mentioning albino. A distorted visual effect fills the space, accompanied by a voice calling out. A figure stands in a brightly lit room, questioning if someone is looking for albino. The figure in the suit stands in the room, the light reflecting off the polished floor. A man's face is shown in stark detail, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Soa's face is distorted, her eyes wide with fear or shock. The man from panel 4 looks down, questioning how someone knew. A sinister laugh echoes as the man's red eyes gleam in the dim light, thinking that it is as he thought. A woman with long black hair offers her assistance. Soa agrees, a look of desperation on her face. A woman with long hair stands among a group of figures, exclaiming about Mo Hyun-cheol. The woman from panel 8 stands with the man from panel 4 and another man, the silence hanging heavy in the air. Soa looks up, a confused expression on her face. She stammers, her voice barely audible. Excuse me? Hold on. Number 1 speaks, his tone measured. I might have misheard because I jumped in, but were you talking about the albino? Soa's eyes widen, a tremor running through her. What about it? What? Number 1 presses, his gaze unwavering. Why are you bringing up Mo Hyun-cheol's name? He continues, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Did number? A distorted image flickers, revealing a figure amidst the static. A voice echoes, stating, he was a teacher at that orphanage, without telling his family at all. Ajusi's eyes narrow, a dark intensity burning within them. The one place he stayed for a while in his mysterious journey. Soa's mind races, the pieces slowly falling into place. Orphanage. Ajusi's expression hardens, a chilling realization dawning on him. Not Lupuen, the one where number was. Ajusi, is that Dash? Soa's voice trembles, fear creeping into her tone. Is it true? A voice warns, don't be swayed by his tricks. He's obviously just spouting whatever nonsense comes to mind. Number thinks, dismissing Soa's concerns. Whether that's true or a lie, it doesn't make sense that you wouldn't know that. Ajusi, Soa retorts, her expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. Soa stammers, I'm hearing this for the first time. Number pauses, then states, I see. You really didn't know. Number continues, that might be the case. Number explains, you must have started at the orphanage with no information. Number asks, his tone sharp, how much do you know? Number's expression hardens as he demands, who the hell are you? Number states, his gaze intense, know how many lies someone will tell in the future. Number continues, by checking when the number decreases, I can tell whether their words are a lie or not. Soa gasps, her eyes wide with shock and dawning realization. Number concludes, his expression unreadable, so that was, someone deceives? The number of times. I can't. The right move at that moment. But that's exactly why it's best at working quietly, without being revealed, meticulously digging up hidden truths. Unlike a certain tin-can doll over there. Get to the point. Let's cooperate. For you, information. For me, manpower. Filling in each other's gaps. Let's head to deeper waters. Vast evils I couldn't even attempt to face alone. Evils whose true forms I've only barely identified. Without getting their own hands bloody. Using connections from all walks of life and wealth, and if necessary, even pros from the underworld, using any means they want. The privileged class of this country. But if there are 3 ability users, the story changes. Think about it. Right now, just the 2 of you can treat the police like outsiders. Hanul's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he considers the terms. Wooden mannequins hang suspended by strings, a macabre representation of control. Mo Jihyun offers to provide all the answers Hanul wants. Hanul promises to share all the information he has now, and the ones he gets his hands on. A tense silence hangs in the air as the terms of the partnership are considered. How does it sound? Is it tempting for you? If those are our terms. Albino. Soa. Hanul admits he doesn't know where he got his information from, but he managed to tie it to that orphanage. Mo Jihyun is sure he's not faking it. Mo Hyun-cheol's information? If you knew stuff like that, why didn't you tell the world? A memory surfaces. Mo Jihyun and another child stand with an adult, their faces etched with confusion. They are completely clueless as to why their dad did something like that. Even the people involved don't know. Ju Seol speaks of deals and cooperation, but it doesn't sit right with her. The woman's expression hardens. Ju Seol holds her, a grim look on his face. For the sake of her family, she wonders why they were forced to live like this. Mo Jihyun's face contorts in anguish. She screams that they could have been told. Her face is filled with rage. Mo Jihyun stands over a fallen figure. Mo Jihyun lies on the ground, defeated. Mo Jihyun's face is filled with anger. She is told not to talk like she's spoiled, and she wonders if the victims knew. Mo Jihyun stands over another body. Their precious families were killed without ever knowing why, Ju Seol thinks. A voice calls out, telling Mo Jihyun that there's no need to plead. A hand grips a knife, the steel glinting ominously in the dim light. The blade presses against the neck, a silent threat hanging in the air. A gun is leveled, the cold metal a promise of violence. Hatred burns in their eyes. They won't let these bastards walk away alive. The rule, it must be the rule. There must be no exceptions. If the number is big, execute them on the spot. Subjectivity won't be allowed. The scream tears through the silence. A justification built only on strict rules. For some, private emotion, a flicker of something human in the cold resolve. I cannot allow the rules to be distorted. Shoot. And as long as there are people I've killed under that justification. He remains defiant, staring down the barrel of the gun. The man with the gun says, I won't resist. So shoot. A flashback begins, showing the self-imposed rules and the enemy he's been chasing all this time for revenge. The notorious. The flashback continues, revealing the serial killer known as Number. Which side does he prioritize as a human? A close-up reveals a character with piercing red eyes, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He whispers, let me see his true essence. Those. The flashback shifts, showing him with a young girl. He reaches out and grabs the girl. A hand descends, reaching down from above. A voice echoes, it's a kid I've never seen before. The girl with white hair stands before him, her eyes wide with innocence. He, gun still raised, asks, what's your name? A symbol appears, glowing with an eerie light. A dark alleyway, shrouded in shadow, hints at the grim events to come. December 5th, 2026. To the police, an individual was suspected to be Mo Jihyun. A police car first appeared that day, and since that day, mysteriously, the crimes of the serial killer Number, who carves numbers on bodies, stopped, as if he went completely silent. The camera pans up the side of a building. 2 figures in suits stand facing each other. One of the figures states that he already knew. The figure holding a gun declares that the other wouldn't be able to shoot. He asks if he knew, according to. Even before he could even think about whether to shoot him. No matter what pattern they make, he won't let these bastards walk away alive. His brain had already finished deciding not to shoot him. It's okay, he made a good choice. He's just realized that. He stands with another figure, his hand resting on their shoulder. The man states that even he can be flexible. A woman with long white hair smiles maniacally, declaring it a compromise to catch a greater evil. A narration box states that self-justification is something only humans are capable of. The man with slick back hair says that it's not wrong, it's only natural, because they aren't some rule. The man with spiky hair is told that he is just a human being. The woman with long white hair lies on the ground, looking up. A police car speeds down the road, sirens blaring. More police cars follow. A man with slick back hair thinks that it's about time for backup to arrive. The man with slick back hair raises his hand. The man with spiky hair looks up, startled. A figure kicks out, connecting with another person. The man with slick back hair smiles, thinking now, with this. The man with spiky hair sits on the ground, surrounded by bubbles, as a narration box states that someone decided who gets tied to the tracks. The Number rule is dead. He cries out in anguish, demanding to be released. Hanul declares that from now on, things will be different. Another man states that he will be their conductor. Hanul instructs someone to make sure they pick up his calls on time. Number 1 cries out, barely able to speak. Rain falls heavily. 2 figures stand in the rain. Number 1 notes that it's raining in December and that it's been feeling kind of warm lately. Hanul states that there won't be even a trace left behind, as Number 1 cries out in fear. A violent struggle ensues. The struggle continues. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, a raw, guttural sound escaping his lips. He recalled a past conversation, the words echoing in his mind, that the police were meant for catching the bad guys. The memory of being told he had no other purpose resurfaced, a cold wave washing over him. He thought of the desperation of those holding information, forced to kill to protect it. Was this what he called a compromise? The question burned in his mind. The name Mo Ji-hyun flashed in his mind, along with the question, why are you traveling with numbers? If he hated killing people, then what was he doing? Why was he helping Number? The question haunted him, overlaid with fragmented images. He remembered someone asking, was his name Min? Right, Beck Min. The friend who believed in him, his mother in the hospital. The memories weighed heavily on him. They're all waiting for you to come back, he recalled. If Number, why not go back to your daily life? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Rain lashes down, mirroring the turmoil within. He yearns to return to a simpler time. Of course, I want to go back. The thought of his mother tugs at his heart. How could I not? My mom, Min. Of course, I miss them. A sense of resignation washes over him. But, what do you expect me to do? Even if I go back, in the end. He remembers a time with friends, a life he longs for. It'll be the same as before. I wanted to live normally, too. He reflects on the ordinary desires of youth, like any girl my age would. The image of a student at her desk flickers in his mind, a symbol of normalcy. He recalls the simple routines of student life, staying up all night because of the studies I put off, gossiping about who's dating who in the next class. He remembers the joy of finishing exams, and when exams are finally over. He longs for carefree days with friends, eating whatever I want with my friends, hanging out to my heart's content. He gazes out the window, lost in thought, waking up late on the weekends. A wistful smile touches his lips as he imagines a peaceful future, going out for a walk on a day when the sunlight is just right. The phone blares to life at 4:20 a.m., its insistent beeping cutting through the silence. The sound echoes in the dimly lit room, reaching the figure lying restlessly in bed. The beeping continues, a relentless intrusion into the quiet darkness. A hand clenches the sheets, knuckles white against the fabric. That was the hardest thing for me. Number 1 looks down, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Mo Ji-hyun's face contorts in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. Asterisk not as Mo Hyun-cheol's daughter, not as some destined murderer. Asterisk. Her sobs rack her body. Just as Miyug. Her hand clenches into a fist, a silent scream, trapped within. Tears blurring her vision, Mo Ji-hyun hears the command. You come with us. Number 1 stands with her in the rain. The courage, ideas, and decisiveness she showed him now wasted on a runaway locomotive of murder. Someday, he'll help clear her name, bringing her back into the orbit of a normal life. Her hand clenches tighter, a silent promise or a desperate plea. Asterisk if it's me, I can help as much as possible. Make your choice yourself. Asterisk. Which side are you going to follow? Number 1 extends his hand, his expression unreadable. Below, Yang Soo-young looks up, her face etched with worry. 2 hands reach towards each other, separated by a small distance. Rain falls on a desolate structure, the sound echoing in the empty space. A figure sits hunched against a wall, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Ajusi. Number 1 looks down, his face shadowed with concern. Get up. The command hangs in the air. Huh. Yang Soo-young stares, her eyes wide with fear, as Number 1 stands beside her. To run. A car speeds down a rain-slicked road, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I thought she'd accept for sure. It doesn't matter. Number 1 sits in the back of the car, his expression thoughtful, as another figure drives. Personally, I don't particularly want to keep her by my side. The driver's face is partially obscured, their thoughts hidden behind a veil of shadow. Speed lines fill the frame. A man's face contorts in shock. A man stands in a bathroom, looking distressed. A voice cries out, what? A group of people huddle in a room stained with blood. A voice questions what was said. A silhouetted figure stands in the darkness. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze. A woman's expression is filled with concern. A voice exclaims, by Mo Hyun-cheol, followed by right. Tears stream down his face as he declares, nothing changes. Let's go. A man states, Captain Ju at her home. To catch the next mafia. A woman in the car responds, yes. A man's eyes narrow as he thinks, before someone else dies. A motorcycle tire spins. That time, he had made up his mind the moment that lady died. If someone is already destined to become a murderer by fate, be it due to whatever the reason may be, if it's already decided who will be tied to the tracks, that kind of fate, something he didn't even know who decided, he'll smash it to pieces. Their environment, genetics, situation in life, things that leave you no choice but to become a murderer, by finding a way to reduce the number of murders. He'll stop Number. Yeah. He doesn't care about false charges or the way people look at him. This is about his own heart. I'm a human being who can overcome that. It's a matter of whether he can believe in himself or not. A figure with dark hair and pale skin stares intensely. A body lies motionless in a pool of blood. A soft murmur escapes someone's lips. A figure stands splattered with blood, questioning what is happening. The sounds of chaos echo from outside. Soa stands in an office, surrounded by the aftermath of violence. Meanwhile, a prison looms in the distance. An inmate stands with his back to the viewer, the shadow of the cell bars falling across him. The inmate sits on the floor of his cell, lost in thought. Mo Hyun-cheol is informed that he has a visitor. Elsewhere, a figure vows revenge, promising that justice will be served for the murders. He declares that he will be the one to stop them. His eyes narrow with determination. He truly hopes they succeed.